All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. We got a really big day ahead. You got Jerome Powell in the middle. You already got a bunch of data, and you got a bunch of earnings already. It is actually a better beat rate. So far, 82% of reporters have beat the consensus EPS expectation. The results have been, or the moves have been a little bit smaller, but you do have a lot to digest. And then after the bell, the floodgates of big earnings comes out. And then before you know it, the buybacks and all of that. But a lot of people are saying there's seasonality. And right now, the market is in its own little world. It's different than Trump 1.0. It's different than seasonality. You're holding the melt up. I think all that matters is whether or not we get a new higher interest rate. So get ready for all of it. We got a couple of key dates. We even heard from India and their 25% or 20% tariff. That's actually not good. That was not the best case scenario. Even Apple reacted a little bit this morning. So we'll see where it takes us, but we got 1 minute, baby. Please read the rules and follow them. If you have any questions, you let me know. And I'm going to be watching Humana, JP Morgan, and Coin. They made a partnership today. If you didn't hear about that, JP Morgan and Coinbase are partnering up to help people buy crypto. Humana, the only healthcare that is guided up this earnings, and then Palo Alto's buying that company. We got that news early yesterday. Watch Starbucks post earnings. Hood, Qualcomm, ARM, those are the ones after the bell today. MO, VFC, and Hershey's, those are the ones for pre-market right now, or post earnings, but I think MO might be a dud. And then VFC and Hershey's, we might get lucky. So we will see, baby. But Chadadonia, let's get it. There is people who are going to dissent today, but nothing is going to change. Like I'm saying on the watch list yesterday, although Bill Pulte sounds like a mob boss, and people are trying to intimidate Powell to a degree, and nothing's going to change. Again, September 17th, the SCP, the way the data is lining up, everybody's best interest is to punt, and he's going to do it. If anybody knows how to punt, is Jerome effing Powell. Jerome F. Powell, the mother effing rate cut. Bitches on the renovation. No, okay. And that's sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I'm excited for Powell. Money making Wednesday if the Lord blesses it, baby. Amen. He holds the keys, whether we profit or not, baby. Amen. Hey, man, I'm excited though. I like all the earnings. I like all of the Fed. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Yes, there was a watch list. We covered China, we covered the Fed, and then we even covered earnings, as well as whether or not you should buy NVO or UPS for your long term. That is all on the watch list. And yeah, UPS is a little lower, so keep that one there. Again, after today, I don't think you got any new prices. And then again, Humana got better. So watch out for Humana. Like I'm saying, let's see if that holds up after the first hour. Because if Humana holds, oh, it already came down? The fuck? No, it's not even it's not even trading. Oh? Yeah, bro. So look, Humana, like I'm saying, see if this holds up or not. It should be up 10%, which is crazy. And then AMD and Google, again, they were on fire. We took the AMDs already. So see where that laid ya. I'm glad we got rid of the Bitcoins too. IoT, I think that's just the spread. And then the Palo Altos, those hit, but remember we got those little cheapies? They hit for a little, actually. Just a spread. And then let's see, like I said, VFC and Hershey's. Just watch if those could get out of the range. If not, though, you're fucked. Yeah, so Hershey's is trying to go above 4. That might be something. Sadly, there's no good contracts. Ugh. Hershey's is disgusting, to be honest with you. What the fuck is this, Hershey's? I'm gonna go buy a Mr. Beast bar if y'all keep playing around. This is nonsense. I think there's a Hershey's, I just don't think it's gonna hit. I'll stream alert it, but I'm not gonna take it. Good morning. Orders on Humana. Keep your eyes on it. Let me know if that chain opens up. All right. right, I sent out a Hershey's one to watch. I just think it's going to be a dud. So, and then the other one, VFC. I know Tim Whitman loves that one. Hog. Ulta? I know I didn't see that. Ulta's been killing it though, man. I wish I got that 300 at the beginning of the year because it was still expensive, but I really, really like them as a growth name. Big fan. Target move again. They're gonna have their earnings here in a little bit. Yeah, NVO below 51, so we're gonna keep a close eye on it. So again, watch list, we discussed it. So hopefully we get a better name. Otherwise, if we don't, then yeah, we'll know where to go from there. Which one's that? Humana's up now. Chipotle. Welcome to the tsunami. Bro, that was crazy. That was literally the 6th largest earthquake last night to ever hit the planet. So that kind of blew my mind. But yeah, I'm surprisingly there wasn't as much damage. So that kind of trips me out. SPY's going up, bro. So remember, we closed. Yesterday was the first red day in 7. And then LG on the low, or is that something else? Humana is up, but I haven't looked at those options. Procter Gamble, VRT still going. So that's earnings and that's holding. Maybe that could be the runner. That's related to energy. I said the earthquake, that was the 6th largest earthquake to ever hit the planet. So it was at 8.7 last night. It was nuts in Russia. India. The India deal sucked. I feel bad. That one could have been a great opportunity, but they didn't do it. And then MO, TLT on Powell for guidance. It just depends what he says. I lean towards no. So I'll be here and I'll call it out, but you know, today is going to be all about interpretation. And then watch MO. They're starting to go. I didn't think that would actually do that. Yeah. So if MO could start breaking out post earnings, again, they did good. And like we talked about, I don't know if they were good enough for what's it called? I don't know if they're good enough to take the cake from Philip Morris, but it wasn't bad. So yeah, MO's again 61 is crazy. Yeah, they beat 144 versus 139. Where was Smokeless? Yeah, no, they guided. Yeah, they killed it, bro. Their tax rate, hold on. Oral tobacco was a substantial driver. So yeah, they killed it. So yeah, MO, they had growth in Smokeless while the Zindemic is ending. I like, big fan. It sucks though. Some of them moved and then it just all on the timing. Bro, I can't believe it's August already, guys. You realize how crazy that is? Oklo. Again, VRT, that one's the interesting one. Then VFCs and then Hershey. Like I said, the Hershey ones I don't like as much. I like VFC a little bit more, but all of them could still get clapped pretty easily. So we'll see. Circle. Where's Coinbase too? Again, watch the crypto ones and then that JP Morgan shit. That was pretty fire. 2026, a few months away. Delegation includes executives from Apple. China Foreign Ministry met with business delegation in Beijing. Alright, I found a lagger. I'm sending that one out. Again, it all depended on the stock, how it ends up moving. Alright, and then Hood on the high. Again, maybe pre-earnings too. So you could think about that, but Hood, Qualcomm, and ARM. Those are the other ones. Oh yeah, where's Starbucks, bro? I think Starbucks was a clap. Oh, I told you it was going to be a cuck. I can't even believe they went up. People were saying turnaround story. I'm like, bullshit, dude. I like Starbucks too. It's just unfortunate where like the performance, it's the way it gets pinned is so stupid. Because like this should either be a lot lower or a lot higher, but preferably a lot lower with those numbers. Wingstop was killing it this morning. They were one of the 20%ers. And then VFC, that one's not going, so watch out. And then Broadcom on the high. UPS is in the buy zone, yeah. Now it's at 89. That's a new price. That's what I'm saying. Like NVO, it sucks that it went down, but you know, it was like 10% from our lowest purchase. But now, when we were buying other stuff, UPS went up, so we couldn't get it. And now that's at a new price. That's like a new level we have not been exposed to in 5 years. So I'm a big fan. I really, really am. That's why we're going to see what happens with the rest of the draft class by the end of this week, maybe next week too. And then, yeah, we're going to see what's good, baby. Him's on the high. Apple is coming down. And then Humana's chilling. Costco, yeah. Costco's just a behemoth. MO's still ripping. That one's going. Let's see how long that holds. Mana. You bought it 6% divvy. I like it, bro. And they didn't, I don't think their report was like threatening the divvy. You know, like it sucks that Whirlpool cut the divvy, but they were much more, you know, they were tighter in terms of payout ratio and all of that. Remember, I'd go through the data and I was showing you that. So UPS is a little better. I think we could do better too, but you know, if all said and done, we run out of, there's nothing else good out there. I mean, I'm not against UPS at all. I'm actually getting very excited. But you know, my portfolio is speaking to me. And the low cash, Google's starting to run, and then MSTR, ASML, Broadcom, see if Bitcoin too. I'm seeing a couple of those, and then Starbucks just scamming everybody. So again, because dude, Starbucks hasn't moved more than 8% in a year, was pricing in 8%, moved down 3, went up 6, 5% this morning, and now it's back to break even. You got washed on every side. So go pull up a Starbucks chain, you'll see. You could go through any time frame. All within 1-2 standard deviations are just going to be red. So like we're saying, 80% beat rate, but you know, the reaction and the actual movement has been very different, just all depending on the name. China calls more negotiation channels with US. BLGC, AMT. I mean, yeah, Lulu. So Lulu's going to look enticing as long as Nike keeps ripping. Because remember, beginning of this year, as much as I don't like Lulu, I respect the company. I don't like the share price, but I've been very straightforward with you guys in terms of valuation. And I was telling you, I was like, dude, Lulu and Nike are practically the same fundamentally. It's not like, as much you could decide whatever you want, but even if the prices were high or low, the forward value, what you're investing in, they were pretty much the same. So now that Nike is up 50% from the bottom, and now this thing's hitting a new price, I agree with you. So it's like, if you ran through that with us and you were already looking at Nike and all that stuff too, you could apply it similarly. But Lulu's only getting attractive now because that value is staying lower, while some of the other peers now have increased value. So Lulu might be, that's what I'm saying, draft class, Lulu might be one of the only ones we can get in that space if it's the only ones down. So that's why I'm excited for this earnings. We'll see what we get. We'll get some of these numbers and we'll go from there. And you don't got a FOMO if you don't got a lot of cash. I think we'll get a decent draft class so far. You got NVO, UPS, Helen of Troy, and then Lulu and a couple of other ones we like, Pfizer and Intel. Those are 2026 though. I think we saved that. That's our next tier draft pick. We take Intel and Pfizer. I don't think they're ready for the league this year. Next year they will be. Get them under a good coach, under buyback coach. Maybe Josh becomes the CEO of Intel, but then again, they hold me. CMG's up there, but I don't know. CMG kind of, I wouldn't call it draft class. That's like picking up Luka on a trade. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why it has to be the right value. I need him to get fat. If Chipotle could get fat and they'll give him away at $20, let's take it. But I can't be paying skinny Luka prices for a fat Luka. That's just how it is, bro. I never ran the Lakers, but I'm just saying. There's so many leggings out there, you can't tell who's wearing Lulu. You should stare. And like, when girls wear leggings, you should just like follow them and be like, oh, what brand is that? Can I see? That's a good way to. No, man. What do you mean? Just fucking stare up. Pray to the Lord. Okay? You need to stare to the sky. What do you mean? Why are you trying to figure out people's leggings? The fuck? Tapestry. That's another one of those clothing ones. Again, we had some of the pre-results. Gucci carrying yesterday as well. Bank of Canada. Higher cost, interest rate decision is the same, no cut. Oclo. All right. Yeah, move it, bro. MO's hit. Boop, boop. Door open again. SPY moving and then BTU on the high. Let's say. Wait, what? Oh, it said Spotify. I was like, why the fuck do I have Sarepta? Oh, I almost freaked out. Oh, that scared me. 6409. Damn, that's crazy. 6382 though. Sadly, you have a gap to fill. So take that how you please. You may not be out of the woods just yet. And oil's still up, not as much as yesterday. Keep eye on euro and yen. Yen, watch it just in relation to the bonds, because now they're both down. Remember yesterday, that was weird with the bonds. Yeah, UNH, again, that one's on the list too. That's in the draft class, but, that's like the player who has a lot of talent, but then he has a court case. You get what I'm saying? That's like when Allen Iverson got into the fight, and people are like, oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if UNH is Allen Iverson, but... he has off-court issues, right? Outside of the playing field, he has drama. And that's what kind of, a little Michael Beasley. Maybe Antonio Brown. Yeah, maybe. You see, that's what we're trying to figure out. That's how, like, y'all trying to sign the contract. Y'all trying to give him an extension. I'm like, we don't know if this is Michael Vick. We don't know if this is just a fluke, dog. So let's see. Oh! Hey, do I know if it's the peach? Oh, if it's the peach, that's all I need in life. That you know consistency, bro? Oh, they don't. You want me to tell you? Order! Peach Nation! Bro, you know, with all the Happy Gilmore, and I get like excited and freaked out. I feel like Peach is like Chubbs. You know what I'm saying? It's so important. Peach is like putting. It's the consistency. Man, I love the Peach. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. I gotta get into I need to start hunting for the peach seeds. We have to, I don't know if you know a guy. I don't know how plugged in you are to the whole peach game. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, dude, that's amazing. That's amazing. I love it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. VST. That one's still going. Starbucks on the low. The peach, baby. God bless you. Amen. I didn't like the new Happy Gilmore. No. I didn't finish it yet, sadly. I liked it, but it just wasn't the same. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, I like the cameos. You know, my friend was in it. You know that? I had one of my boys was in the movie. I didn't realize it. I was like, is that my friend? And I was like, holy shit. And I fucking had to Google it. But yeah, I like the cameos. I enjoyed them, but it wasn't, I don't know, man. I'm a big fan of the OG Happy. You know what I'm saying? Your girlfriend's parents are in it? Yeah, bro, that's crazy. There's so many. I think it was the most amount of cameos in any movie. Yeah, there were so many people in it. Like, they just threw in a lot of, like, dude, I didn't know Bad Bunny was in there. So you know the caddy for the guy in, like, on the first, like, tour thing who steps in for him? That's Bad Bunny. All right, that MO I made free. That lagging contract I said, that went up 100%. It truly was lagging. All right, so do whatever you want with that. That's all you now. But we talked about this on the watch list too. I was telling you with those numbers, and then I found the lagging contract, and then yeah, it hit. So make it free. Do whatever you want with the free money. You could either keep you're above 100% now. Let's let it. Market breadth, I don't know. Give me about 10 minutes, and we'll get you guys a checkup, and we'll see where we're at. Roblo on the high now. You work at MO and didn't see the beat coming. Yeah, it wasn't like mind-blowing, like it wasn't like sexy, but like we talked about last night, in comparison to the field, in comparison to your competitors, PM, BTI or whatever, BTI, they did good. So to hear that Zin is going down and fucking On is going up, that's wild, but that's very good. They raised guidance, everything. So, you know, it wouldn't have been this good if Philip Morris didn't do bad, if that makes any sense. That's what I was trying to tell y'all last night. Did I make the video for Fig? What do you mean? Did I make a video for Fig? I don't think I did, sir. We talked about it the other day. I even had to explain it to my girlfriend because she was asking me about it. But like, it's very simple, you guys. If the Fig IPO opens high, we're not buying it. If it opens up with less than like 100% premium, less than like 50% premium, I'd be down. It's going to rip. That's it. If Wall Street wants to leave money on the table, it's going to rip. But if Wall Street gets greedy and they snag it all off the first candle, then you're done. I wouldn't get caught up into it until it does the IPO breakout. Try new shit instead of being rule followers. That's cool, bro. Get me somebody to talk to. I would like to interview you guys. I've been a shareholder for a very long time. You know, and I think all these guys would give me their vote if I asked. So let's talk with Mo. Let's talk. Bring me your supervisor. Summon him. SMR. You guys kept talking Aqua. Yeah, AMD. I went Ram Hassett. White House, 100% respected Fed independence. Fed very data dependent. Expect they will catch up soon. Who do you want? I'm curious what you just said. I would love to hear. You know, I would like to see what they're doing. Ask them a couple questions. You know, I'm glad though with the dividend. You know, a couple years ago, my real question would have been about the dividend, but after they sold off, what was it? The Anheuser-Busch stake or whatever, they own one of those, or AB InBev. I was like, all right, they got the cash. But I'm very curious to see. But I want to know how they did it. How does ON go up and ZIN goes down? We haven't seen that in years. Everybody hating on ON. Your employer sent out an email. They're going to file for IPO. Oh, nice. And then be careful. I heard a crazy story the other day. I don't know if it's real, but apparently some companies, they have AIs that will go through your social media and will trigger a human review. So I don't know if it's legit. I saw a story and they were saying that they got summoned to HR because the AI went through their social media and flagged it as controversial. So yeah, that's my AI. That's my contribution to that comment. Has the EU-Japan deals help with capital spending? Hopefully India will open up their market. So like in the future, you're going to be getting snitched on by AI. Like AI is going to just go and then tell the humans to look at you and say, we noticed this pattern. Coming down a little. AT&T, remember we had communications. They were kind of randomly going. 4 whales were beached in Japan? Oh, no way. ON has stronger? Yeah, but like ZIN was the leader. Everybody's been on there. Like that's why anytime we bring it up, everyone's like, oh, ON. So again, that's why the stock I think is doing very well. And then what was that in the bottom right? I think it's ripping NVIDIA. Or no, XLP. Yeah, staples are starting to come up. 5 more minutes, we'll get you guys a checkup. US has it on India. Same headline. Hopefully they open it up. Core Weave on the low. Oklo, SMR, nuclear, all still going. SMCI and HIMS. I've seen HIMS all day. Yeah, HIMS is up 7. And Eli Lilly had that trial thing. Boeing. Yeah, Boeing's about to rip through 230. Kraft had earnings. See if that one can actually go green. But they didn't really do much. Micron's starting to break out now, too. Let's see. VFC, I think that one faded. Yeah, done. And then Hershey just didn't move. Tsunami, oh, I don't know. It just like, because that was a big earthquake, so anything on the coast will issue that warning. But no, I don't think we were in danger. But scary, I'm telling you, bro. 8.7 is no joke, you guys. That's I'm shocked. I saw a video of like a tsunami hitting a village in Russia, but it wasn't even that bad, dude. I don't know how to describe it. It was like it kind of looked like Japan, but it wasn't. Dude, 8.7 in Russia. And then there was like on the coast of like Russia, Japan. So they put a tsunami warning last night, a legit one, on Hawaii and California and Washington. Just nuts. Because I don't think anything was going to happen, but something of that magnitude is just insane. Oh, UNH, we just talked about it, brother. And we have been talking about it, so At that point, just, I don't know, go back or wake up earlier. I closed the beaches last night. Hassett, 25% tariff will address and remedy India's situation. All right, you're getting a couple greens everywhere. 6th largest to ever hit the planet, yes. All right, SPY getting a candle. My IPO criteria is the same one I've been putting on the internet for the last decade. So yeah, because I was doing videos in 2014. Most of them are private, but yeah, I think I shared the IPO criteria with the public on YouTube probably as early as 2017, 2018. So same strategy as always. That's relevant or related to opening price and then demand in the first 10 minutes. Hassett looking at 4% growth for third quarter. Dude, even the numbers today, man. The GDP today was crazy. It was actually came in really, really good. The quarter-over-quarter PCE people tripped on, but the other data was solid. VWAP, volume weighted average price. So like, people buy stuff. You could think stocks, you could think like a normal store, right? Let's say there's a store like a swap meet where nothing has a set price, and 5 people buy at 100 the same item at $100. 5 people buy it at 110. The VWAP is going to be like 105. So but then let's say one person buys at 100, one person buys at 50, but then 80 people buy at 70. What would be the volume weighted average price? It'd be nearer to 70. So you're looking multiple transactions. There's a different transaction at a different price, and then however many went through. So it gives you an average. The simple answer is people use it to buy and sell without disrupting price. So if you want to make a big purchase, you buy at the volume weighted average, because then that way you can buy around there. It won't disrupt it. Same thing for selling. Again, old videos, old videos, you guys. So if you ever get bored, you ever have time on the weekend, the trading fraternity, 17 or 2,000 videos. So yeah, it is all there, all of it. So to a certain degree, these questions, they've been covered. And then the secondary offering, they're just raising money. So fine. That's why like a lot of companies that aren't profitable, or they're kind of in that weird one. Oh, pending home sales, 0.8 negative. Estimate was gain of 0.2. So see. Very interesting. I want to see, because all the other data. Yeah, that Hassett headline's coming in still too. But yeah, an offering, that's why you got to be wary. Some people do it for a good purpose, and stocks could still go up, but it's just the company issuing more of their stock to get capital for the business use. So it happens all the time, but then that's why, in a weird way, it benefits the company. It dilutes shareholders, and then like you see the heavy demand, they're issuing shares and they're taking the money and they're going to use that to operate their business. So you have to disclose it. Some companies will have a open shelf where they could just sell whenever they want, but generally it is you have to disclose that. So that's why I'm saying some of these names that you guys invest in, like Rumble, I like Rumble. I like the idea of Rumble, and I hope they do good. At one point when the censorship was crazy, I really liked it, but I didn't like that it was a new company, that it was a SPAC, and then it relied on funding. You're, as an investor, you're funding the company's early growth. That's why a lot of these early stage, unprofitable, the next big thing, and even if the stock does good, they'll issue shares. That's what Snapchat did. That's how Snapchat fucked us. They issued shares, but it was shares to buy out for the corporate, again, the, what's it called? Why am I blanking? Easiest one. This was their share structure related to the, compensation. So whether it's compensating or for business use, they issue more and more stock. It dilutes it, loses value to investors, and yeah, Again, it still could end up good if they take that money, invest it, make more, and down the line, company becomes more valuable, you'll still win. But initially, it's not looked upon as too favorable. STX on the high. Spotify too. Remember, they got worked. Amazon flushing. So Amazon's down 0.5%, going lower. The high-low ticker is balanced out. It is 10, and we are near the low. It's funny because you're near the low, but the low is literally opening. And then here's your first candle. But yeah, Genie has signed multi-year deal with PMG to boost fan hub engagement. And then let me get you your checkup. China has it ground set for very positive developments. So Dow Jones, you got 15 green, 15 red. NASDAQ, 56 green, 45 in the red, or 44 in the red. SPY, dude, it's 50-50. SPY 253, 250 red. So yeah, everything right now, you're at open. We got earnings, you got the data, everything else, but it's 50-50. Everything. Just cut right down the middle. Half the names are up, half the names are down. SMCI, Hershey's a move. Yeah, STX again. And then VFC, MO. MO came down, so nice. We got our 100%. STX, yeah, bro. They're down 3.9, still coming up. Again, I haven't seen real estate. That's just tied to bonds. SoFi's on the high. Who else? Robinhood. And they report after the bell. Qualcomm and then ARM. ARM held up pretty good. Because that was one of the crazy IPO ones. But that chart. CNC I like, man. It's coming up now, but literally it's the worst year to date on the S&P. So they're just down like 50 or 60%. It's crazy. Again, I mean, even UNH is dumping. And then just like MO, you know, it doesn't help that like all these healthcares are doing bad, and then today you had somebody guide up in the space. So like Humana guided up. That's very, you know, everyone's complaining about cost and everything. Humana's like, yeah, we good, bro. We good. Pending home sales missed, yeah, by a little bit. But it's good. It kind of calms it down after the data this morning was hot. Boeing on the high and Estee Lauder. ANIP again. Boeing above 230. Range bound until Powell. Well, remember, there's a lot going on. There's earnings, refunding, the earnings after the bell, then Powell, and then Friday is more important. Make no mistake, you guys. We said this on the watch list yesterday. You are literally pricing in on every chain, SPY to individual companies. You're pricing in more volatility for Friday than today. So even though today is the Fed and Jerome Powell, you're not expecting a volatile move. There is the most volatility is Friday, just because of the non-farms. So That's why it could do anything today. It may not have to stay pinned because of the Fed. It may, we saw yesterday we got out of the box and then end of the day move. So watch, like an hour ahead of Powell, it might start to really move, but anything could happen. I would be open to many possibilities today because it's a big event, but it doesn't really matter. And then we have something way bigger in 48 hours, the data and the results of some of these big companies. Humana wasn't sandbagging. Well, maybe they did really bad prior and the stock got murdered, but their earnings today, they guided up. So you could argue the past was a sandbag, but just like everybody else in the industry, they actually did bad. Broadcom on the high, Joby, Roblo, bonds coming up. And then Robinhood, SoFi, and then Boeing. Boeing really looking good. Again, MOK, dude, MO flipped. Are they having their call right now? Bro, that just went 4 or 5% to back to 1. No, it's just because of the non-farms. The tariff stuff doesn't matter as much. Like I said, now that we have EU, the real date that you care about for tariffs is August 13th in China. That's what we covered yesterday on the watch list. So it's really just boiling down to the jobs report. Because again, think about it. If you get a very weak jobs report on Friday, people are going to panic. Because right now they're not panicking. But then if you get an inline jobs report, business as usual. And then if it's strong, people might get a little bit more hawkish depending on what Powell says about rates. You get what I'm saying? So that's why the jobs are important. Jobs are results. Jobs are economic data. I don't think it's going to move much, but if it was really weak or it was really strong, that has the ability to set the stage from now until the next Fed and the rest of summer. Where was it? MO. Roblo, CELC, ASTS. SPY just at VWAP. VWAP is above the open. So again, remember, last 2 days we were actually moving. I mean, it is early. It's only been 30 minutes. Let's give it another hour. But I would like to move. We played the little opening game. Yeah, then it'll be boring. But anything can happen. It says MO calls at 6 a.m. No way. It has to be over, right?
Good day and welcome.
Yeah, it's already over.
Great. Thanks very much.
Weird. So yeah, I just gave it 4%. That was surprising. GSK on the high. Watch Pfizer. And watch any of the other pharma. I'm a farmer. Yeah, very weird. CLC on the high still too. Tariff rate on Canada has risen approximately 5 percentage points. Bank of Canada. RNG Octa. Oh, the polys. Poly. Can't you see? Sometimes the Palo Alto hypnotize me. I just love your long-term ways. TMF. GSK still going. I don't see anything on the other drugs though. So see if Pfizer starts popping, or like Merck or Roche. IBM coming up. That might go green. Now Cigna and HCA. That's 2 other healthcares now. And then RTX setting some highs. Just got some volume. All right, a couple things are waking up. Bonds hit a new high intraday. And then SPY barely above open. But you got a couple of things tilting up. It's still 50-50. We'll see where that changes. But yeah, not bad. we ain't doing shit. This is what I was telling y'all yesterday, bro. Where I'm like, man, y'all don't. The days where we actually like move in the morning is like, it's very different. I mean, we have our levels. Everything above, every time it does this, where we, break all-time highs, it starts to just set its own levels. So, yeah, and lately, the last 200 points, it's just like 17, 30, 86, 87. So, just use the basic points we were just at, but anything, I wouldn't be stuck to them when it's all said and done. We are waiting for our data, our calendar, and like even then, the whole like bad news, good news thing, and how it's all playing out. We're in that time again. So like we're just data is data, good is good, bad is bad. As I said, this was a great chart from Bloomberg. I was surprised, but we're doing it again. Where good data is good. You had a small period. We did that a little bit at the beginning of the year. So that's why just anything. If that keeps going, then the levels, it will keep setting its own thing. We'll keep going, but I'm sure eventually this is going to shift, and then just no guarantees on anything. That theme that got us and kept us safe at the beginning of the year, that still remains, when it will. It's just nothing is just head on a swivel. And right when we think we know it, we don't. But lately, the last couple months, it's been less swivelly, less, and people are getting confident in the upside and all of that, but I still don't trust anybody or anything except the Lord our Savior. Woo! You missed it too. I know we need panic back, but that's what I'm saying. You'll get it eventually, and even once we get through this earnings, get through the summer, end of this year, beginning of next year, that's when shit comes into play. That's when shit gets a little more real, a little bit more policy moves, and then we'll get panic again, and then you'll get a good trading environment for a little bit, and then you'll run it up, and then don't give it back. You work on your long term, and then wait till that happens again. And there you're beautiful, man. Just clockwork. Man, Spar chilling. Alright, SPY popping a little bit. PM on the high now. So watch, maybe this just got PM and MO moving together. Arguing right, left. I went up the middle. That's a big account. But it started with a little. City. Healthcare it is. Another one. IEA Chief Grossi to visit Moscow. late September, and copper stockpiles at 21-year highs as tariff deadline looms. And then bonds. Okay, I'll keep that one up. I mean, healthcare is stabilizing. UNH is coming back up. It just sucks. UNH is like right into the low candle from the death blow. FDP on the high, and then HIMS. Dude, HIMS is up like 8 or 9% or something at this point. Just killing it. TW. Alright, let me check. Communications will randomly go, and then remember, meta is SPY's starting to move now. And then Boeing. Thoughts on NVO? So, you, Mabis, I see your guys' questions. I'm just, like, willfully ignoring them. Because, like I said, we've covered it a little bit this morning, and then yesterday I gave very clear answers on it. So I'm not trying to be a dick, but I am trying to highlight that if you guys are really locked in and care about it, you should be preparing a little bit more in advance in this sense. Like, I don't think you need to ask me, and even I know you're going to ask me, so I prepared the answer for you, right? And it's waiting for you. But that is your responsibility to go get it. But then again, it's like, if you're not willing to take it to that extent, maybe I wouldn't be shopping right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, just at the end of the day, if that isn't, because these are names I like. I'm coming up and forming my plan and idea right away. You know what I'm saying? Within a minute all the way down to the end of that day, I'm already it's fitting into my plan. So we're planning, and that's why nothing is unexpected. So it's up to you guys, but if it is covered, I am probably just going to ignore it. So, or you guys use this time to go back on the watch list and really understand what I'm saying towards it, and you'll be good. Because like I'm saying, the problem, and that's why I've changed the watch list, I've changed the main channel, I'm making it very easy to follow. You see what I'm saying? I know I have a lot of videos and shit, but I'll make it very explicit. We'll make it very easy because I don't want you to get lost in the sauce. All you got to do is say it once. And once you know it, and once you know the plan, we're waiting for our draft class. We're writing our notes down. I'm scouting all of them. I'm going to the games. I'm going to the practice. But if you're not reading the scouting report and you want to start drafting people, I can't. That's up to you. But if you're really serious about one of these stocks and players, I would read the scouting report. You know what I'm saying? I'd be really involved in it. Because that's what I'm doing, and that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, I'll do the work for you, but you're going to have to be patient, and you're going to have to understand it's very simple. Outlining it, we know what we like, we know what we want, we follow our rules. It's just a matter of time until it all aligns, and then we'll act. They have VWAW, that one's ripping. Now Bitcoin's back. Okay. Yeah, do it. Well, listen, as much as I do want to encourage you to pay the fuck attention. Because, yes, we cover them all. It's already there. You know what I'm saying? As much as I want it, yeah, you better fucking lock in. Caesar's on the low, flushing. That's post-earnings. But all I'm saying is just, seriously, though, as, not being a dickhead, not trying to be rude, you guys need to read your scouting reports if you're serious, right? And if you want to spend your money and part with your money, I wouldn't be doing it so, don't teach them how to steal your money. Don't be loose with it. And that's why it's just and once all you got to do is know one or two things, have a plan and stick with it. And that is what I want you to see. And that's why it doesn't have to have that much noise and back and forth with it. So I hope that helps. And then SPY, bro, 5 candles, we up. We got a couple of dumpers, but mainly runners. I love the watch list, bro. I'm glad. I love it. And that's what I'm saying. Those of you, I hope you like my scouting reports. And I hope you enjoy them. And yesterday I had a very busy day. I was doing it while driving. I was driving hours. I was doing real estate work. Oh man, I still went to the gym. So, you could tell me a lot of things, but it's your money, it's your portfolio, it's your scouting report. So you have to commit to it. And then again, the beauty is you only got to make one decision a month, if that. So that's why we put a lot of work into prior to the decision. The decision part is easy when we get to it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's what I'm saying. If you want to wait for me, you can, but just stop being impatient and don't fuck yourself up waiting. Because once we do it, we're just gonna do it. Decide, boom. I've made my plan. It's all gonna align. We decide. We act on that day when it's there. But in the meantime, you gotta prepare. That's what I'm saying. The work comes in before before I click on it and buy it. It's all of this shit leading into it. Tono frenzy for the farm? Oh, bro, I'm not gonna fight it, bro. But thank you, y'all, and y'all good, bro. Y'all supported in so many ways already. So thank you, and then welcome. We got a new member, Mr. Marone. Compound is about like 2 hours away from me. So yeah, I had 4 hours of driving yesterday. I don't want to hear it. And I still went live, and I still prayed, and I still read my Bible. I still have a philo. I still worked out. I even had dinner with my girl. We didn't go out. She made me food. I love her, but what do you want me to do? And then, we still got our scouting reports, and we're still waking up at 4 a.m. So, and I don't say this, and if I'm, the energy I have is from God, and God be the glory. And if I'm saying all of this, I say this to inspire you to really utilize everything you have, bro. And believe me, I know it's sometimes I get drained and tired, but when you just get in that mode, bro, and you don't limit yourself and don't believe in that, you're gonna be great. So I that's what I say that all, not to flex, but to we'll work hard, wake up, and your body will give you what you demand of it. So demand more and let it serve you. Amen. Amen. And you still live in a trailer with your mom. That was a good time to put that in there. Amen. China to boost imports from Sweden. Shooting videos. Bro, wait till I think you're gonna grow in that really good too. And wait, man, play with AI. Maybe you're gonna start seeing the world is at your feet. And learn anything too, bro. That's what I'm saying. Even with this farm, you guys, I'm just excited to learn skills. You know that? And I learned something yesterday. I'm an idiot, but I learned something yesterday, bro. I'm driving off of the farm when I'm leaving, right? After the watch list, I had to drop off all that shit. And then I go down to the other unit. I'm moving the boxes. I had to put them inside. And then I'm driving up to the unit. And I didn't realize how fast I was going. And I'm like, oh shit, I gotta stop. And I slammed the brakes. I stopped my car to get out. And I'm an idiot, bro. I've never been on a farm like this. And I get out of my car after hitting the brakes, bro. And I just inhale a bunch of dust and start coughing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it was terrible. But then I realized I can't stop my car and get out immediately. That is not acceptable on the farm. You will waterboard yourself with dust. So yeah, I got to learn that. So I look forward to learning more skills. And when you learn stuff and put yourself on these little quests, it's good for you. So I don't know, man. Learn more and more, and keep growing. And bonds are coming down. Oh, I've been needing a car wash. It's terrible. No, the DEET went away. I showered. Tsunami, free car wash. Yalla. It's terrible. It's funny though, because I got I was like, man, I can't believe I had to fucking drive out there last night. And then I'm like, oh shit, tsunami warning. I'm like, I'm safe. I'm like, oh, I'm on my compound with fucking land and acreage in the fucking mountains. So, oh shit. Well, I was like, all right. So that's the good part, man. If anything ever happens, you guys, I will give you coordinates. You know that? And ever worst case scenario, I will invite you to our community. You know? Or if any of you ever go through something. Because again, the last time there was fires and shit, I was letting some of you use my Airbnbs and stuff. So I'm glad we have something like here for the people. Yeah, no seatbelt either. I learned that. No, bro, but I didn't realize what's it called? Like, you can't get out of the car after driving. It's terrible. You wanted to do a study on how much car wash is lost when it rains? Wow, that sounds like Freakonomics. I like. French agriculture, I have a little info, but I'm hearing there could be a 0-for-0 deal for spirits. Yeah, that's why I'm saying the EU deal was amazing. Because the shit we buy from them, it is going to be 0-for-0. And it's kind of crazy. Like, if you drive on the farm, you kick up a bunch of dust. So I was driving fast, and I stopped, and then I got out of the car, and then I just walked right into my dust field, and it was terrible. I have, dude. I've seen brand new car washes popping up left and right. It's a good business, and, like, they're really expensive. You guys know that? The cap rate on a fucking car wash is insane. Car washes are money, and, like, everybody keeps building them. I don't even get it. Because I'm like, the saturation, and but like, they're doing it, and it still kills it, bro. It kills it. I've seen 3 car washes within a half mile, all packed, every time. Like, what is it? San Diego, the Mr. Joe's, or whatever. You know how many cars I see with the little thing in the fucking mirror? It's insane. It's insane. It's a very impressive business. Crude inventory, 7.6 million. Wow, estimate was draw of 2.6 million. Oil might drop. Cushing 690 versus 455. Yeah. I might see if we go down, yeah. Oil down. That sounds crazy. I might be missing something, but that sounds like a huge, huge glut. Self-driving cars cleaning themselves? Yeah, that'd be dope. Enhancing service risk control for Tibet. That one's not going to be as important. Watch for anything related just commodities, opening up markets, and then again related to August 13th extension or not. Garbage can cleaning truck. Oh, I've seen those, dude. Those are actually good. If you want to get in the garbage industry, though, you got to join the mafia. So that's the downside. But cleaning the trash cans, that's a business. Kind of untapped. I think it's better in affluent areas. Like, you need a higher client, somebody making more money who's going to be willing to pay for a monthly thing. But yeah, I've seen those pop up. They're pretty good when they work. If you get in the right, like, gated community type beat, you get them. You get the right gated communities, though. That right there. And there's politics behind it. If you guys know people, though, tow trucks. That's the other one. So the threat of AI taking over, what's not going to take over? Your imagination. I'm dead, dude. I know. I mean, again, AI is like very useful, and there's so many good things, but like, there's also so many things it's not gonna replace. I'm telling you, bro. It's actually, I just don't think people realize it. AI is not smart, and people. That's the error that people are making. The young people, or people not really savvy at it, is that it's just spotting patterns, dude. That's it. That's why Grok is an idiot. Every time I fucking stop, I catch myself. I'm like, why am I talking to this idiot? It's a fucking computer. It doesn't know how to pick up on, like, it doesn't. Everyone's getting tricked into thinking it's actually solving problems. Unless you are coding in your own data and reference, all it's doing is pattern recognition. That's it. So unless you are giving your own subset of data and actually managing that, all it's doing is just, it's good at it. It could spot patterns, but it's making observations. It's not thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why it fucks up every stock analysis. It doesn't have the ability to think. It could spot a pattern, but it's not, if you're not coding in the right data and you're not giving it the right set of info, the source, the seed, right? All you're doing is just, it's wasting so much time. It's actually insane. And then but then again, there's a subset of people that believe it's thinking or reasoning, and it may say deep think, but it's not thinking. All it is doing is it's drawing a massive, it could just do it faster than you can. It's just drawing like a fucking line chart connecting all the patterns. And if enough lines say it, it's telling you that. So again, don't get it twisted. If you put in the right set of data, though, and you know how to give it the source, then you could help it work for you. But again, it's still not thinking. It's not making deductions as you and I would. So I love it. You guys don't realize it. Again, I mean, from this year to now, my life has been getting crazy. God is good. But this AI thing, bro, is I'm very excited. You have no idea. Not only have I learned to make it serve me, what it's gonna do to people is it's gonna make certain areas bulletproof, and I look forward to that. I think, I think we're gonna have a world with a lot of pattern recognition, but not a lot of imagination and critical thinking. And if you have that, bro, you just hit the jackpot. So God is good, baby. God, I look forward to it. So I wouldn't be too scared about it, but I would start learning how to think for yourself. And then pair it up with AI. The problem is you got motherfuckers not thinking for themselves, going to AI. Do you see what I'm talking about? It's very simple. It's not that complex, but that little thing right there, that will change. That's the difference between master and servant. I promise you, right there. I'm telling you, it's weird. That's the irony of how society has developed. I think anybody could crack it right now. All of you can. All of you can. I said this months ago. I was talking to you about agentic and physical right before NVIDIA did. I gave you guys a nice little jump. We were showing you Mid-Journey before Adobe and everything. You know, you guys have a great opportunity. You really, really do. But again, you need to be a critical thinker. You need to be able to think on your own. Otherwise, you're just gonna get fucking bunched up in the masses. It's very simple. Like I'm saying, master servant. You need to learn how to master it. Otherwise, you're gonna be getting mastered by it if you're not looking at it through the right lens. That's why critical thinking on your own with objectivity. I don't know what you think about me or not, but if y'all don't think that is gonna be your critical, your literal competitive advantage, then you're lost in the sauce right now. Because yeah, it's really, really there. You're posting your play. Well, listen, man, I like you. You've been here for a while, but you're one of the people banned. The messages don't get removed anymore. But like I'm saying, you guys, because the people who've been here and have seen the rule shift, have been here every day and all that, like, it's just so disingenuous, you know, because you're not posting your play to post your play. Everyone's been banned for it. It's violating the rules. So, you know, Just, it looks to the people who've been locked in, it just looks like you guys are just trying to pump something. I hope you all see it now. Because like I'm saying, I'm like, if you watched every day, you know exactly and how we've been going and all of it. So, yeah, I don't know. Very disingenuous, you guys. But you could keep doing it. I'm just going to ban you. So thank you for everything, but I don't want that in this environment. You know, we don't, I will tell you some good plays, but let me do that. Other than that, it's just not too much FOMO, too much influence. Again, I want critical thinking, as I've just discussed. And again, critical thinking, follow rule, said in writing, long time, that's part of it. Again, how you go, I want you to think for yourself, because we're living in a world where, bro, you need that. Otherwise, it's going to separate you for the negative. Want to say plays, but you follow the rules. I know, but that's why I'm saying you've been listening. You're being genuine when you say, like, that's what I'm saying. I could actually believe you then. And if you're like, oh, I watch, I believe you. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I want to help out and just share info. Oh, I believe you now. If you didn't follow the rules, you've ignored at months at a time, aren't like, no, what is your intention? See what I'm saying? So I appreciate you. Thank you. As a small business owner, find out how it could help you, right? Find out automated processes. Find things that you do and repeat on the daily and see if we could get it coded. And that's what I'm saying. Just talk to it. You do need to learn how to prompt it, but stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. You need to think first, then tell it what to do. A lot of people use it to get ideas, and I'm like, no, bro. So yeah, sometimes it'd be good for brainstorming but you got to be very strict on it. Claude, no, I hate Claude. I disagree completely. But keep doing what you guys are doing. I'm just saying, it's not. You separate the good and bad at a later date. That's what I'm saying. Just critical thinking, though. Critical thinking. AI CRM, it is, yeah. That's why I like CRM too, but right now it's very volatile. So anybody could be a winner or a loser. Powell, dud. Rooney. Watchlist. But yeah, September 17th is what I care about the most. That really is the date. Even Bloomberg punted, yeah. I mean, it's a weird one. I mean, Bill Pulte is the only one who wants something to happen. Whereas, like, insinuating it. You believe that quantum computing isn't real? No, it's real. Remember, I showed that video to explain it. It's real. It just people don't fully understand like the concept of it, and just compared to a normal computer. So I think it's real. I just don't think it's the full extent of it has not been unlocked, or we haven't figured it out yet. Yeah, Abivi, they had a trial thing today too. No, and then, yeah, the messages stay because YouTube tried to hold me. Remember when I told you I tried to unban everybody? And then I couldn't find them? And then I was like, oh shit, I can't ban people anymore because then I'll never be able to unban them. Right? And then right when I told you guys that, some of y'all started acting hella wild because you're like, oh, he can't ban me. So I said, fuck all that. We still following the rules. So now I just ban you, and then I go to your channel and I copy your channel link and I put it in another document. Ta-da! So yeah, there you go. Very simple. I can ban you and I can unban you. So it's very simple. Follow the rules. And if you see someone break the rules, it'll stay there. And guess what? You're not going to see him again. Call it a day. That's fine. It's simple, bro. I'm not here. And why? You keep listening, keep listening. You don't want to listen, don't listen. You want to make money, let's make money. You want a long term, let's make it. You want to be at the call, let's go, baby. You make your mind up. Make a decision. But other than that, we got to follow the rules. And I'm here for the people who want to be here, not the people playing around all the time. And again, you got to lock in, and it shows. And now I think the longer I act like this, the more it highlights it. Because like I'm saying, bro, we've been acting a certain way for 7 months now, 8 months now. So for real, I've seen people, I don't know what you were doing for the 8 months, but to come in here pumping, that's why I'm like, bro, it stands out, big dog. It's very odd. So yeah, we just can't do it, but I'm glad I found an answer to it. So get it where you fit in, guys. And it's no hatred or anything. I got to focus, and I'm here for the people who want it in the way I'm giving it. And if you want to do it your own way, you're more than welcome to. And I hope you do, and I wish you success. But I have something for my people, and we're going to do it a certain way. So I hope to see you there. America needs more power. Warehouse rooftops could provide the solution. Solar Edge to install 630 megawatts of solar capacity on 500 commercial units. Check Solar Edge, SEDG. Yeah, look at it, it's popping. They're coming up with this new, it's a Wall Street Journal exclusive coming out now. Seems kind of big. I don't really understand. Dude, yeah, it's ripping now. Solar Edge. That's crazy. What the fuck? SEDG. It's up 3, so that's triggering baby signal for now, but long story short, they have this plan to use 500 commercial buildings for like solar projects. They might try to tie it into AI. Bank of Canada uncertainty remains. Oh, I didn't go for the contracts, no. I didn't even look. I don't understand it. That's why. So I sent out the stream alert. I even said I didn't understand it. And this I said I didn't think it was gonna be big. But that hit my trigger. I'm surprised. So yeah, but if I don't even look if I don't understand it. So if I understand it, I could make a good play. If I don't get it, it just doesn't help. You see what I'm saying? Or you're more likely to get clapped. Besant notes Japan EU deals preceded talks with China team. I am keeping an eye on the yield curve, but it's not as important. Just because it already had that false signal and Powell fucked it up with the election. So, and then we're playing this weird bond game. So it's very important, but now we're in the stage of kind of monitoring results. Indian has taken note of statement by U.S. President. Art Oklo, Seed Beyond. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, 4% going up. Laser. You got, again, a lot of small caps. They got knocked off yesterday. Besant, it's not overstating to say China is a bit on its heels. That's kind of cold water. He said the opposite yesterday. Where is Besant, bro? There's a financial Senate banking committee too. I don't know where Besant's at, but I got those comments. President Trump won't be approving windmills in my administration. Truth Social. Company get kicked out. Just underperformance or the activity of the consumer. The S&P 500 is supposed to be representative of the United States economy based on activity, purchases, all of that. So if someone's getting removed or added, that means that product or service is becoming more integrated in the U.S. economy or less integrated, right? Like at one point, I feel like jeans were more part of the economy than they are today. Or we've had, different things on the other one, where you just get random stuff. Truth Social will kick you out if you have opposing views. They'll ban you. I'll do that too, but I do it a little differently because what a lot of people do nowadays, it's like men trying to have sex with women and they lie. They're very disingenuous. So I'm always open for a discussion, a real one. And I love a real, genuine discussion that disagrees with me. I genuinely do. As somebody who has a degree in philosophy, studied theology and other things, I always love a good counter argument. I have not been this prepared in my life by not listening to counter arguments. I actually prepare and foresee them in advance because I know my topic that well. Yeah, you should too. So I'm always open to that. But then once I'll listen. But then once I see that it's disingenuous and they're, I'm not trying to fuck. I'm not trying. Oh yeah, no. And then it takes a turn. So unfortunately, a lot of people do that nowadays. So yeah, but I don't really. I just go on Truth Social for the info. But yeah, so just be genuine, and that's a good way. Even in your disagreements, if you genuinely mean it, and in talks, like that's the best way. Not to play the gotcha game, to play the oh look, yeah, see, oh it's like, and that's a lot of people, and they'll fake a conversation just to end it like that, and it's not. That doesn't really advance anything. Oh, you posted it on Twitter for me? Thank you. So I'm why'd I think Breitbart was that cartoon thing?
Trump, they couldn't get the two of the greatest venture capitalists of the generation. They couldn't get the White House, the Biden White House, to call him back on AI, and now we have an AI czar. That we are having a digital asset event. So I think we are. Yeah, how come this isn't publicized? Setting the stage.
Thank you, Breitbart. This is a great feed. Yeah.
Great.
There's only 500
policies, but also focusing on the jobs.
You get random headlines.
So I'm super bullish on that.
NVIDIA running.
When you deal,
and Bitcoin.
Fascinating for me now is my job for 35 years as a macro investor was when policymakers met to kind of have my ear up against the door, try to figure out what was going on in the room, what they were saying, what they could do, what they would do, what they should do, and how the market would react. Now I'm in the room and I'm thinking, okay, what can we do? What should we do?
Nice.
What's possible? How will the market react? How will the economy react?
Home Depot.
And I tell you,
I had to get a bunch of supplies. I had to translate multiple languages between people. And then I had to go to the gym. And then I had to pray. And then I had to film the watch list. And I answered that question last night.
You don't have to read his, I think it's 300-page report. The FT about 2.5 months ago did a summary of the report. And he came out and said that the EU internally taxes themselves 100% on services and 50% on goods. The EU was supposed to get rid of economic friction, whether it's in finance, whether it's in technology, whether it's in energy. All the EU wants to do is over-regulate. It is a bunch of supernatural national bureaucrats with no industry experience sitting in Brussels, and they've just given up.
I can fill a hole, but I can't do the whole
I think
thing.
now with America, there's just nothing like the U.S. With the innovation,
a monkey,
that we're blessed with these natural resources.
Unfortunately,
I think
I've already looked into it.
Going to be unstoppable. I think the Chinese model, their economic model, is starting to implode. That somehow they believe that gravity doesn't apply to them in real estate. They're in the middle of a real estate crisis, and I think that the rest of the world will have had it with just the Chinese pushing out these cheap goods.
Okay, so last thing on trade is that one of the things, so we had our John Carney, our economics editor who introduced us here, ran the numbers. Apparently, the deals that you guys have already made are close to 60% of world GDP. Obviously, we have an August 1st deadline coming up that the president has made clear. If the deals are not in place, then the tariffs are going to go into place even more so then. Do you expect any 11th hour deals? And talk to us about just how consequential this alliance that has basically come together here through these deals that the president's made is for the world economy.
Yeah, so we have 18 important trading partners, 60% of GDP, and then a lot of the GDP we may not trade with. Look,
Palo and Cyber.
If I said it in Stockholm yesterday evening, that if there's not a deal by August 1, I would encourage market participants, corporate America, even the countries, not to panic, because you can still do a deal. You're just going to go back to your April 2nd reciprocal tariff level. And
that's the embargo, bro.
It may be on for 3 days, it may be on for 3 weeks, it may be on for 3 months. You can continue negotiating, but back to the president creating leverage, that when the whole world's been at 10%. If you have not come with a good deal, if you have not moved quickly, I can tell you, jumping from 10% back to, I'll pick a number, back to 34% is going to get a lot of attention, right? And I would expect that it's going to be a busy August.
I want to get into Big Beautiful Bill and the things that are in which is now a Big Beautiful Law. So and the things that are in there. But really quick, also today the Federal Reserve is meeting. President Trump has called on them again with these massive economic growth numbers, the GDP numbers that we saw, to cut the rates. Do you expect a rate cut today? If not today, do we expect one in the future? I mean, eventually you'd think they have to do it, but what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not expecting a rate cut today. The market is pricing in rate cuts. And what I'm hoping that we can see out of the leadership at the Federal Reserve is a little bit of imagination. Because I am told that several members,
I love Bessie, bro. He's a smart guy.
The voters
he
work.
Said they're not going to cut.
7 members of the board in D.C. and then regional bank governors are selected, and a group of them to vote. And I think that they will see they were wrong on tariff.
I have
inflation.
a philo, but I realized.
By the way, tariffs.
We don't have philo today.
A one-time price
adjustment. We have Jerome Powell.
If it happens, which it hasn't happened, is not inflation, right? And everyone last month, a statistically insignificant amount.
High ticker, I see a lot of these crypto names, BMNR specifically.
The whole world was
BMNR popping, Tesla on the low. You already have Bitcoin running earlier.
And by the way, the dollar depreciated 10%, a normal economist would step back and say, well, perhaps that
we might have to
10
have a
basis
long
points
one, dude.
might have been from dollar depreciation.
You watched me. I was praying on the mountain yesterday. What you think was going to happen?
Tariff derangement syndrome. So
yeah, I got a
that was a long way of saying
fun.
I admired Alan Greenspan in the 90s. I thought he was a
Tesla
fantastic,
dumping right now. I don't know if there's a
Federal
tweet or
Reserve
something.
chair through the 80s, through the 90s, because he always had an open mind. And I think
this
the
conversation is like 5 minutes ahead of the wire. I just saw they encourage people not to panic.
Frozen the Fed, and I am hoping that they will have a more open mind.
All right, so Big Beautiful Bill. Can you lay out for us, which is now a Big Beautiful Law, can you lay out for us the things that are in there that are fueling the next phases of this economic growth? Because obviously the second quarter, I mean, yeah, the president signed it into law on July 4th, but we haven't really even seen the big impacts of this yet. So what's coming in the third quarter, the fourth quarter, the first quarter, and next year as this bill, which is now law, has its big, beautiful impact on the American economy?
Well, I think, and someone who I met in the meet and greet said, Mr. Secretary, when you're out speaking, will you and the cabinet emphasize the power of the 100% expensing? Like this 100% expensing, it is permanent. You can write off 100% of the equipment, and whether it is a new printing press, whether it is a computer, the minute you plug in the computer, you can write it off 100%. We also have,
Amazon
for the next
now
5
too.
years,
Again, Tesla is still
the
dumping.
factory structures and farm structures, 100% write-off. And when you think about that, that is very different than the social spending we saw under Biden. You're handing out money, or it's kind of dead ending in some
seems like this is their
project.
This is just
I don't even
an
remember how many
Cole's
tens of
on the
millions
high.
each charging station cost.
So I don't know if the memes are going to come back. Cole's just ripped 1.5.
That is
NVO
like
at
tightening the
15.
spring, because we're creating all this new productive capacity. And
I don't know what's going on with Tesla.
As you know, the way countries get
NVO,
rich
this
is
is the
through
dust
productivity
settling.
growth. So the
MSTR and
after-tax
Bitcoin
return
still
on
too.
capital is going to go through the roof. With the trade deals, we have factories wanting to come back to the U.S., so we're going to see U.S. companies coming in, foreign companies coming in, and we want the jobs of the future. I got in a little trouble when I said, well, we don't want the textile jobs of my childhood in the Carolinas to come back. And look, we're not going to be making socks and towels, but I had the National Organization of Textile Manufacturers come in the other day, and they're now a technology business. That if you are still manufacturing textiles in the United States of America, you are doing flame
Dow
retardant
Jones
things.
17
you are
red,
making
so 3, 4 more
uniforms. You are
flipped.
making Kevlar.
NASDAQ,
So,
actually more names green, 60
that's the
green,
kind of thing
39
I think
red.
is full expensing in the bill, but it's permanent.
So more tech
And
went up, and
that
then SPY,
surety
actually
is
more names
really
went lower,
going to do it.
mainly
And
energy.
then, yeah, I think President Trump also, thanks to his legislative
oil's
affairs
ripping
team,
now too.
got through his campaign promises.
Yeah, oil
no
stick.
tax on tips, no tax
New
on
high of the day.
overtime.
See if there's
Virtually
anything on
no
Russia.
tax on Social Security. When I bought my first car, you could deduct interest payments on cars. So you're going to be able to deduct
Emerson
interest
Electric,
payments on cars
down
made in the
1.5.
U.S. So on one side, I call it parallel prosperity, because for the past 15 years, Wall Street's done great
VFC failed.
and Main Street has suffered. And now I think with the one big beautiful bill, both can do great.
So another thing that's in there are these Trump accounts.
Yeah,
or,
listen if he says
Invest
something, because
America.
you have
This
like
is for
a
the next
5-minute
generation,
jump
right? So
on whatever's
babies
being
born
said
after
to hitting
the first of the
global
year
news
next year,
wires.
or I think after the 31st of December
but he just
this year,
hasn't said
I get
anything crazy.
$1,000 in their account that they can invest, and then also any kid I believe under 18 like my brother had a baby last year, so she would be able to have an account that they could open.
Follow me on
and,
Instagram at the Trading
people can put
Fraternity.
in
Real
up to
Cult
certain
News on
amounts,
Twitter. Get a
every
long
year
term.
for their
Amen.
child. Then they can invest that stuff in the market, and they can learn how to do this. I know you're a big proponent of financial literacy. One of the things we've seen is a number of companies, I think, for instance, one of our sponsors here at this event, Charter Communications, is they're matching contributions into this.
They told me that today. It's incredible.
Yeah, so what do you think? Do you think companies out there should do, it's like a matching 401k or something like that, right? Like, or matching IRA contributions or something that companies do as a benefit. Is that a good thing, do you think?
I think it's a great thing, and I also think that there's a group of the mega billionaires. I think part of this initiative was led by Michael Dell. I think he may be willing to do like a lot of matches, but I think what's important here is twofold, or maybe threefold. One, why are we on the verge of Caracas on the Hudson in New York? Why is this guy getting traction? Because young people are disillusioned with the system. So when you do this, you make everyone a shareholder. You make everyone a stakeholder. People who are part of the system do not want to bring down the system. You saw it earlier, my deep dark secret, and a lot of people from South Carolina do it, I have a Dr. Pepper every morning. So
yeah, bro,
puts me at the
remember we
Circle
had
K
this talk.
in
This is what
Charleston,
Peter
South
Thiel was
Carolina,
saying. We had this
on
talk.
the meeting in Calhoun.
I'm surprised he's
I'm
saying
in there
this.
in the morning, I'm dressed like this.
All right,
a lot
get my card now. I wanna pee.
young,
I just tripped
mostly
out when I heard
African American men, construction workers,
He's just
playing the
smart
lottery.
guy, bro.
Mister, when I win the lottery,
I like
will you
this
manage
guy's
my money
character.
for me? And I was sitting there thinking, and I tell him, the best thing you could do is save that $20. Now, with these accounts, they can be part of the system. What if they had put that money in the S&P or in Bitcoin or anything? So we're making people part of the system. We are increasing financial literacy. I think that every school, I think that at Treasury, we are going to push with these accounts that if you have the account, we want you to learn about it. We want you to understand it. We want, it's almost if you get a pet, you understand everything about your pet.
Stop the gambling, though.
So
I don't know why
if
y'all
you
did
have
that
these
with the
accounts, why are you investing
prediction
in this way?
markets.
How are
That's
you
what
doing
sucks.
it? How can you
I agree with a lot of what they
understand
say,
the power
but
of compound
then
interest?
there's just these
And
little
also at the end of
thorns
the day,
that I'm like,
that I'm
that's
not sure
good, though.
when the distribution level date should be. Whether should it be 30 and you can buy a house? Should it be 60? But in a way, it is a backdoor for privatizing Social Security. Like Social Security is a defined benefit plan paid out that, to the extent that if all of a sudden these accounts grow and you have in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for your retirement, then that's a game changer too.
Mm-hmm. So, I couldn't agree more. So, Mr. Secretary, another big thing you guys have done at the Treasury
Platinum is
Department,
down 3%.
People, when they think of the Treasury Department, they might not
Remember
think
the other day
about
went crazy?
immigration
Chow.
enforcement, border security, that type of thing. I know this is a huge
Welcome
part of the administration's
back.
efforts, but you guys have been sanctioning cartels.
Yeah, you came down here,
You guys
no
have been
real
very
headlines. I see
aggressive
Bank of
on this,
Canada,
and, it seems like
but
every
you're
day I
doing
wake
back
up
to
and there's
open,
another
moved a
press
little
release
bit.
Treasury sanctions this guy, sanctions that guy, sanctions this organization. Can you talk to us about those efforts and how you've gone after the cartels?
Sure, and I'll tell you too that part of the discussion with the Chinese, they sell the precursor drugs for fentanyl.
Sure.
If I hear the opium war, we didn't create the opium wars, and that they were able to turn off the supply of rare earth magnets very quickly. If they wanted to, they could turn off the supply of these precursor chemicals. And I have had children of two friends from the richest suburb in America, Greenwich, Connecticut, die of fentanyl. Mm-hmm. Imagine what we were doing if there were a terrorist organization that were killing 200,000 Americans a year. What would we do to them? We'd wipe them out.
Yeah.
Wipe them out. So we have at Treasury, we have declared the cartels of FTOs, foreign terrorist organizations, and we're coming for them. We sanctioned 3 financial institutions in Mexico, 1 brokerage firm, 2 small banks, and it's just not acceptable. We are taking down what's called suspicious activity report on the border states. We've taken the dollar amount per
takeover talks
suspicious activity
between JD?
reports down. And we're going to end this because
decision could be announced.
Even forget
in
like the deaths are impossible. Forget
takeover talks between JD.com and Kekoanomy. Shareholders are on home stretch. I think it's them buying somebody.
Destroyed.
But it's not reacting, and they're saying
Mr.
announcement
Secretary,
could be tonight.
People are really fired up about that.
Well,
I'm
no,
gonna
it's
look that
very
up.
personal for me
Coco?
because, like I said, I had 2
CEO?
children who I watched grow up die.
Yeah. So on the law enforcement front as well. So we've
European.
seen international criminal syndicates engaged in financial scams. There's a lot of financial institutions in this room today, and people that represent various
popping
financial
10%,
institutions.
and then SAP on the high.
What steps do you think this
I don't think it's an
administration,
opinion. I
through
think
the
it's
Treasury Department, Justice Department, et cetera, are prepared to take to work with the
I have a
private
headline
sector
from
to
5
go
days
after
ago.
those criminal syndicates? who
Economy
engage in,
confirms takeover
financial
talks with
scams
JD.
So we are pushing as
$4.60 a
hard
share.
as we can.
So yeah,
on
JD's buying
cybersecurity.
somebody else.
That
They're not
Treasury,
getting bought. That's
before
why the
I
stocks are
arrived,
moving.
Treasury was
If anything,
hacked.
they might go down.
Before I arrived, OCC was hacked. We believe that they were both Chinese hackers, which were brought up during our meetings yesterday, or in the 2 days. We are holding a tabletop exercise with the regulators. I believe we just did it 2 weeks ago in case of a large-scale cyber attack. And we're pushing as hard as we can on this because, again, with generative AI, that they could just grab your voice and do it. I think my public affairs team, I think, pulled down 30 false Facebook pages of me, of things I said.
You know how many fake bots I have of me?
Buy this,
Scott.
But
Google,
I think
can anybody help? Who has AI and billions of dollars?
Real challenge of the day, and obviously older people are more vulnerable, but everybody's vulnerable.
My bad, man.
All right, Mr. Secretary, the last thing I want to ask you about, and I want to get a lot into this question.
Hey, SPY coming down, Palo Alto coming up.
Particularly, we're seeing a boom.
And then VRT, some of these earnings, bro,
is what I
they're
think
flipping.
you've called it.
Emma
A
just
boom in
stayed pinned
capital
after the
expenditures
move.
in this country. In addition to that, you have a big
can you help us?
op-ed this morning in the Washington Post calling for laying out a plan to make the United States the crypto superpower of the world. Can you talk to us a little bit about both of those things here and kind of explain the capital expenditures thing for the audience at home so that I know everybody in this room is going to understand that, but the audience at home so they get it.
Yeah, so the CapEx boom, part of it's to do with AI, but one thing.
Okay, you're getting right back to open. If we
what
go
surprised
lower, we
you
could
the
break
most,
it,
or
but
what have you
if we
learned
just
the
hit
most,
here and bounce back up,
since you
bro, I'm
came
gonna
into
fuck
office?
it.
And
Oh man, we're doing
one of
that.
the things that surprised me the most.
So yeah, but that came no real headlines.
I
mean,
often remark.
Bessie did throw
Germany,
cold water a little earlier,
as
but
I talked
didn't
about
think
the
I would
Europeans,
knock you down like this.
but especially
don't
Germany.
think that's
They were
it.
this manufacturing powerhouse, and they've made the decision to deindustrialize. I think I didn't realize what a decision the U.S. had made to deindustrialize. That through a lot
Boomers
of
talking
the
crypto is cringy.
overreach
You
in
think
the
that's cringe?
environmental laws, we were
I
no
think it's
longer
more
able
cringe
to
that
build
there's
things.
people-
And President Trump,
Their number one
and we in
asset
the
is all
cabinet
about
are
decentralization,
committed
and
to
all they
making
want
sure
is more
that
government
America
involvement. I think
is
that's
able
cringe.
to build again.
I think
it
that's
should
shocking.
not take
I think
8
it's hilarious.
years to get a pipeline approved.
You know what I'm saying? Because back in my day when we bought
TSMC,
Bitcoin,
the world's
we were
largest
like
semiconductor
decentralized,
manufacturer, wants to
privatization.
build
You know what
a
I'm saying?
gigantic
Now they're like,
plant in Arizona.
give
They
me
want to
Pfizer.
expand. one of the biggest national security
Bitcoin
risks
government, give it to
to
Wall
everyone in
Street.
this room,
Sell more.
to the
I'm like,
Western
what the fuck
world,
is wrong?
is
How
that
did this happen?
99% of the high-performance semiconductors are built in Taiwan. And they're having trouble with building permits. We're having trouble drilling. It's impossible to do an oil pipeline that crosses state lines. So it's a combination of tax policy, but regulatory policy. We want America to be able to build again.
Really exciting stuff. Mr. Secretary, I really want to thank you for taking the time to do this with us, sir, and give our best to the president. So, yep.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to do another panel here in just a second. John Carney is going to join me up on stage, and we're going to have Senator Jim Banks from Indiana, freshman senator from Indiana, and then also James Braid, the White House Legislative Affairs Director, is going to join us up here. So bear with us a second. We're going to get set up, and we're going to get rolling.
All right. No, he said something about the August 1st thing, and it was like right before that, where he said China was on their heels. Yes, remember I called it out, and I was like, dude, he said the opposite yesterday. So that was the only negative thing I heard. And then we did start dumping like 5 minutes later, but I don't think that's why we went down. I don't think that would be enough. But, you know, we spent the first half of the day saying how everyone's going to wait until Powell. Then we broke out, and then I didn't hear that. And then now we're coming right back down. Now you're at open. So long story short, you're back in the same spot that we've kind of dreaded of, you know, back and forth, still at open. So let's see what we do here as we move lower. But again, still got earnings, still got Powell, Treasury refunding, and a couple more trade updates on there. But that was Besant. You could find bearish comments, but I don't know if that's the only reason remember, you know, 40% of the S&P is reporting. You got everything from buybacks to overhangs. So, you know, there's a lot at play. Like I've been saying yesterday, just don't be so quick to think everything is a material move, you know, especially during big earnings like this, and you will be good. High tariffs are not priced in. No. Right now, everyone's ignoring the high effective rate. So even then, the effective tariff rate in place is way higher than even I would have thought. And everybody is fading that now. And that's fine, I guess, but the real risk is if China gets extension or not. That's it. Because then we go back to 145, virtual embargo, you have a problem. So that's, again, watch list. I don't know why you want me to keep explaining it. But yeah, if you guys should do that. From now on, I might have it as a requirement. Before you come on here and ask me a question live, you need to watch the watch list, all of you. Because you are all members, you all have access to it. But other than that, asking me live without preparing is wild to me. So yeah, because I made the watch list about that yesterday, because I think a lot of people are missing that and they're not understanding it. And again, if you've been following along, I've chopped it up very clearly this year in terms of tariffs, the impact, deflationary. I chopped it up, EU and China for you, Canada and Mexico. We talked about steel and autos. I broke it down. Everything is broken down into pieces. And we have our China block, and that's a big event. So I encourage you to follow along with it. I don't want to chat just to chat. I want to chat for productivity. So I might have to put that in the rules after today. You will be required to watch the watch list before asking a question. And if your question was on the watch list, I will ban you. Because, again, I want you to look at it before and prepare. Prepare. But, yeah, I did answer your question, though. Ghana cuts benchmark by 300 basis points. Wow. Did the feed stop? This? No, it's still there. 61 months, 5 years. It's crazy. I know, baby, but to many, many more. And I hope you got a nice garden. And let's get it, baby. Thank you. I love it. I love it, man. You know, we have a very big. We have people getting banned every day, and then we got people that ain't never been banned for 61 months. Hoorah, baby! And shout out the vets. watch list is on, you're cooked, just watch it before you click the video, man. Very simple. Even in the morning. Like I said, I don't think you guys want to hear all of this stuff that I did yesterday, and I still made the watch list. But, you know, so I won't make you have to go through that again. But like I'm saying, just quite simply, I would give the first 20 minutes a listen every morning before you click on this video. Unless you want me to reprimand you and tell you that, oh, wow, you are obviously not prepared for that question. So I will keep doing that if you would like, but yeah. So just click on it before you could go there, watch it, 20 minutes, man. Especially if you care about these things. If you care about these topics, you care about some of these questions genuinely. I know what you guys want, and I'm giving it to you, but maybe not how you want it. So yeah. It's 4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. when I start too, brother. Like I said, I don't think you want to hear. Again, I make the watch list. I run several businesses. I drove 4 hours yesterday. I still take care of my body. And listen, everybody has their own struggle. They have their own thing. But like I'm saying, if you care about these topics and are going to ask me while you're here today, I would just ask that you give 20 minutes ahead of time. Otherwise, it's very hard to take people seriously. Because then I just don't know if you really care. Because then I'm like, well, I already answered it. So maybe not. Maybe you just want to chat, but I don't want to chat. I want information. I want good stuff. I want seeds, and I want planting, and all of it. And welcome, Stacy. Oh, we love the Stacys. God bless you. We do need Colt overalls. Holy shit, you are right. Watchlist makes me smile too, man. And thank you, all of you guys who do watch it, and this doesn't apply to you. I hope you know, you guys are the reason why I do it. You know that? For real, bro. That's why I tweeted it back. He said, bro, I'm going to wait for the watch list no matter what tonight. And I said, bro, me too. I made that decision in my mind yesterday too, bro. I said, you know what, bro? I don't care what I have to do. I don't care where the fuck I'm going. I don't care when I get home. I said, I got to do this. We need to talk about these topics from NVO to China to the Fed. So that's why I said, bro, I'm with you, man. So that's all I'm saying. I think you and I are aligned. Some of you, we have alignment with both our purpose, why we're here, I don't have to fucking convince you to watch a watch list. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to I don't have to explain to you how far ahead we've been on everything. Like, and God bless you. You are the gracious folks, and I love you. And that's what I'm saying, though. That's the driving engine of what we have here. It's real people who genuinely want it and are committed to it. I'll give you the same thing. So, I thank you. And thank you for all, as much as I got to rant at the motherfuckers who are not you, I think I should talk about you guys, because you guys are amazing, and it's great. That's why we have a compound now. That's why we have a lot of things, bro. That's why I just smile on my face every day, and I'm I brought more soldiers, baby. I look forward to the future. Woo! Amen. Oh yeah, thank you guys, for real. That's what I said thank you to my gracious people. But and listen, fuck a thank you. You know what I'm saying? It will reward you. Above all else. Fuck the emotions, the nice, warm, fuzzy feelings. Even though love is good and community is great. But at the end of the day, it will reward you. That's what I'm saying. At bare minimum, if you don't, I'm not trying to give anybody shit today. And I made that clear every time I've explained it. I just want preparation. And I say that so that all of you rise to your highest ability, so that you take advantage of this market and get paid. You got to prepare. And like I'm showing you, though, all the times I commented, bro, I hope you realize your edge. People ain't preparing, dog. Do you understand me? Do you guys not see it? Even these guys who go up they ain't preparing. There is a lack of preparation. I see it everywhere I go. And listen, doubt your efforts, not your aims. I think you guys will be good traders. I think you guys will build great long terms. I think you could dominate Wall Street. But you got to doubt your efforts and prepare. Preparation. And preparation is going to make things easy. What you think is a chore today becomes easy with preparation. You take enjoyment in it. You prepare early, bro. Smooth sailing, coasting. You are going to coast while people struggle to try to build up the encouragement, whatever it is, because you prepared. So prepare. And that's again, just like the gym. Amen. So above all else, bro, I got great vibes today. I love you all, even if I banned you, even if I reprimanded you. I want preparation. Do you understand me? So take it however you please. Give me, maybe I'm an asshole or not, but I want preparation. I want you to want preparation, because when y'all do that, bro, it's going to give you some good money. It's going to give you a good advantage. But again, it does require, it's not just the info. You know, we live in a world in the last 5 years, info has gotten more available, and you could get info. Obviously, I could get you guys some info maybe a little bit earlier, but it doesn't matter. It matters how you are prepared with it. You know, just like I'm saying, shit comes across. I'm like, dude, I don't know what that means. We can't operate the same way. But then something comes across, bro. We know August 13th. Motherfuckers don't know what that is. They don't know why. If you do and you're prepared for that, bro, you're now getting even faster. Do you get what I'm saying? Y'all think I'm fast because I'm getting the info? It's because I got the info and I sat here every other day. And I'm tying it in to everything else instantly. That's what you got to do, by preparation. So, above all else, don't take any negative feelings from any of this conversation. Please don't. I don't want that. I want you to be curious about preparation. And I want you to look at it and be curious about what you can accomplish if you prepared a little bit more. And preparation is going to be a good thing for you. So I do want to encourage that. Oh, Lori. Woo! I made Wall Street my once I understood the long-term resilience. Amen, baby. Amen. And it's all preparation. And it's going to make it easier for you guys. That's what I'm saying. You know, I could do a lot in a day, and there's a lot I have to handle, but when you constantly prepare, it makes things flow better. It will make this challenge and the challenging task of managing your money, growing it will be easier. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be like a less effort, and it's not going to be as taxing. It's not going to weigh on you mentally the same way because you are prepared. Just think about any time when you were young and you went to class and you got a big test and you weren't prepared. It brings emotions. Versus you remember when you would get like a test, but you were really prepared. You're like, easy. It's the same thing. It's the same thing now, just with your money. So prepare. Thanks. Well, thank you, man. I'm glad. I appreciate it. And that's what I'm saying, bro. If it hits, live in it, bro, and it'll be good. But I do want you to, like I'm saying, bro, even AI, all this stuff, bro. We live in a lot of opportunity in this world, and I've shared a lot of it with you in advance. But you got to prepare, and that's what I'm saying. It's gonna make it easier for you, and you do that, you'll be good to go. You're prepared with pivot points. Good. Prepare more. That's what I'm saying. Doubt your efforts, not your aims. At every moment, we know what we're going. We know what we want. Align with it. But at the end of the day, I need you to doubt your effort. Can you prepare more? You see what I'm saying? Can we cover all bases? Have we done that? Let's go. Give it another boost. And that's it. We're not doubting. You're not doing it in negativity. You're not doing it doubting, oh, am I enough? Am I this? Is this even what I should be? No, we're doubting. Wait, we could do a little better. We could prepare a little bit more. We can get an extra edge. We could get one more step in. Keep doubting that, bro. You're going to get it. And you're going to get it easier. Doubt your efforts, not your aims. So, back head open. Let's see. Like I said, if it goes a little lower and like cascades, we might have a problem, but otherwise, now we're back to nothing. But ahead of Powell, it should move a little bit. I think you'll get like a quarter point ahead of Powell, like within that hour or two. The 1 to 2 hour window ahead of FOMC, it should start to move a little bit. Have a great one, baby. Amen. Good morning. Still bright and early. All right, man. Euro closed 2 in 3 minutes. So that was even pre-Euro dump. Generac on the high. NVO at 50, watch list, brother. So we're just waiting for the dust to settle. That's the simple answer. Like I said, we've just been covering. I love the analogy, so that's what I'm saying. Unfortunately, I hope a lot of you could get the fruit off of this, because we've been going over a really cool analogy lately about scouting, and I keep talking about a draft class. So I think you need to understand that, because it really simplifies what we're doing, and that's why I'm not like. That's why everyone's like, what should I do? What should I do? This. It's like, that doesn't fit our plan. You know, we know what we're looking at, and we're waiting. And now, one at a time, we're watching these potential plays that we like for the long term. NVO is one of them. UPS is another. Heli, UNH. There's several. And it's like, we're going to draft them. But now we're getting these scouting reports from their earnings, and we're going to go through. So after a bad scouting report, we want to let the dust settle. Let's see how some of the other names do, and then we're going to go from there. So, yeah. But after I just explained all that, I am banning you now, because that was on the watch list. Go watch the watch list. I will gladly re-explain it with joy, but there is going to be the price you will pay for it. Okay? And that is going to just click it. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Breaking major disruptions at London due to radar malfunctions. Yeah, I see that. I do want a cyber company too. I feel like they're all expensive. Sentinel was the only one that wasn't. But yeah, I feel you. Preparation Nation. Amen. Tell him, bro. Very attractive to own a second home. Yeah, see that I don't know foreign real estate to say. MO dumping. But can you do America? You could buy elsewhere. But yeah, it is a little different if you're not in the US. And that's the thing, because like legitimately, I believe in the United States real estate. That is especially after the big beautiful bill and everything going on, like that is where it is. So I don't know, assuming you got like nothing sketchy, I could help you get in America, even if you're foreign. I have a good specialty in that. I've helped a lot of people overseas do that with big money, but it costs a lot. That's it. You're going to need a lot of cash. But if you got that, I would do it, hands down. Or, I don't know, I would be down to talk to you on it. I have ideas in Europe, but I've never done it. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've invested in foreign stuff as a like paper. Like, I'm a side investor. I'm getting the paper, the return. I'm not like involved in the project like that. So that's why I'm like, I have areas in Europe that I like. There's some places where I've been looking at it. I've been talking to my girlfriend and her family about it. Because Switzerland inspired me, and there's certain things we've noticed. So I've never tried it before, and I don't. It's a weird concept, but I'm the easy money is America, 100%. I mean, like, you could still live in Netherlands, you still do your thing, and then we go buy you a passive rental property in America. So then that way you get your second home. It'll probably be easier, but then you're foreign, so different requirements. But yeah, then you could get best of both worlds. And like, again, U.S. real estate, that is what my plan is. That's what I share with everybody. That's what I believe is going to, work very well with U.S. equities. Foreign real estate is different. It doesn't, America is very unique in how real estate and real estate culture is different everywhere else. That's the thing. That's why real estate in America operates different than every other country. It's so wild. Our culture, the house flips, buying certain areas, it's just so different in Europe. And then how they get the loans and all, it's just so different. So that's why the value proposition is different. And again, they have a little bit more socialism and other things and social support. So just the value of land and living value is just different. That's why I've never, I have my skill and confidence in United States real estate. That's why I said, you guys with the long term, you will. I'm telling you, I think when the story is written, God willing, I think some of you, normal American, normal job, below average, I think some of you will have the shot to be richer than Andrew Tate, because that motherfucker doesn't own any U.S. real estate. So you could have a big ass house foreign, you could have Ferraris and Bugattis, but it's a real different ballgame if you don't have U.S. real estate. I mean that genuinely. Because you know what? Foreign cars in foreign land is cheap. I'm telling you, you could go buy and live in stuff anywhere cheap. But to own, and then the limitations and the value added U.S., it's amazing. So yeah, I think some people, and that's why I believe in U.S., United States, but not, I can't say that about everywhere else. I don't even say that negatively towards Andrew Tate. I hope I could encourage homeboy to buy it. I'll sell him a property at a discount, because I don't understand how he could do that. That's so foolish. I mean, then again, there could be other things that are foolish, but above all else, that's what I care about. That's insane. And that's what I'm saying. And any of you guys who make big money, I know a lot of you in here do. There's some of you guys making ridiculous amounts of money. You're doing very well, and you're young, and you don't end up owning real estate. You're hoeing yourself so hard in this country. I don't know why you would. Believe me, both for capital preservation, asset preservation, tax shelter. Don't fall for the trap, bro. I'm telling you, you could have everything. Doesn't mean you don't have to have Bitcoin. You could get whatever you want, but you gotta. If you have the money, and you're not getting real estate, that's it. Why are we worried about him? Why are you ignoring the 90% of the other conversation and then ending there? So yeah, I was saying about U.S. real estate and how some people will be richer than him, and I'm using him as an example of not owning it. So, nice reductionism, but that should answer your question. Grant Cardone did tell you to rent. He did. For a long time, when houses were cheap. But then again, I mean, you guys gotta, this is why I encourage you to be wise on what you listen to, have accountability for yourself and others, and then don't listen to the world. Because I see it every day. I see people complain. I saw a post yesterday, went viral, said, my dad bought a house at 24. Yeah, today 30-year-olds are renting, side gig, 4 roommates, and they're like generational robbery. The boomers. I'm like, no, I get it. I see where people are saying it, but I vividly remember, just like Bitcoin, the same guys who get mad when I caution Bitcoin today, they were making fun of me for buying Bitcoin between $300 and $10,000. Now they become hardos. Do you not get it? Bro, 2016, 17, 2015, all the way to 2020. I was buying houses and I was telling people to, young people, and you know what my generation did? People 10 years older, 10 years younger than me, they all called me an idiot. They said real estate is dumb. They said, why would you waste your money? Go travel, go experience. You're going to get old and you're going to regret owning a house because you won't be old to travel. That was during the travel bros. Yes. You guys remember it. You remember it. You don't remember 2015 to 2019? That was the rise of travel influencers, and everything was all about go see the world. Oh, you're a shitty person, but if you go and see foreign people struggle, it'll make you a better person. Go do it. You don't remember all that? I remember it all. Oh yeah, because that's why people were giving me a lot of shit. I was telling young people, old people, bro, I watched society devalue shelter. And they were saying, why would I spend my money on shelter? Why? Who cares? I don't need shelter. I don't need it. The same people claiming generational robbery today had the home 70% cheaper and refused. They said, no, I don't want it. They could have got it at low rates. It was hard to qualify. It's always hard to qualify. But like I'm saying, it's not what I see a lot of people complain, but I vividly remember just watching millions of people choose. They made a decision. They said they don't want a home. They said home was a liability. They said it was a chain. They said it was a fancy chain and ball. All you were doing was chaining yourself to this house. They said, I'd rather rent, travel, not have to worry about the maintenance, all of it. You know this. You did this. So that's why I'm saying you can't be getting mad at the boomers. And like I'm saying, I see a lot of the recent transactions. I see people who bought 2-3 years ago trying to sell for 10%, 20% more, doing nothing. So yeah, it's not, I do think the real estate market is ridiculous. I do think it's hard, and we have real inflation. We really do. And it's not, things have changed, but there is also benefits, and you have access to credit. But just like I'm saying, bro, just stop listening to the world and culture. Just like, I know I'm on the internet and you guys are too, but like, you got to start thinking for yourself, and you got to start, like, don't get caught up in the hype and everybody all at once. You know what I'm saying? Like, every day people get in waves and crowds, and then it's like, but you got to know what's valuable, and you got to think about that on your own and really decide and, envision it and plan for it and do it. But you keep following it, again, the world is just going to keep misleading you, and then even if it did the opposite thing, it's going to act like it didn't. Because like I'm saying, all these people who are complaining about it, I remember millions of people. I would get shit on so hard when I would try to explain to people why they should go to Indiana and buy a $90,000 house. I was trying to explain I made a video in 2019 before it all. And I'm like, hey, stock traders, you build the long term, you hit your trades, and then you go, and I say, go to Indiana and buy these houses at 90 grand. You get a manager, don't even worry about it, all of it. I say, even if you don't want to live in it, rent. People said it was dumb. Said foolish. They said, why would I do that? Why would I do that? I'd rather spend the money on it. What am I going to do? I'm going to make $100 a month of cash flow? I'm going to make $200 a month of cash flow? You don't remember that? I do. I bet you I think some of the comments still up on the video. So, yeah, it's just, don't follow the world, man. I don't know what to tell you guys beyond that. So, it's just, don't buy a house expensive. There's ways to do it, but you got to plan, you got to believe it's possible, and you got to hunt. Yeah, I can't believe vividly. That's the beauty of real estate. I've been in it for a while, but I've seen a lot of things, bro. And that has been a very surprising one, is that, there was a reason houses used to sit for a long time at 0% interest rates. Housing was unpopular. You guys like 2015 to 2019, housing was dumb. Nobody wanted it. They wanted everything but housing. They would have taken stocks. They wanted to go on a trip. They would have bought in cars, Teslas, anything but a house. It didn't get people excited. It wasn't even whether you wanted to live in it or not. The social towards it was looked down upon. And then it wasn't till after COVID, and then people are like, oh, I'm inside all shelter. They valued shelter differently. And then the mortgage payments and all of it. And then, yeah, here we are. Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's a very, and I'll call it out. I'm not mad at anybody, but for the people who are, value critical thinking, I call it out so you just don't be misled. Because I'm saying, the same people who are calling crypto a scam in the beginning, they're the same people now that get mad if you say, I don't want to buy at all-time highs. And then, like I'm saying now, the same people crying about real estate and blaming boomers and trying to make it a civil war, they were the same people who had houses 75% off and they wouldn't buy it. They wouldn't even have taken it even if you gave it to them for free practically. No one wanted it. So it's just like these little popular narratives and everyone going on, like, you got to know value on your own and you got to act on it when you see it. And that's what I'm saying. You're all going to live somewhere. There's a reason why this is part of our plan. I've always believed in the value of living and all of it. And that's why your stocks and living, we knock out the house, rebuild the portfolio. You're growing. You're going to keep growing. You're going to be protected. You're not going to worry about this stuff because you valued your house early and you valued it at the beginning because you knew you got to live somewhere. That right there, boom, you just made a great decision and it will prepare you for the future. That's the whole point. Housing is cheaper than stocks right now. Believe it or not. To put it into perspective, stock market's up about 40% in 2 years. Real estate is unchanged, let alone negative in most areas. Jersey is the only place that's up, Boston and a couple of others. So it's definitely geographic, but no, stocks are more expensive. That's why I didn't feel bad selling the long term. Legitimately, stocks have ran, and meanwhile housing is not. So then you get a house at a discount. That's a crazy margin. Feed me, Seymour. What up, baby? I'm used to reading that on the Twitch. It's good to see you here, baby. Real estate market is dead in South Carolina. I mean, not to open face. That motherfucker closing every day. But yeah, it all depends. South Carolina's not that bad. It's not on my list as like the bad. Florida's terrible. Florida's great to buy though, because now the prices are starting to move a little, but they're sitting and they got good inventory. So you could get a good option if you are going to be paying. That's why inventory is good. Even if the prices are elevated, like right now when the prices stall, when you have good inventory, at least you get better options. So even if you're going to be paying double the 2019, but then still like 20% lower than the high, it's like if you have inventory, you're going to find the house with a pool. You're going to get the one with the view. And more inventory gives you an option to get better homes. So that's why Florida is becoming, it's still like they're not budging on price as much, but now you're getting more options. And that's good because now the same 200 grand is going to get you a pool or a backsplash when you have more houses popping up. So it still might be elevated, but you're now getting more utility out of it, which is great. Rio and BHP Flushing could be related to Brazil. Trump to sign law, VA home loan program reform in the bill. And then, yeah, Rio is down 2.5, not off the candle, but it is dropping. Yes, I can see the ats now. So yeah, it's funny because you know what I learned yesterday? I learned how many of you are actors. Because some of you are really, really banned. And then you used a different name and then it snitched on you. So yeah, you're one of them. You're one of them. Mr. Nice Watch. He was the guy who ruined all the games for you because he wanted to cheat on Guess the Price. So yeah. He wanted to ruin it for 5,000 people to get $100. I would have just gave it to him if I knew he was gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? I would pay you guys. I was like, we just trying to vibe, dog. So yeah, but there it is. It happens. Airbus numbers coming out. Check Boeing. kind of beat, not that big. No, we can have fun. That's it. You guys just got to start learning what I have to learn and what I did learn. You just need to start parsing everybody, even in the chat. There's just people who are just, they want stuff. That's not why we're all here. You know what I'm saying? Some of us really want the long term. We want the info. We want the growth. You know, we want the real community. Some of us have, your brother is born in the time of need. You know what I'm saying? And other people just, some people just want to sell. Some people just want to do other stuff and they're trying to execute something else. That's why there's a big difference. So, yeah, it's just simple as that. The real ones are amazing, bro. That's why. But so just be yourself and be real. Cut out the acting and we'll all be fine. Yeah, you both of them. We talked about them yesterday, so first set of draft class names. I'm liking them. I have seen a bit higher. It's usually a glitch. McDonald's. All right. Dude, it's about to be 9. I don't know. We have Powell. We have Powell. So little by, like I said, the hour before we might move, but yeah, other than that, we're going to see. We do need push-ups, actually. Yeah, I'm down. I gotta do my foot workouts. Woo! Of probably, you can't ever guess like a real probability, but that's why we look out payout ratio, because then that way you could see. That's why, like, the fundamentals, cash flow, seeing how much money they have, and then if they're paying out more of their profits to dividend, like, you can't sustain that. That's usually what happens. So the companies with like struggling but then low payout ratio, like their dividend is like a small portion of their net profit, doesn't really matter. But if they're paying all or most of it there, then yeah, you're gonna be screwed. I think you will be getting EU once we reopen. You will. But yeah, man, I do though. Just please get a long term, man. Like I'm saying, I said it yesterday, bro. There's gonna be a time for trades, for real. You know, I'm not trying to like get you guys turned off by something. It's just not the right time. You know, there's a good opportunity for the long term. Once you get panic, we could trade again a lot more actively. But like I'm saying, it's just, if you're not prioritizing your future, the options is gonna fuck you up. You guys understand? Simple. That's all. I want you to respect it. That's it. I'm not telling you to be scared of it. You don't have to be. But you need to respect it. And you need to balance your budget. And if you're not prioritizing effectively, and again, not preparing, it's not why. We can't do that. So I look forward to the reopening of Stream Alerts, but there's a reason why we closed it. And I want it to have fruit. And that's what I'm saying. Take advantage of your opportunity. Do not give away your money. You don't have to. You see what I'm saying? And now, if y'all can make it and make it serve for you and make it serve you, you're going to set yourself up with a nice little lead. And that's what we got to do. So yeah, we will get you your Stream Alerts eventually, but in the meantime, understand you should be establishing yourself in this moment. You need to. And then even when you do get back to it, you 10% of your 10% to gamble. That's it. You'll never blow up, even if you blow up. That's how we got to let it add. Options is the dessert. It is not the main course. That's it. You treat it like that, we're going to be good. But that's what I'm saying. While everybody's asking for dessert, my brother, we need to prepare the main meal. You see what I'm saying? Once the main meal is ready to come out and on the table, then we'll cook up the dessert. But like I'm saying, if you're everybody wants to make candy first, but that's not going to give us what we need right now. Yeah, but stand up, bro. Do some push-ups. I'm standing on a yoga block right now. Oh my gosh, bro. Hurts. Tired, bro. Why do they make you explain it every day? It's for you. It's so you could see who is actually locked in and who is not. It's not just for me. That's why I said y'all need to start having the discernment. Y'all need to start looking around and realize, like, that's what I'm saying, bro. You're not following the rules. You're pumping a play. What is your intention? Again, you know how many people, that's why I say, bro, all the damn copycats. I don't know who needs to hear this, but I don't think God called you to just copy me and then put God on it too. Like, you know, like I'm saying, bro, you got all of it. Just when it's all said and done, you got to realize, like, some of you are here for the right purpose and we are going to do amazing things. And I look forward to it. But there's a lot of other people who are coming in for other reasons. And you got to start picking up on that. That's what I'm saying. From the pumping to all these other things. So, yeah, just be wise, bro. Be wise. Between Stock Market Live and the trading fraternity, one is live for trading, just the stream. Airbus now targets 5 a month. First thought. Well, budget too. Remember, long-term teaches budget. You know, that deposit, sticking to it, the same thing even with trading. 10% of the 10%. All right, bro, we're right at VWAP. It's actually above open, but yeah, we are doing the thing. Oh, I need to do the wall stretch. So I just did the toe one, so please hold. Please hold while we connect your long term. I don't have propaganda. The email, thank you, man. I'm excited, bro. I'm excited to meet all of y'all. The real one. That's what I'm saying, bro. I look forward to it. I look forward to having community with the people who are here for community. And the people who want to do the long term and, you know, grow their life and protect their families and, you know, do what I've done in mine and do it better. I'm really excited about it, you know? That's what I'm saying. But unfortunately, you're going to have the other stuff. And not everyone's going to be there for that, for the same things. No one's going to want what you want for you the same way. So just don't forget that.
Upset about it, but at the same time, it received investor support.
I almost talked to people at the gym because of you.
So,
but then you know what happened yesterday, bro?
And you see your share
everybody
price
kept staring at me.
3, 4, 5, 10
I even told my girl, bro. I got hit on in traffic.
Generous.
Right.
I was so hyped,
just
bro.
Really quickly remind
I was very hyped.
What
I was like, oh my gosh.
When's pricing?
I'll tell you when I get back
listing,
from the
how
bathroom.
oversubscribed around
BRB.
is, just the other details.
Yeah, 40 times oversubscribed. Pricing today. Trading begins tomorrow. You know, I didn't mention he has a 2021 pay package that he is still collecting on. Depending on how pricing shakes out, that could vest in the very near future as well. So adding more to his wealth.
Yeah, wow. Of all of the IPOs we've covered, Caro, take a look at that chart and how much demand there is for Figma. Bloomberg's Tom Maloney with a great handle on the numbers, but this is maybe one of the year. It's an IPO of the year. Sadly, that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech. But Caro, my goodness, brace, basically.
Brace. We are anticipating so much in terms of After the Bell. Don't forget to check out our podcast. You can find it on the terminal as well as online on Apple, Spotify, and iHeart. Meta, Microsoft, Qualcomm, ARM, not to mention, of course, a key IPO. We're looking for that pricing too. This is Bloomberg Tech.
Oh, dude, they ended the propaganda? Well, yeah, Spy ripping. Business.
Some news in Washington. Emily Wilkins with a news alert from Congress. Emily.
Hey, Sarah. Well, a Senate panel just approved legislation that would ban members of Congress, the president, and the vice president from selling and trading stocks. Now, this has advanced through a Senate committee with all Democratic support, and all but one Republican, Senator Josh Hawley, opposed the bill. So Hawley and the Democrats moved to pass it. However, strong Republican opposition means it might not really stand a chance for going forward in the Senate. However, we know that there is another move in the House going on where a different group of lawmakers is trying to bring a similar congressional stock trading bill to the floor. So you're seeing some momentum for this in Congress. Lawmakers are going to be out for most of next month, but we'll be following this closely when they come back in September. Sarah?
Emily, I'll take it. Again, Senate committee advances a congressional stock trading ban. Emily Wilkins live in D.C. We're going to move on to a company reporting its earnings after the bell today. That's Meta. Its CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, laying out his new vision for personal superintelligence in a social post. Again, that's ahead of Meta reporting its earnings later. It's set to be a key read on the digital ad business and amid both AI potential and some economic uncertainty. Julia Borston has much more on what to expect in today's Tech Check. Julia.
Well, Frank, Meta shares aren't moving today on Zuckerberg's proclamation of his commitment to building personal superintelligence tools as the market awaits those earnings from Meta and some new insight into the ad market. Now, Meta and the other ad platforms are both benefiting from the potential for AI to improve ad creation, targeting, and measurement, and they're also facing economic uncertainty and its impact on the ad market. Now, this week's earnings will shed light on what's happening in the ad market after Google beat expectations, bolstered by YouTube's 13% ad growth, with bullish expectations for Meta, along with Amazon, Roku, and Reddit's results, which are all due tomorrow. PwC forecasting that AI and hyper-personalized ads will drive digital advertising from 72% of overall ad revenue last year to 80% in 2029. But at the same time, ad giant WPP recently revised down its global ad forecast for the year from nearly 8% to 6% growth, amid auto and retail advertisers decreasing their ad spend. Now, in this balance of risk and opportunity, Bank of America writes that Meta is, quote, best positioned company to benefit from AI-driven advertising share gains and upside, saying we think Meta's AI investments can drive product-driven advertising upside. And Citizens weighing in on Meta's AI investments, both for its ad business and the AI personal assistant Zuckerberg is now focused on, saying, quote, AI makes Meta's content more engaging, creating more ad impressions and making its ads more relevant, increasing click-through rates and conversions. Now, Meta's spending on AI will be in focus in this afternoon's earnings, but take a look at that performance over the last 2 years. Since Zuckerberg's been investing in AI, it's up 115%. Back over to you.
Yeah, because today's earnings it has the core business to power and compete with the open AIs of the world. That's the money story there. We'll look for Meta earnings and the Fed this afternoon. Frank, pleasure having you here today.
Always a pleasure.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
Send it now over to Scott and the halftime report.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner. Front and center this hour, the future of the rally is some major events loom, especially large. The Fed decision and mega cap earnings all on tap today. We'll trade all of that with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour today, Joe Terranova, Steve Weiss, Jim Leventhal, and Bryn Talkington. We are right now green across the board as we anticipate all of that. Well, the Dow is unchanged, and the Dow's stalking a new high. The S&P and NASDAQ have been there. The Dow needs to cross 45,073 to get there. We'll see what happens. The big debate, of course, is whether this is the pause that refreshes or if the market needs to consolidate a little bit more before going higher. Joe, speaking of resting, exhaustion, pause, words that you've used, the S&P has now gone 24 trading days without a 1% move in either direction. That is the longest stretch since October of 2024. Today, BCA Research upgrades equities to overweight, and they put a 6,950 target for year end. Address all of that.
Uh-oh. The expression is you never sell a quiet market, and that's exactly what we have right now. What else plays against the thesis that we're kind of running in place and that you probably don't want to be aggressively adding to existing positions right here is that when you look at the Mag 7, and obviously I am studying the Mag 7 and other large cap U.S. companies quite extensively right now as we move toward the end of the month and the rebalance. But the Mag 7, yes, the Mag 7 is in a position reflecting momentum as strong as I have seen it since the fall of 2023. So if I take each individual Mag 7 name and say, okay, let's assign a momentum score to it. Right now, all 7 Mag 7 names have a positive momentum score. Apple is probably the weakest, but we have not seen that broad momentum participation from the Mag 7 since the fall of 2023.
But they have the kind of score that you are inferring. So they're going to remain in the ETF, barring a surprise. You can't necessarily say that.
Well, let's wait a second. Amazon is not in there right now. Alphabet, not in there right now. Microsoft, not in there right now. So we hold 4 of the Mag 7 in the ETF right now. And all I'm saying is we look at other factors besides momentum. We're also going to look at the quality nature. And in certain instances, you are seeing revenue deceleration. But the momentum, the score on the momentum for these Mag 7s is pretty darn strong.
All right, we'll read between the lines until we get more information
Google
on
to
that.
start rolling
and we'll
out.
Get to the conversation about the Mag 7s because Meta, Microsoft today,
Is that what that said?
Apple, Amazon tomorrow. But we have bigger things to discuss before we get to that, Weiss.
I just saw
The
something
pause that
on
refreshes,
Google and
or is some consolidation
at age
in the
assurance.
cards?
Okay.
Again, I mean, when you've gone 24
Done.
days, almost a month without a 1% move in either direction, that sort of gives you an idea that there's been a resting period in place for this market. What breaks it?
Well, look, I think it's necessary to have the
segment.
perspective of what happened up to that point. And up to that point, early on, you go to April, we had a major decline, and that was a series of 1% corrections in a row, bang, bang, bang. So now we're sort of like, you got to take a look at the average over the year or 6 months, pick a time frame, and I'd say we're right in schedule. So in terms of 1% corrections, we've had them, now we're digging out of them and going higher. Look, I don't really buy into the phrase the market is tired. Market's an inanimate object. It's without catalyst right now. So you need a catalyst to break it one way or the other. That catalyst could be, I assign a 10% probability to the Fed cutting today, actually. I would have a 50% probability, and I think it's actually unlikely, 10% is just to have some probability. If we didn't see the assault on the Fed, the Fed should cut, but right now they have to protect their independence, so can't count out to that. However, I do believe you'll see more than one dissent, which is very rare, and that September or sometime next few months, next 2 meetings, you will see the Fed cut.
Well, to your point, Nick Timmeros at the Journal today says you could have dissents potentially by Waller and Bowman together, which would mark the first time in 3 decades that more than one Fed governor dissented at a policy meeting. That is sort of what's at stake today. Let's just bring in Steve Leisman now, our senior economics correspondent. He's going to help us set the table for this decision today. So we have that as part of the backdrop. Is there a dissent? And does a dissent carry the stature, if you will, of 2 govs, which hasn't happened in some 30 years? The president, once again, on Truth Social, points out the GDP print today, which was 3%, Steve, way better than expected, he said. Too late, referring to Powell, must now lower the rate. No inflation, let people buy and refinance their homes. Weiss says 10% probability that Powell and company cut. What do you say?
As the limit goes to 0, I don't think the Fed is cutting today. I think the dissents by the governors matter. I think there's a case to be made for cutting.
History.
But Scott, can I just for a second here? I know the market and you guys around the table are so over tariffs, but I don't think the Fed is. I don't think economists are. There was a report out this morning from Goldman Sachs, and you can write these numbers down. So far, they have calculated, they're looking at the Treasury data and the customs data, a 7.4 percentage point increase in average tariffs. They believe it's going to 14%. which is to say that they are calculating we've only seen about half of the full economic tariff impact that's coming. They think it's ultimately going to a 17% increase in tariffs. That's one of the things I think the Fed is looking very carefully at, that is staying their hand. This may be that old song, Scott, see you in September, but it could be October or November before the Fed feels comfortable.
September, SCP. You feel everyone thinks, well, you don't have to do feeling. It's just history. So we've watched every single Fed event for the last, 6-7 years now. I've done them for the last 12 or 15 years of my life. I have. So yeah, it's just not, unfortunately, it's just the same situation, even down to your guys' reactions of well, what if though? So that's what I say. We know our work is definitely cut out for us. You don't have to overthink it. You don't have to invest in a land of what if this, what it's no, it's it's very clear. There's a lot of clarity, and it just, when it's all said and done, we're gonna hear from Powell today. You've already watched a lot. If you have been reading the data, if you have been seeing how things have developed, this isn't the event where something's gonna happen, and every other check shows that. So we're listening today for signals. I'll give you guys a breakdown when we get right ahead of it, but even then, it's really gonna come down to live listening. Because whatever he says, we're going to be looking for those key signals. But the real one is tomorrow, or not tomorrow, the next one, September. Let's see. Where is it? I had a couple of things. Yeah, just the descent. That's the only thing. I got a expected change, but even my statement is nothing's expected to change that much. And again, that's why the irony is that this would be a different scenario if we had the jobs report before, but you get the jobs report on Friday. So think about it. So whatever he does, that's why he's not going to do anything. He probably knows the jobs report and we'll hear what he signals, but yeah. Waller and Bowman, December, sure. That's what everyone's saying. And if both of them did it, first time in 30 years. But even then, that just still sets up the stage for September, I feel. Because if you get two dissenters, but no real change, that just means the pressure is building for September. But like I said, the signaling, whether they want to give a hard or soft signal for up or down, that is what we could get today. Or maybe we hear about quantitative tightening, anything of that nature. But even then, again, you get a follow-up of data and results. So that's what it's all going to be. That's what he's going to drive it off of or use as a parachute. It is many, on the last minutes, they said many members wanted cuts or could see the case for it. My full opinion is, like I said, Powell. I think Powell did very good leading up until September of 2024. He had some mistakes. Otherwise, one of our best Fed chairs in modern history. But yeah, I think ever since the little election rate cut, I think they have just been playing a game to try to make it look like they're following whatever caused the rate cut in September. We all know what it really was, but I don't think that's why I'm they all know. And you see the data, even the GDP stuff. But I think it's been a year now almost, so think about it. Hypothetically, if he cuts in September, he's not going to do it today, but SCP September 17th, think about it. Oh man, it's kind of crazy. That would be 1 year since his last rate cut. That's what's nuts. So I just think they're trying to keep up the image of holding. But again, even like Jim Cramer, a lot of people are getting frustrated. A lot of people know it now. In the beginning, it's like, okay, maybe, but after this, it's just like, come on, bro. You know, because people I didn't want rate cuts in the beginning. I don't think Powell should have cut rates. That's why it's stupid. But then that's why it's like, if you were willing to cut it back a year ago on nothing, like, and now you see what's going on, and you still, at this point, it just hurts the debt and other people. It's kind of weird, but I think, you know, got to keep up appearances. QT will be bullish. If they want to signal bull, they talk about QT today in depth with more plans, more action, but he said he'll give us an update. It could be today or September. So it just all depends on what he wants to signal. I think QT will be that tool. Yeah, maybe Bessent. We'll find out. You got Bessent trying to woo him. You got Polte as the mob boss. U.S. sanctions Brazil's Supreme Court Justice Moraes, Alexander de Moraes. Would I ever want to be in Powell's position? Yeah. That'd be easy. That's what I'm saying, bro. He should have done what every Fed chair before did. He should have acted how he was acting this last 12 months. He should have done that before the election. That's it. I don't get why he did it. It was all politics. And that's why to have a Fed independence conversation is comical. But that's it. He should have just shut his mouth. He should have not done anything. Should have not cut rates in September. Left it up. And then he would have been fine. That's it. Because the situation, it was harder at other stuff down, prior. This part wasn't difficult. That's what I'm saying, though. He caved. He caved to the pressure. If he really stuck to the fundamentals of economics and being a Fed chair and truly being independent, he wouldn't have been in this situation. Trump is not wrong about Powell. No, I mean, Trump wants the rates and the debt thing, but I don't think Powell is as bad as Trump and Polte would want him to be. But like I'm saying, he made a mistake. And I don't think it affects his legacy fully, but that's why we're here right now. And although it may sound confusing and we could debate about it, I don't think it's that hard. He violated something sacred. And he cut rates a month before the election and off of a standard that you can't really apply today. Yeah, running. Well, exactly. If he'd already waited 12 months without cutting again, he could have waited another month. He should have just done nothing. That's it. If he did nothing, he would have been unreproachable. He would have been perfect. Do you guys understand that? I would be up here right now telling you, all of you are crazy for talking shit on Powell. If Powell didn't cut in September ahead of one of the biggest elections, I would be in agreement that I would be defending that man right now. Do you understand? That's what I'm saying, because again, it was 12 months ago. And never again. He didn't have to do. He could have waited. He could have waited a month. SPY coming back up. I know we got Powell in what? 2 hours? Hour 45? Yes, the committee decides, but the chair really is the decision maker. That's why everyone's talking about you don't get dissents. So today might be the first time you get 2 dissents in the last 30 years. Because usually the chair is the guy, you know, you're going to listen to the chair. And they'll all put their opinions in and throw in a couple of comments, but historically it's kind of whatever the chair is kind of outlining. But yeah, that's why. So it would be easy to, like, if I was in Powell's situation, it would be like all these earnings. He should have waited till the dust settled. That's it. I would have made that decision. I think most people would have. If they were like a real, like, if they were really serious about upholding the sanctity and independence of the Fed, they wouldn't have cut a month before a very contentious election. I mean, to put it in a perspective, that may have been the first time in Powell's career where he aligned with Elizabeth Warren. To give you context. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's wild. Every other time he would say, no, she was calling for rate cuts ahead of the election. And now you see her, and now she don't like Pulte and other things, but it's the same thing. TTD, pop, big volume. Starting to ramp a Rooney. But he agreed with her. So his decision making aligned with hers at a very critical junction. Every other corner it never did. Because he was smart. He knew what he was doing. I think he knew what he was doing when he did it. I think that was a very willful choice, and that was his only mistake. No, I don't think today's going to be a dud, man. You need to watch the watch list, okay? You're one more repetition from getting banned. So I'm going to put it in the rules starting tomorrow. But yeah, anybody who asks a watch list question will get banned. I am expecting you all to watch for 20 minutes ahead of going on this video. That should be your minimum requirement. Do not ask me something live if you have not gone through the preparation material. Because nothing's going to happen today. We talked about it yesterday. Again, if we're live, any signals, we'll go from there. But other than that, I think it's just confusing people. And they do this every time. Wall Street does this every time of the Fed with this confusion. Oh, they're going to cut. Are they going to? It's like, no, everybody knows what's going to happen. Sadly. Permian Basin fracking rates drop. Farm life is good, man. I was there yesterday. I didn't want to be, but it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm going to have another update for you guys for all the people that want to help out. So I think we've figured some things out, and we'll have another announcement shortly. And y'all know the SPY's about to rip, right? It's about to be back at the high. So it looked like we were going to do the rip, then stay at open, and then once again now, you're at least moving, bro. So better than staying pinned, better than one way down, last minute move. But yeah, this is still the anticipation, Treasury refunding and Powell, and then earnings after the bell. Yeah, the Elizabeth Warren thing is just, I think it's funny, but it's just the whole, we hear a lot about Fed independence. And like I've said, it's a funny conversation to look at Donald Trump and what he does to Powell and be like, that's not Fed independence. And then ignore the reality of how we had a rate cut ahead of the election. That would be like getting mad at your girlfriend for texting another guy, but then you wouldn't get mad at her for hanging out with another guy 9 months before. It doesn't make it. That's why I'm like, what are you talking? You're talking about independence? You're talking about cheating? But what? But why are you ignoring the beginning? So you want to talk about Fed independence because of a text? I'm like, bro, you were hanging out with him 9 months ago. What are you talking about? So that's just how it's in my mind. I can't especially every set of data, every month that moves on, that solidifies more and more. Yeah, that's, you could say Trump was just loud. The Democrats silently pressured him. I could agree with that. But then again, I just expected more from Powell because he's done so well prior. I still think he did a great job. That was it. Like I said, that's his only mistake. But then again, like that analogy, I'm seeing people, Fed independence. Oh my God, she texted someone. I'm like, 9 months ago, she was hanging out with him. Y'all ain't say shit. You weren't worried about cheating. You weren't worried about Fed independence. Like what? So it just doesn't register. But then again, I don't own the media, so I can't propagate like that. So I gotta explain it a couple times. IWM, that's killing it today, actually. I just realized it's up 3/4 or more. And then you're near the high. It's 9:30. Chad, what do you want to do? I need to go unmembers only to ask them because you guys are gonna be biased. But should we run philo or should we delay it? Oof. Because you know I was busy yesterday. I didn't have time, you guys. I didn't have time. You know, I was busy. So busy. I couldn't outline any priority of what I wanted to accomplish. How busy I was. Delay it? You have an apartment showing? Well, I don't know. If we do 10, it'll be the hour before. I usually reserve the hour 30 minutes before for a preview. Maybe I'll just give you guys the intro, because I have a really good one. But it's going to take me a minute. But then I had a lot of weird intros yesterday, and even from our reading. Well, usually we don't do philo when Powell's on. Part 1. No, people have overdosed on philo. I've just watched people do it. They're like, Josh, God called me to make a stock community. I'm like, no, he didn't, dude. You've been trading for 6 months. Go. This is not what you've done your whole life. I think you're getting excited and you're doing, like, you know what I'm saying? God did not tell you to just go copy people. Okay, you gotta align with you. What are your skills and talents? So yeah, I don't know. I've seen a lot, bro. I've seen a lot. FTV on the low. God called me to do what? Exactly what you're doing. Wait, what? No, exactly. That's why. How long? So were you doing this as a kid? Did you discover the secrets and benefit and change your whole family and family tree's life with it? Was it something that, is this something you spend every waking hour? Like, this really was your calling? You just figured it out? Like, come on, really? I don't think that's not what I said. I don't think that's what he said. I was just telling you, your purpose will never be built on another man, myself included. God does not make you rely on anybody, even me. I don't rely on nobody except Jesus Christ. So yeah, it's like you can overdose on philo. Yeah. I see if people take it, I'm like, whoop. So, you know, just that's why I tell you, pray for discernment, and you gotta, you know, it's up to you. You can misapply it. I've misapplied it in my life too, so, you know, but that's why I just try to listen, and, you know, but listening without your own, like, real application in your life and your heart and what it is, you know, I've seen it misused. So, like I said, you start taking what I do, and then you mix it in with the world and this and that. I'm just creating vipers. You know, I create very pure souls, and we've had good things, or they're going to take it, and then just like Nebuchadnezzar, shoes of bronze, chest plate of another material, change the sword. You see what I'm saying? And they build an idol instead of the true purpose. And it's perverted because they're taking it and remixing it in a way that's, you see what I'm saying? And it's not like, no, you took the piece, you took the shoes, but that's not, wait, hold on, what else you're building on there? That look different. That's, you see what I mean? It's not the one. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a big analogy. It's one of my favorites. The Nebuchadnezzar statue, you see it everywhere in life. I think I'll go through the intro. We'll do it for like 30 minutes, and then we'll get into the preview for a little bit, and then we can work our way in. Okay, give me a sec. Don't have propaganda. And no, and if you guys have done that, I'm not mad at you. I'm just, like I tell you, I'm genuinely trying to help you. And the times you do that in your life, you're just going to build on a poor foundation. And that's how you waste a lot of time. See what I'm saying? Believing a false thing. You know, you guys are called in your own purpose, and you'll find it. But be careful. That's what I'm saying. Just don't waste your time. I think you look at what your life has already given you. You have something. Skill. Talent. Oh, I love it. So, amen.
You sold Visa.
All right.
Visa. You sold Visa. Why did you do that?
Let me just start by saying there's no forever stock, okay? Doesn't matter whether it's Visa, Apple, Berkshire Hathaway, there is no forever stock.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
All right,
Give him the floor. He gets the floor. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm not sure how much grief I should take for a stock that's done as well as this has done for as long as it's done. I'm selling high. I mean, that's all I'm doing here. You know, I'll just finish real quick. You're going to come back with plenty. I know.
have some stuff.
Yes. That you know I am raising cash. I have now raised cash with this sale in my equity accounts to 7%. That's the comfort level where I feel I'm not timing the markets, but I'm just waiting to put that back to work. You got to sell high to buy low. Look, it's a great company. I think it's fairly priced. I made my decision to move on because there is no forever stock.
Understood.
I don't remember my SATs. I don't.
That's fine.
And I think Jimmy's hilarious.
But the difficulty in all of this, now, it's very easy, obviously, to say, look, I had the stock for a long time. We just showed the stock chart. So obviously you made a lot of money in the name. The stock is not even back at its high, right? That's number one. You're selling it into what looks to be, and what I think Cramer's alluding to, is an uptrend in a name that continues to deliver. This is like Lieutenant Lebenthal.
Oh, man.
The submarine has done, it's cruising along.
How long did you think this analogy?
No, I just came up with this. It's heading into a little bit of, maybe enemy territory a little bit. Maybe there's some questions about the economy, the consumer, what have you, but you're still on the USS Lebenthal.
I consider
that's
all
a perfect example. You see the
not,
remix?
Not the naval
you see how he's talking cash levels?
Well, that's why I'm here.
Telling you what I told you.
But okay.
How you're not timing the market.
I considered everything
then he
that you
remixed
said,
it.
And
He
I
said you
gotta
sell high to get cash. No, bitch.
Look, Joe
Save
said earlier, don't create
10%,
quiet
have a
market. I
plan
grant
for
it.
the
I'm
long
violating all
term
these
and
rules.
build
I wanna raise
around
some
it
cash
and
right
plan
now.
and prepare.
I'm raising
Not,
cash.
sell it, buy it, buy it. I don't own nothing
You're just
now.
nervous that you're going to get a
Oh,
5%,
come on.
7%
See what I'm
not
saying?
nervous. I'm excited for it.
That's
I'm
why I'm
excited.
saying don't fall for it, bro. All this little stupid remix shit. That's, you see, it's, oh, he took the shoes. He took the shoes, but that was not the rest of the material. Like I'm telling you, these little things, that will be the difference between wasting 5 years or not, or succeeding in getting everything you want. So do what you want, but you got, that is your diligence, and what is your discernment is what's going to be required from you. Alrighty. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's philo time. I'm not going to give you a disclaimer today. You know why? Because only through the power of Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior, the one true living God, only through him, I am the best in the world at Jerome Powell. So, if you don't want to listen to me today, be my guest. That's fine. But if you do, I put up the wire just in case to help appease anything. But do what you want to do, bro. This is your life. Get what you want. I want to give good quality info. If you're not going to listen, don't have to. You're going to get mad about it because I want to help people prior, go ahead. But you will be at a disadvantage today if you leave. So that's all. I mean, you could ask Wall Street about it. That's the best I could give you. So that being said, and praise God, truly, it's all through him. I'm nothing. I'm just a little Egyptian boy in my room, bro. And I don't know how I've learned some of the things I've learned, but preparation. And that's why I give it to you too. So Jesus, baby. Amen. So, Chad, I got a couple. I'm only going to give you the intro. I got a really good one today. I want to go really deep, but, you know, given we have Powell, we're not going to do that. I'll save it for tomorrow. But I will give you something. You know, we were just talking about a little things, and I don't know. I had a good day yesterday. I had a busy day yesterday. Some of you read the Bible with me last night. I went live. I was on. I wanted you to, excuse me. I wanted you to see it visually. What I explained to you the other day when I was on the mountain, bro. I told you I light my little mosquito fires. That I fucking. It's so peaceful, bro. And I don't know. It was nice, and there was something that came up out of it. Like, you guys know how, like, I'm glad you got to see it, because, like, I went live and I did it. This is how I do it, bro. And I'm like, come up to you guys the next day, and then I'm like, oh, dude, and I read this. I came across this, and I'm like, whoa. So yesterday, there was a line in it, bro. You know that? There was something I read, bro. And you heard it when I said it. You've heard it before. It's Proverbs 27. And he says how, maybe let me get you the exact quote. You know, don't let me butcher the word. This is what he says. Oh, come on. Well, there's two things, actually. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Ready? This was the one. There's two of them. Though you grind a fool in a mortar, grinding them like grain with a pestle, you will not drive the folly out of them. Wow, 68 months. God bless you, Tiga. Woo! Wow, that was what we read yesterday. You heard it. I hope it stood out to you. It stood out to me, bro. You know why? I realized something. I could work at. Do you realize hard work will not drive out folly, my brother? Oh, I hope you feel me. Kind of scary. My brother, if you pick the wrong thing and work really hard at it, that doesn't matter. You see? That's why I said, I was like, damn. The goal is to not be a fool, not to work hard. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Do you get it? And that's why I do that. Why do you think I wake on my preparation? Yes, we need to work hard. But at the same time, all of the proverbs, don't be a fool. Do not identify as the fool. Know the actions of a fool. Prepare yourself and know what a fool does, defined by the word, so that you could stay away from it. But dude, working hard, what good is it if the behavior doesn't get fixed at the source? My brother, you could work hard, you could go through a bunch of stuff. But if you keep living in folly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how hard you work. It's the folly. Oh, man. So yeah, that one really stuck out to me. Because I was like, man, there's times I work really hard at stuff. And but I was being a fool. That's what I was like, damn, no, that's why I've been burnt out before. That's what, because I worked so hard. But I was still running the same habit of foolishness. You have to correct it. The goal isn't to be the hardest work, it's to be wise. Prepare and be wise. You stay away from the pathway of a fool, my brother. Your work will produce fruit. You see what I'm saying? That's why a lot of this stuff, bro, don't be foolish. Don't be the fool who is not fully listening, taking something and running with it. And then again, it doesn't matter how hard you're going to work. You're going to end up at the same spot. The goal is to be wise. Do you see why I'm so attracted to this word? Why I've always said Proverbs, wise, wisdom. You are a businessman. You are this. You are set and called for this. So what are you? You got to live in it. You cannot be a fool. That doesn't mean you being dumb. I say dumb shit all the time. It's not, but it's about the actions. Again, buying, selling. How are you growing? Are you thinking of the future? These are what does a fool do? It tells you what a fool does. Stop. You need to ask yourself about your efforts and aims, but your conscience and everything. Align yourself. Is it foolish or not? What is a fool? Go read the book. So that was the first part of it. There was another one in the beginning too. You read it. And I've given you this one. I've called this out recently. And my goodness, this one's it's a great one. Anger is cruel. Fury is overwhelming. But who can stand before jealousy? Anger is cruel. Fury is overwhelming. That means jealousy is all of them. We talked yesterday about the mind, the feeling behind all of that. My brothers, if you have not realized that this is important yet, you might have to. And I'll tell you this because it tells you something else. You know what happens next? Better is open rebuke than hidden love. Wounds from a friend can be trusted, but an enemy multiplies kisses. So my brother, if you got jealousy and deep, whether you want to say it out loud or not, and you got jealousy towards somebody, but then you just keep showering them with compliments, my brother, you're being had. Do you understand? That's not a coincidence how that flows. It just explained way more than you think. We read this last night. That's what I'm saying. I started thinking about it. Because it's saying jealousy supersedes all of them, but it's combining them. It's all of them. It's saying better is open rebuke than hidden love. Wounds from a friend could be multiplied or can be trusted, but an enemy multiplies kisses. So you're telling me you got a little bit of jealousy with somebody, whether you want to admit it or not. Right? And something's bothering you with it, but you won't tell them. And then you are consistently complimenting them. My brother, you are the enemy. You are the problem. Do you understand? Don't make this mistake. Be yourself. Stop acting. You don't like something, don't like it. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to be it, that's fine. If you want to genuinely help somebody, rebuke them because that's what you really want. Not because you're jealous or mad or whatever. Who knows? But my brother, if you catch yourself doing this, I just gave you the criteria. That's what I'm saying. I'm not here to condemn. But that's the criteria. If you were an IPO and I said, wow, he acting in jealous, he may not be angry, he may not be overwhelming, he may not have jealousy, hiding love, not willing to confront issues, but would rather put perfume on a dead body. And then, oh, you're this, you're wow. Oh, my brother, you're fitting the criteria. Run away. Turn away from that. I don't know. I don't think jealousy will drive you anywhere but the grave. Sadly. That's what I say. I think real love, real brother, again, open rebuke. Where's your heart at, right? Where is a kiss? A kiss in love is good, bro. But where's it coming from? If it's jealousy in a kiss, that's wrong. Appreciation in a kiss, that's right. See what I'm saying? Jealousy only gonna lead you to the grave. 100%. So that was just what we read yesterday. All right. But then I had another thing I was thinking. This was when I was in the shower. And bro, I don't know. I love revelation. And I've learned more and more. I've learned more and more about myself. I've learned more and more about others. I get to align. Know what I am here for. Who sent me. All of it. I love it. Amen. So we were just talking, bro. I'm like, bro, y'all need to figure your calling out. And I don't think you were called to be reliant on another man, including myself. I hope you heard that. But dude, I know why I'm here. I know what a lot of you have gotten from me. I know why you hate me, but will still listen. I will put you on game. That is my job. Very simple. I can make things simple to understand. I've done it for years. I will take these concepts and I will give them to you early. That's what I'm saying. I'll tell you what's coming up in the world and I'll tell it to you early and in a way a majority can understand. That I can do. So why do people have a problem with that? And again, I've seen people just believe the lie that again, if you don't know my life, most of you know my story. But I mean, bro, if y'all don't have the real passion, I'm scared for some of y'all. Y'all think I'm just telling you not to copy because I don't want this or that. Look at what's happened. Anybody who has ever copied in this, I've only seen them start over down the line. That's it. Because they believed the lie that their purpose was. I'm like, no, bro. You got to tap in here. I've been doing this my whole life is what I'm trying to tell you. Do you not get it? This wasn't, I didn't pick up YouTube. I didn't see somebody do it. And I was like, oh yeah, that's what I wanted. That's what God said to do. It was just what I was doing. That's what I'm saying, bro. My mom will tell you stories of me when I was a child telling people stuff about this. There's things that you have in you. And I'm like, why? What? I'm seeing people one route, take it, get misled. And then you see people like, what? Like, look at the challenges we've had and praise God for them. I hope you know, I'm glad that's what's supposed to happen. Any BS you've seen me go through is for a purpose. I believe that. And I'm glad some of you added to the BS. You know that? Amen. God, the Lord used you. You didn't realize, but now because you're like, damn, I even tried to keep him down. So praise God, baby. But it's simple. You don't know that's why you guess what I do. You don't understand what I do. My brother, this is what I want to do. This is what I am good at. This is what I have a gift in. This is what I am doing, throwing the seeds around. My brother, I'm here to plant curiosity. I could help with the clarity. But do you not realize that's what I've done? I'm getting AI. Oh, be curious about this topic, this career path. This with your credit, this with your home. Be curious. How do you think I found out all these little things? Curiosity. I told you, I love curiosity. But can I explain a reality of life to you? This is why it's so important. That's why what we're doing will change the world. This is why it's so critical. My brothers, look around. If you haven't realized it yet, curiosity spreads faster than fear. Do you know that? I encourage you to look back at your life and the history of the world and prove this wrong. Curiosity multiplies at a way faster rate than any fear. Fear is number 2. Fear multiplies. Think about it. Curiosity is crazy. That's why some of you don't think, you see why people get mad? And that's why what's happening. Y'all, you're like, oh, wow. So this guy's definitely not perfect, but this Jesus thing, I'm kind of curious. Okay, this guy's definitely not this, but he's still got a long term and he can be ahead of the market. Curiosity, it should get you curious. Oh, I hope you feel me, Chad. Curiosity. And that's why that's why I'm saying you don't see how the world, little by little, is just killing your curiosity. That's what I'm saying. Every time you try to shut something down as a joke, or you're like, oh, blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, where'd you get that from? Why? Some of y'all not curious. Some of y'all know the future, huh? Y'all know the negative. You're like, it's never going to happen. It'll be. I'm like, why? No curiosity, huh? Why? Why kill curiosity? But again, curiosity is spreads. If you ever wondered why, and you ever, again, that's why this idea of this guy walking around claiming to be the Son of Man. My brother, that's what got me curious. I'm not, yeah, he sounds kind of crazy. Jesus, this, maybe there's stuff, I don't agree with that. Wait, what's that? But I'm curious. What do you mean he's the only one? So yeah, there is a lot of religions, but not all of them. Only one guy said, I'm the Son of God. I will die for you. That doesn't show up in Horus. That doesn't show up in, that's crazy. Like I said, curiosity. These little factors made me curious. Again, the market, seeing people with all this money, seeing how people work so hard, and then these guys do jack shit. And then I'm like, how come I saw my parents do this? And then these people have this. It's curiosity. How do you think I got here? Curiosity. Stop killing it. More people, again, and people who have monopolies are afraid of curiosity. Then they will use fear to stop your curiosity, because curiosity will always spread faster than fear. Okay, Chad? Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. Curiosity did kill the cat, so thank God you're a human and a son of the Lord. Amen. So yeah, that's why, bro. You hear, get curious. Get curious about your life. Get curious about what's going. Stop taking people's answers. Stop taking people's purposes. Just get curious, bro. And look at what you already have and value who you are. You value who you are. You believe what God has given you. You have curiosity, my brother. I know you're gonna be led to the perfect place you belong. Stop falling for it. Stop killing your curiosity. Stop following. Oh, amen, bro. Amen. It's gonna lead you in a good way. But that's what I'm saying. But then again, just like I said, you get curiosity with no other morals, background, training, you might wind up into trouble. This thing is complex. It requires all of you. It requires a commitment. See what I'm saying? So it's easier said than done. But I hope you understand where this comes from. And I'm sharing with you what I believe and what I feel and what I'm learning about myself in the mission and all of it. And I'm seeing, and again, it's based on what I'm telling you. It matches. But it's complex. So, I have so much more to tell you. You know that? I really do. But I'm going to end it with some science. Okay? For all of the worldly people. I love this one. Do any of you know what the Kukule problem is? I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. Augustin Kukule. Does anybody... What is it? Is it benzene? I believe. Anybody know the Kukule problem? Let's see. Where are you, smart guys? Come on. I'm the dumb Jesus guy. Where are you at? Kukule problem. No way. Let me see. How do you spell it? Yeah, the benzene. Carbon. Wow, look at that. The Jesus guy knows science? That's fucking crazy. No way. It's like I was curious. So the Kukule problem. It's Augustine or August Kukule. This is like 16th or 19th century. He wanted to imagine the structure of benzene, right? The 6 carbon ring molecule. He was trying to visualize it. He was trying to explain the structure. But then he got pissed off because what happened is he went to bed and then in his dream, he saw the Boroloris, the self-eating snake, the circle, right? The snake eating its tail. Shout out G.K. Chesterton, right? You know, there's a difference between a snake and a cross. Nah, right? Isn't this funny? So guess what? In his dream, he sees the snake eating his tail, and then he gets the answer when he wakes up. Because he's like, oh, it's a circle. So his dream gave him the answer to identifying the structure of benzene. Because then he was able to say, oh, it's a circle. Oh, it's a circle. But then he got pissed off by that. Why? And then other researchers start in the field of science. They tried to explain this. And there's one good answer, but even then, it's still difficult to explain. How come he went to bed, went in his subconscious, it gave him the answer. And he was mad about it because he said, I didn't reason it. You see what I'm saying? He couldn't reason it. He didn't figure it. It wasn't until he fell asleep, saw a snake eating its tail, that he got this idea of a circle. But he was mad he didn't reason the circle. He was mad that he dreamed the circle. Are you following? And then it went from he understood benzene, but then him and other people were like, wait a minute. How come we didn't get the answer through reason? How come it was displayed through subconscious? It's weird. Do you see the problem? Exactly. Logical mind, rational. That was creative, dream, untouchable. It's weird. Exactly. It's a different type of thinking. It's not conscious. It's subconscious. It's not him thinking, oh, this chemical, this. No. He's saying, no, I woke up, I saw a circle, I have answer. That the way it was communicated to him. That's what people were tripping on. And it led a bunch of people to come up with ideas. So what's your answer? Let's see, young scientists. What's your answer? How come? How come the subconscious gave him the answer? What would you say to it? What would be your explanation? Yeah. What would you call it? You block out reasoning. Dreams are powerful. Subconscious running in the background. Higher self. connects all things. He knew the truth all along. Everything's connected. A Cossack record, I've heard of that. That's what people have said. Maybe emotions. Similar to post-nut clarity. I will accept that answer if it's genuine. You know that? Because I like a genuine answer. And I kind of see that genuinely. So yeah, it may be. It's a good answer. The pineal gland, all earthly influence was deleted. Overthinking. Shared consciousness. So again, bro, how can our mind communicate not through the standard thinking? Why? And then how can we discover big answers without really discovering it? He knew it all along. The ego, prophecy. He's a prophet, divine, omnipresence. Gut feeling. So this is why I think your spirit is real. This is why I take all this stuff seriously. But the answer is scientific. I forgot the scientist that happened a couple centuries later. He pretty much reasoned, Upstart, bro. Oh, that has to be a buyout. Upstart, bro. I don't know if there's a headline. It's up 6%, and you have another one moving. Oh, there's nothing. Damn. There's no cheapies already. They're already 480ing it. This thing was already up all day. Oh, okay, I got one, but not much time. There's one cheapie, like 5. Oh, what? Eric Jackson Long? Oh, fuck it then. No. Hold on. I'm going to sell those then. If that's just somebody buying in, it's a dud. I thought 5% was going to be a buyout. Fuck that. That's crazy. Yeah, that's wild. They move like that. Bro, I saw another sympathy too. That's why I'm like, no way. That's a dud then. And then Procter & Gamble dying. Which one's that? Upstart. They were all up. I found one like lose a couple cents. But I don't really like it. That's a weird headline to move like that. Anyways. So yeah, the answer. One of this. Oh, all right. I'm out of it. I made money off of it. I don't like it though. I got one more. No, they're all gone. Yeah, I made 20%. I think it's a dud. I still got paid though. Yeah, if it was a buyout, I would have held it. But if it looked like buyout, I acted on news of thinking it was a buyout. It wasn't there. Premiums are still up. Everyone's figuring it out. I'm out. Fuck that. Yeah, the answer was this. Pretty much one of the scientists who came later reasoned that the body has primitive communication methods, which we're all kind of aware of, but it's pretty much saying that language is new. So if you really think about it, the history of humanity, the concept of language and reasoning through words is very new. Just like grass. There was a long times of history and in our subconscious where you communicate without reasoning and language or modern language. You get it? So that's what that's what the answer is to the Kukule problem. And they pretty much say it's your subconscious trying to communicate through primitive forms, not of language, because language is new. That was the best scientific answer. And I thought it was fascinating. What does that make you think of? So why do you think that caught my attention? Beyond the G.K. Chesterton, the snake eating its tail, that relates to other stuff. So you should see some of the breadcrumbs. Why do I say that? Why do you think I care about that? Why do you think I'm like, whoa, that just gave me more confirmation? Why? Why do I tell you this? What does this relate to? What I've been talking about? You guys remember I was telling you, be quiet? Remember I was saying some of y'all need to stop talking, and I don't mean that negatively. I mean that as a brother, spiritually. Don't get on your knees and beg. Don't get on your knees and talk to God about your anxiety. Praise Him, thank Him, and then sit. Be silent. Remember I told you, surrender. And I'm like, I don't know how to explain it to you. I can't. Literally. I can't. I can't put it into words because words can't even be used. Do you understand? Which sucks because I can only get across to you through words. But I'm trying to share with you, and some of you, there is another level that doesn't have any words. Are you ready for it? Do you get what I'm telling you? I can't. Until you realize this, there's something there. I can't explain it. I genuinely can't. I literally cannot explain it. But the surrender, again, the resonating, no convincing, resonate. This is where it all start to sound like a crystal mother effer. But no, Jesus Christ. Amen. But like I'm telling you, bro, your silence is key. There is a power in it. And that's what I'm saying, bro. God knows what you want, and you need to align yourself in who you are and why you're here. But remember, give yourself this time, and then again, there's a point of that surrender and silence. We don't need to overthink everything. You don't need to put everything into words all the time. How many of you have given yourself some silence? Some of you, the only silence is when you go to bed. Find your quiet place. There is parts of this world that communicate to you without words. Have you been listening? That's what we're about to ask Jerome Powell. So, Chad, I hope you enjoyed this nice little mini philo. I could have gone way deeper on you, but now we have the Federal Reserve. So take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Chop your thumbs up on that video. Your family thinks you're crazy. Stop telling them. It says, don't tell anybody. Close the door behind you. Don't let them see. Don't let them even see you're disheveled. You know that? Don't even see. They won't even know. It's for you. It's your quiet place. It's not theirs. It's nobody's. It's yours. See? And that's why too, man. And I don't know, man. A lot of y'all you guys are blessed too. All right? And I hope you are ready. You're going to have people in your life that may not understand what you're working on. But you should love them. All right? And don't get so mad because, and I've heard some of your guys' stories. And like, bro, my parents were telling me not to do everything I was doing too. And, and some of you guys have very toxic relationships. And you got people close to you that are not rooting for you. Guess what? You don't need them. That's okay. But you need to be loving, and that's still your family. And they still care about you to a certain degree. And that's fine. But you cannot be waiting for their approval if it's right. But then, too, I had people telling me not to do stuff. They were just worried about me. All right? So, no matter what. But that's what I'm saying. Like, just do it for you. And do it in a way and do it reasonably, objectively. You don't got to go crazy. But find that balance, but you can't expect everybody to be on your side with it. But then at the same time, everyone who doesn't understand or is not on your side, especially if they're close to you and really in your life. Don't alienate them, and just learn to accept it, because that's gonna happen. So don't be distraught, and don't think that that is gonna be the thing that stops you. I think it's something you need to learn. All right. So yeah, that's just a little sidebar there. Now you could get your humble. Woo!
Dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. Not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm on with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Baby, we out here. We out here. I need my meditation music. Give me my sounds. Yeah, bro. Nah, man. Be good, bro. Be good. Apple flush. Oh, I forgot. I still had that put from yesterday. I wanted to sell it. The cheap one. But yeah, baby. We're back. I'm going to get you guys a preview here in a little bit. Yeah, man. But no, I think you guys need to realize the blessings in your life, okay? And the people who are worried about you, that should make you doubt your efforts. And work really hard and prepare. And the people are like, oh, they're investing? That's what I'm saying. You got to show them, but do it the right way. What do you think I did with my mom? That's why we called it Mom's Long Term in the beginning. See what I'm saying? So, in a weird way, I don't think you're realizing you are going to be the realist example in some of people's lives. Do you understand? They know everything about you. They've known you since your birth, everything. Then maybe they're worried, maybe they really doubt you. And they're like, this kid's not going to do shit. Who cares? Whatever it is, that is going to be a real example. So you accomplish it. And they'll see you do it, and with how much they know about you, it will be impossible for them to deny. Like I said, bro, lately I've seen some people, and I'm glad, I really do love them, and I do forgive them. I've seen people, and they're like, Josh, long-term, life-changing, and they would say, before I would act like this, and I was like, bro, I remember some people's names. Like I said, some people pushed the seed down. Some of you got to see some of the stuff we've accomplished, and in the process, you were doubting it to the point where now you've also seen. So it's the same thing, bro, and you should rejoice. Praise God and embrace it, but at the same time, you have a lot of work to do. You see? And the work isn't just working. It is, again, making sure you are wise, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, be wise, not just about this work. And it's like, be wise in your work. Be wise in what you're doing. Like, a plan, they are going to doubt you, and they should. But that's why you have a plan that's logical, 10%. A plan that requires, it's not get rich quick. It's not all of this stuff. So, and you have to prepare and align yourself with it. So, yeah, man. But either way, that's why I'm like, it's frustrating when it happens, but it's a good thing. Like I'm saying, some people frustrated me while they were bullying me and pushing me down and trying to prove me wrong so much, they proved me right. But I see it better. And I'm glad too, because guess what? I'm doing good, they're doing better now too. So what the fuck? We all win. So, but at the same time, don't let that make you turn back. Let foolishness make you turn back, but not that. Funded accounts and stuff. Scam. Wall Street wants money. Scam. How about you fund me an account? How about that? For a really small monthly fee. Give me everything I want. Can I interest you in that? You also watch that episode of what's it called? Entourage. With the dude who's like, can I interest you in that? Because that's how y'all need to start. Y'all need to get an imagination. Okay? I need you to start imagining some of these offers as like just a guy in a suit with a briefcase. No, I don't. Do people still rock briefcases? You know what I'm saying? You gotta be $5 a month. No. How does $200 a month sound? And we start, and then I'm gonna give you. You need money to trade? How much? 5,000? That's too little. How about 50,000? 100,000? What could you? Yeah, just literally the Squid Game guy. 100%. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's that imagination. So yes, 100%. And then that's it, and you'll see. But you tell me, bro. What do you think? Everything I ever wanted for a small fee. Does that sound? Do you like? See, you missed the $200 a month. You're ignoring that. You know why? I'm gonna give you 100,000. My guy, 10% on 100K. You can make 10K in a day. Come on, I'll show you. Y'all don't get it, bro. It's deeper than rap. You think that month? They don't. Even if they didn't have the monthly, they will give away everything. If they again, here's all the capital. What do most people with no capital think will be the reason that will get them rich? Capital. Do you know how many people with no capital think that getting capital will bring them capital? That they say, if I only had my PDT, my 100K, my $1 million, whatever range you want. Because guess what? You have nothing. You just need 25K. You get 25K, you're like, man, if I just had 100. And once you get 100, you're going to be like, man, if I just had $1 million. If I just had 10 of them millions. You know, if I had 50 million. If I had 100 million. What are you guys saying? You could scale this scam at every level. Y'all don't realize that? Okay, maybe. But again, I don't want you to get too curious. I'll get banned. But, and then again, and then the snakes will be like, oh, I go start doing that. So again, it's not the capital. That's why. Everything you ever wanted Just be careful. Right? That's why I'm the guy who believes with any capital you could get anything. Because if you prepare, plan, save, time frame, you don't need to fall for that. You like to cut out snakes and demons in your life thanks to me? Well, I'll accept that, but then again, if like 6 months from now I get an email and you just had loving, supporting people in your life, and then you were watching 5 other streams, gambling, doing other shit, and then trying to tell and say that was the reason why, then I'm not going to accept that, okay? So just make sure. That's what I see that happen a lot. I don't think that's you, but I just had to say that to give some color to the situation. Because all of the things, you could thank me for certain things, but I hope you're doing only this and all of what I said. But once you start mixing it in, and then again, you know, the idea is be wise, not just stomp, not just cut out for no reason. Be wise in it and think about what the objective and align with your goal. It's not, I thought capital was the goal. Trade good enough for the day and be done. No. I believe with a lot of knowledge and a little amount of money, you could become very wealthy at any capacity in any scenario. But there's a lot of people that believe or are misinformed that you need money to make money. And they don't value the education or the knowledge behind it. And that's where, one of the greatest tricks. But it's there, it's real. That's why I genuinely believe it. I think I've lived it as an example. And some of you have also become that beacon too. That is why we have a lot of people in here, thousands who have created, they have multiple years of savings, even if their income wouldn't have allowed that. Again, or homeowners, even if society would have expected that they would have been renting their whole life. So that's what I believe. And that's what I'm saying. There is a way, there is a path, but you gotta be willing to reject the wide road. Maybe that's a good way to put it. And then we're going to get into a Powell preview in about 8 minutes, okay? So I'm just killing a little time. We did get that play there. We had the upstart, but I have a baby preview. I'll give you the best I can, but we're just not going to get much, you guys. Do you think you'd be happy now if you didn't have all the success I have now? I don't know. I genuinely believe my happy-go-lucky attitude, the fun that I have, the way I view the world, I genuinely believe it's been shaped by God. Meaning that I don't look at my life and where I would be in terms of my possession. It's genuinely. I mean that. As a guy, I'll buy a farm, I'll buy a lot of things, bro. And I've lost a lot of things too. And you've seen me lose too. So, but it's like, it's God. If I could only imagine if I didn't pick up Proverbs again, then I don't know where my life would be. I don't know what would happen. I don't know if I'd be happy. I don't know. I'd probably be bad. I'd be very bad, actually. I have a lot of, because I think I'm bad by nature. That's what I'm saying. Anytime I think I've lied to myself and others trying to like act humble with God when I wasn't, I think the times I genuinely love is God, bro. Because like by nature, bro, I'm kind of like, we had to fight. And that's why you see I got the clap back in me and other things, and that's just how God made me like this. So I love it. But that's what I'm saying. With God, I understand it, but I think without it, it would be unchecked. I think, and even now I still make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? So, oh God, I could only imagine. But yeah, so I determine it based on God and my, my belief in God, and that has in turn shaped my view of myself in the world, and even my family and people around me. I used to hate my family. I don't know if you guys knew that. I love my family now. You know that? The guy who I'm always like, my girl, my mom, my nephew. You know that, right? I used to hate my family. Hated them. Oh, you have no idea. So that's what I said. I used to love random people more than I love the people who raised me. So it's terrible. But yeah, you learn what to value. And my value system changed. And I have a value system that is based objectively, and I'm glad. live life forwards, but only understand it backwards. Amen, bro. You would have never thought that? What do you mean? Bro, I grew up in a conservative household with religious nut jobs. Y'all are crazy. Y'all don't get it. And I love them. And I'm so grateful for it. That's why I laugh when y'all are like, you're a religious nut job. You try to force your religion on people. I laugh. I genuinely laugh at you guys. That's what I'm saying. I made a lot of money off of it after trying to prove the point. But at the end of the day, dude, it's like, dude, you guys don't understand it. I grew up, dude, the way we were raised, that I did not appreciate my family growing up. Because I saw the world. And I saw other people. And I was like, why are we not like that? Why can't I do that? I want that. What do you mean? Why do we, what? And meanwhile, I had my mom dragging me to church. I didn't want to do that. I hated it, dude. That's what I said. I was young. I said, I'm going to hell, dude. Take me to hell. Fuck it. That's what I said. I cannot do that. What are you talking about? I was like, you guys are terrible. This is so crazy. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. So, yeah. It's not. So I got to understand it backwards, and I really do appreciate Mom. And they tried their best, and they did, and I'm so grateful of the foundation they set, because I didn't get it. I really didn't. I hated it, and discipline is not enjoyable in the moment. But oh yeah, it has some back end dividends. Take me to your leader. Paper. I was gonna buy paper plates and shit for the compound. Y'all lucky my girl bougie. She said, no. Y'all get it now. She said, I'll go to Marshall's. I'll find it. Home Goods. I'm like, okay. So she got you guys glass plates and shit. Spoiled ass. I said, Costco, plastic fork, plastic plate. That's it. Done. No easy cleanup. While we got this is productive. Yeah, 11. All right. Well, 2 minutes. Let me put out a stream alert, and we'll get into the baby review. All right. I do have a carbo. So yeah, give me like 2 minutes, and then we'll begin. See if we got any propaganda.
Country. Secretary Scott Bessent wrote that the judge is on an unlawful witch hunt against U.S. and Brazilian citizens and companies. The Supreme Court announced today that justices will gather in chambers for a conference on September 29th to discuss several petitions, among them sex trafficker and Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal of her conviction in New York. We'll hear the court's decision in the days after that conference. And thousands of fans lined the streets of Birmingham today as Ozzy Osbourne's hearse made its way through the English city where he grew up and where his band Black Sabbath was formed. The procession stopped for a moment at a bench dedicated to the band. Osborne's family laid flowers in remembrance of the 76-year-old who died last week. Rest in peace. Brian?
Rest in peace, Ozzy. Bertha, thank you very much. All right. What is up? Zuck, the Meta Man, launching a new super intelligence for all, but should investors even care? Evercore's Mark Mahaney is next on that.
Oh, man. They cut off my propaganda, bro. Propaganda.
Out of a 7%, a 2.5% mortgage for a 7% mortgage, which means nobody's selling.
Barat, we have less than a minute left here, but if you could ask one question of the chairman at the news conference today, what would it be?
I want to ask him, what are the 2 or 3 data points that you're most focused on over the next couple of months as you make your decision for September? You know, in the past, under the Biden administration, Chair Powell said he was very interested in inflation expectations like you would get through the Michigan Consumer Survey and so on. That was a little bit surprising for me because there's some concerns about the validity of that data, but it was an important factor in his determination. What are the things that he's going to be looking at over the next 2 months to determine, in particular, how are tariffs feeding through to prices? Are there a couple line items that he's looking at, a couple sets of goods where he thinks the tariff effects are going to show up? And to me, that's the real question, because I don't think that they're going to tip their hand as to, sort of guaranteeing or strongly suggesting that they're teeing up a rate cut in September.
All right, Barat, we appreciate you joining us here on Balance of Power. Barat Ramamurti, Senior Advisor for Economic Strategy at the
Barat. That's how I would say his name. I don't know if he'd appreciate it, but that's how I usually say Barat. All right, boys and gals and everybody in between. Are you ready? So, let's talk about Powell. Let's say it very plainly. Nothing is going to happen. Okay, if that is not plain enough, he is not going to cut rates. If you would like to bet on that, I have an escrow company ready to go, and I will take all bets. Plus, I will pay out 1-to-1, but I advise you not to take that bet. You will lose. That's a guaranteed loss. It's very simple. There's many metrics to go over that tell you nothing is going to happen. Now, I have more for you because my evidence will be what Jerome Powell will reference. I could almost guarantee it. You are going to hear some variation today about 2 more sets of data. And what does that mean is that between this meeting and the SEP, you have 2 more sets of jobs data, 2 more sets of CPI data. That mother effer is going to hide behind that. Okay? So, no need to oversimplify it or overcomplicate it. It's very, very easy. So, they're going to wait for all that data. There is a couple of points that we'll go over with all of it. The real big issue today is going to be the dissent, because if you have 2 members dissent on a Fed, that will be the first dissent of more than 1 member since 1993. So that's a very long time, about 30 years. And yeah, that just leads into the whole, will the people dissenting, is that going to lead Powell to signal? So that's all you're going to get out of today, a signal. If Powell really wants to get rid of the 2 data sets that are coming up and start going ahead and responding to the dissents and the president and whoever else, Bill Pulte, then he will signal how they're getting ready to do it. Or he's going to mention, this is another part of the data, they're going to, and Goldman talks about this, this is just like the theme of what they do, but like it's kind of been a modern economic theme that the Fed essentially just adopts the same idea of GDP. And you just got GDP this morning. So what does that mean? They're going to say, we expect the first half of the year to be solid, and then the second half of the year is going to slow down. How many times have you heard that? Guess what? The Fed says the exact same shit. That's what he's probably going to reference today, because you also had the GDP. So that's why today, more evidence of nothing happening. You got the GDP today. That's going to lead into what the Fed usually communicates anyways. And then the data set happens on Friday, and then there's another jobs data leading until September. So hopefully you see it, but either way, we're going to be listening for the signal. Signals will be if he wants to talk about guaranteeing or stopping just shy or just short of a guarantee of cutting in September or October, or giving a time frame, or the other thing he is going to bring up quantitative tightening and talking about, speeding that up or ending that program and getting back to a plan where the Fed could maybe be a buyer of bonds. You guys were talking about Bessent being in Powell's ear. Maybe that's what he's going to do. And maybe Bessent could get some support on the bonds. Powell doesn't cut, but they start feeding the bonds a little bit. Ta-da! So that's a way to look at it. But other than that, we're still not expecting much. And then the other part now, there's one more. Again, all of these, this is what is going to be talked about today. In the next 30 minutes to an hour, you're going to hear this stuff. They are going to ask this at the presser. But this is what you guys got to realize. This is what makes it so that, nothing is going to happen right now. The tariffs. So what specifically about the tariffs would make it where Powell isn't going to do jack shit today? Anybody have an idea? What about the tariffs could lead Powell to hiding behind data for cover? What do you think it could be? Hold on. Please, let me get your Jeopardy music. The answer we were looking for was China, or some variation of a tariff rate, and August 13th. That is what we have been talking about. Shout out to the Watchlist. So think about it. What has the Fed said we don't know happen the tariff. We don't know, uncertain. Don't know if it causes inflation. Oh no, what do we do? Oh, so scared, Donald. Oh my God. You remember, that's what they said every single time. So you don't even have to, oh my gosh, no, we didn't need that. So think about it, China. That, we don't even know if they're going to have a deal, if it's paused or whatever. So what's going to happen? If you don't have a China deal and you don't have certainty on China, how will Powell have certainty on what tariffs will do to inflation? They're probably going to stick to that today too. And probably say, although we have deals, although they're still too early to tell, and then that, but the fact that there's no China deal too, that will add to the uncertainty. White House advisor Hassett, I respect Fed independence. Trump, U.S. to slap 25% on Indian goods as extra penalty for India's trade with Russia. Oh, I love it. So I was gonna throw this in there, but since you said, the Fed and fictitious economic data, are you ready for this? Let me get you the fun fact. Where is it? Please hold while I connect your fun fact. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay, are you ready for this? So, this is part of, too, why Powell kind of looks a little weird. Do you guys know what the trend of data has been? This is what I reminded you of having a baby. For the last 9 months, inflation data has shown little evidence, if any at all, of skyrocketing inflation. So it may happen in the future. That's what Powell's going to talk about. But do you understand? There is zero evidence of that. Now, why am I telling you that? Are you ready for this? Because a recent Reuters poll found that 89 out of 100 economists polled by Reuters were concerned about the quality of official U.S. economic data, with 41 saying they are very concerned. So, are you ready, though? Are you ready? In the last 4 years, none of those economists doubted the data. So you can't make this shit up. 4 years ago, everybody in here was like, yo, the data's fake. And now that the data is good, You don't hear people say that as much, and now the people who were saying the data was real 4 years ago, they're now saying the data is fake. Welcome to America. Welcome to economics. So, yeah, I think that's hilarious. Trump touts EU and Japan. Yeah, Trump is talking right now, and you just he's fucking up Powell, bro. I fucking love this guy. He's done this last time, you guys. You don't remember where last time we had Jerome Powell and Donald Trump making the exact competing comments at the same time, and I was like, I've never seen this in my life before. He is just stealing the show from Powell, you guys. That's it. He did this last time. He is literally, he wants Powell to not be important. His job is easy. All he does is show up. He shows up once a month. Everybody listens. I'll show you. Howard! No, push it back. Push it back. Howard. Look me in my eyes, Howard. Speak up. You're gonna push it back 30 minutes before he starts. Then I want you to delay it 15. I go live right before. It's my show now. They came to watch me, not Powell. He has an easy job. I had to go to Scotland. I had to fight Democrats and get shot at. Nope. So yeah, that's what's happening. Because I've never seen this before. And I genuinely believe in my heart that Trump just wants to steal the show. Because whatever the fuck he's saying right now, you're ripping ahead of the Powell. And we knew usually you get a crazy move ahead of Powell. How many times did I say that this morning? I said that 1 hour before Powell, you're going to move around. I think Trump just wants to take credit for it now. And he doesn't want you to think it's Powell. So, ta-da. Oh, man. I'm just putting too much curiosity. Watch out. I'm going to get banned. Follow me on Instagram. God bless God. God is God. Amen. Anyways. So, I don't know. The homeboy who brought that up, it just made me, like I'm saying, there is actual stats and people doubting the data. And that comes into it. He might get a question on it. They might question Powell on the accuracy of the data. Because again, as the data has shown no evidence, your top economists who believe transitory and everything else, they now believe the data may be manipulated. I know, you can't make this up. So yeah, there is that, but other than that, the data has been good. And now, this is what I'm saying, we're not really expecting much, and I have been wrong before. Sometimes I don't think something's gonna happen, we could get surprised, but like I'm saying, if we do get a surpriser, it may be emotional, but I don't think we're going to get anything actionable or fundamental that is kind of, changing in that way. So we will see, but yeah, all the expected changes has diminished. Economic outlook will remain elevated. That's it. And then descents. That's all. That is what is expected. It's not a lot. It's and then multiple data sets come out after SCP. That is just unfortunately where we are at. And then again, expecting it to reflect the GDP and what they said this morning. That'll be there. You'll get a question on Powell and Trump and the independence, and then that's it. And then just watch QT, watch out any signals, and that is your story. Ta-da! So yeah, any questions? That's all I have for you. It's not really, again, I hope I'm wrong and we get excitement, but, I don't think even then it will be excitement because of emotions. I don't think it's going to be what's it called? I don't think it's going to be like rate movements, or we would need a real big signal to move rate cut odds. And that's something to watch for. If anything, the dollar, that might be something to keep your eyes on as it starts to do that. UUP or the DXY to watch the dollar. lose our power. I mean, all that matters with rates, and I'm glad there's a lot of you here. Don't ever forget this. It's very simple. If the economy is truly booming and you cut rates, long end bond yields will go up. If you cut into a boom, rates go higher. If you cut into a bust, rates will go lower. That's it. Don't overthink it. Because that's kind of this, that's what Gunlock and everybody, the TV, everybody's arguing about. Then that's it. And that's why we need the results of the economy, the Reuters, the data. But if the economy is truly booming, no downside, no nothing, and they're cutting depending on the rate and how they cut, that's usually going to lead to higher rates. But if you cut during a bust, that's easy. You have more experience with that than not. Yeah, what did I just see going? MP keeps going up. I put Abercrombie up there right before we got on, and then Trump is talking, and then the other ones are just moving around. What if we cut in the Mag 7? That's not the economy. Like I said, jobs, the economy, labor, wage growth, GDP, all of that. And right, and today you had a booming GDP. That's why there's again, it's been 9 months, and although Trump had the opportunity to slow things down, it just looks like it was under Biden. That's what I'm saying, is the same, what the fuck, everything chugs no matter what, and maybe it's just the money supply and government spending. But long story short, jobs aren't being lost like they are, but they're not contracting. Wages aren't running crazy, they're not going down. Housing became stable, even though it's still extremely expensive. You know what I'm saying? So just, yeah, that economy, and then you throw in the stocks and wealth effect and everything else in between. I think Trump is just trying to get credit for the moves ahead of power right now. I think it's hilarious. Again, it happened last time and I was blown away. I've never really seen the president and Fed make competing comments at the same time during a FOMC, and we saw that last time. And now, sure enough, Trump is going live right ahead of Powell. It's pretty funny. All right, they got live feeds up on the Fed. So again, you guys know in 12 minutes we get the statement. So it's going to be minor. I don't think you'll move much. This pre-run might give you a range, and then 30 minutes after that, you're going to get Jerome Powell.
They took advantage of us. Other countries, friend and foe.
Yeah, Trump is talking.
And by the way, the friend was oftentimes much worse than the foe when it comes to trade. So if that happens, what you do is you raise your rates and you do what you have to do to stop inflation. But we're keeping the rates high, and it's hurting people from buying houses, and we don't want that. If for any reason that happened in a year or two, if there's some signs of inflation coming back, right now there's not. We have a great thing going. I think we're going to have the richest economy you've ever seen. We have money coming in that we've never even thought about, at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We have a deal with Japan where they're going to pay us $550 billion. We have a deal with Europe where they're doing $750 billion plus $400 billion plus $300 billion. And many other countries, it's likewise, relatively, those are two big ones, but likewise. So we have a lot of money coming in, and we have no inflation.
FOMC to hold again, dissent possible, cuts unlikely amid division.
Each point that this gentleman keeps up costs us $365 billion a year. Think of that. 1 point, $365 billion. If you bring it down a point, we save 365. We should be the lowest interest rate, and we're not. We're 38, number 38, because of the Fed. It's all because of the Fed. He's done a bad job. Now, he's got a meeting today, but I call him too late. He's always too late. Even if he does it today, probably won't. I hear they're going to do it in September, not today. For what reason? Nobody knows. But Europe, as you know, cut their rates 11 times in the last short period of time. But the good news is we're doing better than anybody anywhere in the world. Nobody's doing anything even close to us, even with the higher rates. The higher rates do affect housing, though, because people can't go out and get a loan or refinance their house. And it would be nice to have them be able to do that. That would be just another check of a box that would be important. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you mentioned today that India, in addition to its 25% tariff rate, pay an additional penalty because of its support of Russia. What is that additional penalty? And are other countries facing the same threat?
Well, we're negotiating right now, and it's also BRICS. You know, they have BRICS, which is basically a group of countries that are anti the United States, and India is a member of that, if you can believe it. It's an attack on the dollar, and we're not going to let anybody attack the dollar. So
the I in BRICS.
And it's partially,
I am disappointed.
The trade,
I'll tell you that.
Situation, it's a deficit. We had a tremendous.
This is live, yeah.
Deficit.
This is live on the White House, Fox, everywhere right now.
As you know,
with Lutnick and Greer.
is a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us.
My bad.
They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. Now they're willing to cut it very substantially, but we'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff, but you'll know at the end of this week. August 1st is a very big day for this country because money is going to pour into the United States like we've never seen before. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hawley introduced legislation that would ban members of Congress from owning or trading individual stocks. It extends to the president and to the vice president. Are you in favor of that legislation?
Well, I like it conceptually. I don't know about it, but I like it conceptually. And, you know, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information. She made a fortune with her husband, and I think that's disgraceful. So in that sense, I'd like it, but I'd have to really see I study these things very carefully, and this just happened. So I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it. And what I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street, save a few.
This is great.
How did that happen? It happened by she knows exactly what's going to
sad
happen.
Because
what's
everybody's like, yeah.
Stock, and the stock goes up after the announcement's made. And she ought to be investigated.
You want to bring up Trump coin? I don't think you're understanding the gravity of the situation. You know, because not everybody was in. No one knows all about Solana. You all trade stocks. You all got pillaged by Nancy.
We're negotiating with Harvard now. They would like to settle, so we'll see what happens.
Or she had a crazy edge and none of you would get. And have you seen her crib? So yeah, but I killed it on Trump coin, and I hope you did too with the early notice. But it was really given to the public. But if that was Nancy's version, she would have known about it before and bought it.
And we're going to take care of those people. The ones that did a job, the ones that were told certain things.
Okay, 7 more minutes.
One of the most disgraceful episodes in the history of our country. The way we left Afghanistan was just a disgrace. But I understand your question fully, and we'll take care of 90% of your question, okay? I know what you mean. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, on the tariffs on India, are you still open to negotiate with India on the tariff front
on
a deal?
Now we'll see what happens. Again, India was the highest, or just about the highest tariff nation in the world, and one of the highest, 100 points, 150 points or percentages. So India was one of the highest in the world. They had won.
I think we're just talking about different things, you guys. We're not talking about Solana.
You know, there's another higher one is Canada. Canada has. They've been charging our farmers 200%, 300%, 400%.
We're talking about the highest level of information.
But India is one of the highest.
Regulated
so we're negotiating with India
markets,
right now.
The only market. What do we? Do I have to explain this?
Burn bags.
Chad.
We'd love to get your thoughts on that.
I think we're talking about different things.
I don't know what you mean by that statement. Say it.
Bags full of Russiagate
A
documents.
burn bag. I thought you said appointed a man named Burn Bag. Go ahead. You got to speak up.
Thousands of documents in these bags, supposedly burned bags.
5 more minutes.
Well, I want everything to be shown. You know, as long as it's fair and reasonable, I think it will be shown and it should be shown. And I think he feels that way, and I think Pam feels that way. but it's got to be, it's got to be stuff that really doesn't hurt people unfairly, because you have so many people involved. And if they can do that in a fair way, I think it's great. I think it's really great. The whole thing is a scam. It's a scam set up by the Democrats, and they love talking about it. But I would like to see people exposed that might be bad, and we'll see how that all works out. But it's getting to be very old news. If they had anything, they would have done it the week before the election, because they were losing by a lot. If they had anything, they would have done it. They controlled the file. The Democrats controlled it. Comey and all this, sleazebags, every one of them that you read about all the time. And I guess they've got some problems now having to do with yet a different scandal, very big one. But they control that file. So I would think that if they would have had something in the file, they would have released it about a week before the election, maybe 2 weeks, right, Brian?
I wonder, dude, is he going to keep going into the event?
It was a great trip. It was an amazing trip.
All right, hear me out. This whole press conference is pre-planned. If at 11 or like 11:05, if like a banger question gets asked, you get what I'm saying? So just keep your eyes open, because again, we got the Fed meeting. We're going to get the statement here in a couple of minutes, but like if you just get the right trade question after the release, I'm going to be very skeptical of this one. I will stick to my idea. So we'll see how this one actually ends up playing out. Why isn't it loading? All right, well, that just cut out, but data is coming out in 2 minutes, boys. So again, you're going to get this statement, and then after this statement, there he is.
Keep watching these talking points that the Democrats
have. After the
have.
statement, it's going to turn into
prices are way
they
down.
probably paused the feed because they got the question.
Groceries
and then
are
we're going
down.
to wait 30 minutes,
Things like
and then
eggs
Powell
are
comes
way
out.
down. When I came in my first week, the eggs had gone up like 4 or 5 times. Nobody had ever seen anything like it. And they were hitting me about eggs. I said, I just got here. It was one of my first maybe my first news conference. And we have eggs down now to a point where they were actually lower than even before. So I just want everyone to know prices are way down. And that's a big thing. Groceries, everything. If you look at fuel, $2.35 a gallon, a lot of that. But we actually had 4 states where it's down $1.99.
Oh,
$1.99.
I was like, he corrected it. Good for him. No, we're back at $1.99.
And it went up a lot higher than that. They got rid of my policy, and then it went through the roof, and then they brought my policy back, but it was too late.
I don't know. What do I feel like I'm in the middle of a divorce. Who do I choose? Do I choose Powell or do I choose Trump?
We have nothing but cash coming in. The world respects
us. All right, well, FOMC in a minute and a half.
Really great,
as Trump is talking,
country.
I don't know who I want to live with.
I'll say it again. Many leaders of other countries. I'm dealing with a lot of them today.
All right, well, get ready. About a minute. Oil, yeah, I think because the India tariff thing. He was saying additional 25 because of the Russia involvement. That's part of that escalation. So, well, I guess I could play both, but I'm gonna pay attention, and we'll read. There shouldn't, if it's only that one statement change, we'll see. We'll see the dissents, and then we'll see how everybody reacts to it, and then we'll just go from there. So I wouldn't really go too crazy. I think we'll be good to go. But other than that, 45 seconds. You guys got the wire up. You'll see. The breakdown, it'll just pop up here, and then we're gonna be good. You got a little bit of a Trump pump or just Powell pump prior, but near the high of the day, which is still lower than yesterday. Okay, 30 seconds. Trump, we're gonna go. Watch, be careful though. Just be on the lookout for the Trump headline after this comes out. It's brewing. But then 30 minutes after this, I will start feed hunting. Oh no, Trump exited. Yeah, you. Lower the rates. Powell. You. Just kidding. I love you. That's my. All right, 4 seconds. Off. 3, 2, 1. And we're off. 9-2. Governor Bowman and Waller dissent. That's it. That's all. They wanted the cut. Let's see if that jacks up bonds. I'm going to check statement, but I think we're correct, brothers. I think we've really got nothing today. July statement suggests that growth of economic activity is moderated in the first half of the year. I think it's the same. So that's July. Although swings in net exports can affect data. Economic as moderated. So they changed continued to expand to moderated at the first half of the year, but that's literally GDP like I told you. But that's a little different. Unemployment rate remains low, market conditions solid, inflation remains somewhat elevated. that's the same. Seeks to achieve maximum employment, 2%, that's the same. Uncertainty has uncertainty about outlook remains elevated. So they said that outlook has diminished but remains elevated. So it's the same as there. That was the expected change I was looking for. And then that's it. Everything I believe was the same. And then the dissent. They will continue reducing holdings. That's the same. Yeah. So one extra change in the beginning. So instead of growth has, they said activity has moderated. Last time they said activity continued to expand at a solid pace. That's weird. It sounds like the GDP. That's it. But the weird part is that the economy hasn't moderated. So that is it's a very interesting. FCX is going crazy. What's happening here? So that's gonna be your Trump shit probably. Nah, hold on. This is, what did I tell you, bro? This isn't the Fed. You got FCX dumping 5%. Check the commodity plays, but I don't think this is the Fed, dude. Do you get what I'm saying? You're dumping now, but I don't think that's it. Yeah, because FCX is going 5%, but the only thing was the change on the economy, which I'm saying it matches up with GDP. But if it doesn't match up with GDP, that's just not, that's the Fed telling you the economy's slowing down. But I don't know. I think it tracks more with GDP than not. Trump signed proclamation to address effects of copper. Yeah, there you go. You're moving on copper news, bro. Bro, I told you. This is literally Trump taking the fucking show from Powell. I was just saying, just watch in the next couple of minutes. It's 11:02. I said, watch by 05. If we get a big move, it might not be about the Fed. And now you're getting this copper shit. So yeah, I don't think this is the reaction from the statement. So like I'm saying, the big change on the statement now, economy expanding or not, I would like more color on that. But like I told you, that matches up with what I said about GDP ahead of it on the preview. So either way, we're still in line. And even the little freak out on Trump, that's everything I told you in advance. So I'm not really, don't trip yet until we get Powell. Or at least you can if you'd like. But yeah, ERJ now in Breyer, something with airlines. 40% tariff on Brazil. Now China, yeah, bro, he's fucking it up. That's it. He's a little asshole, bro. So yeah, he's doing on all semi-finished copper. 50% tariff August 1st. And then you have a Brazil tariff as well. I'm telling you, now he's going to make it look like power. So now it looks like the statement, but I'm telling you, that's not what's happening though. Just sadly, I love you, Donald Trump, but this is not, the market's not reacting to Powell. It's reacting to Trump, if anything. So like I'm telling you, the changes are not big at all. So this is hilarious. I literally just called this in advance. So that's why I told you, I hope the philo didn't make you look away. So yeah, don't get lost in the sauce. Yeah, rate cut odds aren't moving. This is all off copper tariffs. Copper and now fucking Brazil is coming out at the same time. And then, like I'm telling you, your only change is right here. So look, June 18th, they said economy has continued to expand. Today, the change they said is that activity has moderated. That either saying the Fed believes it's slowing down, but like I told you in the prior, the GDP, they usually copy what the GDP does, and that's what the GDP says. So watch out for that. But other than that, nothing has happened. This market movement is all exactly like that's Trump, bro. Oh yeah. We called that one out from kilometers. But yeah, get ready though. And then now you got Pinduo dumping on this tariff shit. There might be a China one still brewing. Yeah, China might be next. Don't ignore that Pinduo duo JD as well. Copper futures down 12. They're probably gonna get limit down. But remember, copper stockpiles in the United States are at the highest they've ever been. So in a weird way, don't let them fool you. I mean, people benefit off of it. $16 now? Oof. So that's what's ironic, though, is that we have a lot of copper. So the price going down on that, like, these motherfuckers are ready to monetize it. So yeah, let's get ready for the feeds now, and then that's it. I think your market's gonna tweak right now on the policy, not the Fed policy, the government policy. Trump, Brazil, copper, I think a little bit of China. We haven't got that headline yet, but yeah, otherwise the Fed didn't do shit yet. So then just get ready. You got about 24 minutes till Powell. Yeah, Nvidia's ripping. That's a funny part on this. Yeah, and the Russia countdown is still on. Mm-hmm. All right. I got a couple feeds up. They're all just playing the music. So we'll see who's fast. Last time the Fed was fast. There was a law on the stocks. Yeah, they advanced some of it today, but we'll see. He's just said that he needs to look at it. %68% chance of Fed. That's the crazy part, is the dissent. So it happened. You know, there is evidence of pressure, not from the president. So you have two people on the Fed, first time in 30 years that you've had dissents like that. So now maybe there is, that's why I'm saying we got to listen today to Powell, because that's what makes it a little bit more unique. So like I'm saying, we know what to look for. We have our work cut out. It's playing out exactly how we talked about. But now just keep in mind, it's a subtle but very large difference in what you have seen historically. Like you're saying, it just doesn't happen every day. And you have a different set of pressure in the Fed. Whether they want the job or not, you just haven't seen that in 3 decades. So let's see. Just be on the lookout for what Powell says or doesn't say. And maybe that will give us a little bit more. But for now, just you're chilling, bro. Everything is all reacting to copper in India. All right, well, I got some feeds up. Let's see what we get first. It's exciting, bro. I want to know that they copied the GDP thing, but that will be something. If Powell starts talking like the economy slows down and he's not saying it like, oh, maybe it'll slow. If he's like confident in that, that would be bad. But I don't think he will. I think he's going to fall in line to the GDP. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. And then just watch QT. And then any other little question. I can't believe Trump just did that, though. Like I'm telling you, I was telling you, I don't know why. We saw it last time. But I do think Trump is trying to steal the show from Powell today. Because he just dropped a bomb 2 minutes after the statement. FCX is still dumping. No, I sold the FCX put. Remember, I thought it was a dud, and then I kept the Apple one. That one came up. You missed Trump announcements as well as the statement, and the statement wasn't there. I think I did, unless I have it on another one. I'm pretty sure I sold them. The MPs are ripping. Yeah, I took a small gain on that one. I remember it was a dud, but it hit. Oh, that was different. That wasn't the Trump and dub, man. That's what I'm saying. You guys just watch me fucking telegraph it. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes y'all will watch me telegraph shit. That was crazy, by the way. Praise the Lord Jesus Christ. But then y'all will come up with the most bullshit-ass response. Blaming Trump on that. And like I'm saying, you're blaming Trump for something today, but just blame it on the right thing, man. Because, like, he's stealing the show from Powell. That wasn't no Trump and dump. That was very confusing if you weren't paying attention, but I saw it getting set up. Set the play up. I'm a punt kicker. But yeah, that was crazy. But yeah, I don't think it was. I think it's Trump trying to get in the way of Powell. He did that last time subtly, and now we saw it again. But that's what was crazy, bro. I'm telling you, I said just watch, and then the first 5 minutes, if they announce something big, I think it's gonna confuse the result, bro. And that's exactly what happened. That's what I'm saying. It's like, obviously Trump was doing something. It's not I know some of you want to frame it one way, but it's like clearly he doesn't like Powell and he makes those comments. I ran you through my logic, but yeah, it's he wants to get in the way of this. So wait till the press. There might be more. Let's see what happens at the press conference. But that's why I don't care about the politics as much as you think. I'm just trying to juggle the right way. That's why I said. That's why I'm parsing it out, and I'm looking at my expected reaction from the statement, and I'm keeping that all in track. And then I'm also digesting what he just did. But then, like I told you, if I expected this, the fact we have our preparation and preview, so many things are lining up with what I told you in advance. That's why you don't need to freak out. You're prepared. Yeah, FCX still dumping. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in a cow. White House copper unit, copper input metals, and scrap excluded from Section 232 and reciprocals. That was crazy. So yeah, we got 15 more minutes. I'm trying to find the one with the feed. I want to see what's it called? I want to see the desk. I'm looking. Oh, there it is. Yeah, more YouTube. Yo, YouTube, why is it when you search Jerome Powell, why you put in the CNBC 18 above me, dog? They've been playing reruns, confusing the fuck out of everybody. Why you putting, what the fuck, YouTube? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Yeah, I don't have the feed. I'm looking everywhere. I'm even checking YouTube. I can't find the one of the desk. Well, let's see. Maybe Trump's getting in the way. TikTok shop clapped, ends duty-free de minimis. That's the China. I think those headlines came in later, but remember I was saying watch Pinduoduo. There was something on China too. SGML, Brazil lithium's down. Copper's getting clapped. It didn't even show you? It doesn't show my, yeah, why is it doing that? Usually I'm number 1 on Powell, YouTube. What are you doing, YouTube? Is it because I still have all my videos deleted because you let people get me banned, YouTube? Come on, YouTube. All right, I need to go to the bathroom, though. I'm going to take me a piss. And we'll get ready. What are these guys talking?
England does not have this
very sort of anodyne, not changing much their analysis.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Coat News on Twitter.
We're missing
we
right
bought
now
a Colt
is
compound
the
too.
labor
If you guys
market,
aren't
because
aware,
it's still, as they say,
gotta check
solid.
the
But
other
that's
channel
backward-looking
out.
data. We don't get the
like
latest
donuts.
until Friday. The inflation numbers, as Diane mentioned, we can also already pretty much calculate, and we know it's going up. The GDP numbers today, one question is, the business spending numbers were dismal, but was that because companies are sitting on their hands waiting for tariff decisions? Or is that because they've decided now that they're going to pull back because the economy is slowing down? A lot of unanswered questions. I'm not sure how many Jay Powell can give us answers to, but those are the kind of things we might see in the press conference.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. We'll let you run. Mike McKee there with the breakdown of the Fed decision. The objective of Chairman Powell has to be to make this boring. This should be boring. And as someone said to us earlier on this morning, if the most entertaining thing about this is 2 dissents, then this is a boring meeting at the Federal Reserve.
There is not going to be anything boring about this press conference because Fed Chair Jay Powell has to message why this committee that has been noted for its consensus suddenly is breaking apart and why people believe that there is a shadow Fed, effectively, a shadow Fed chair in the likes of Chris Waller. Interesting, the Mickey Bowman comments. I'm not going to go there, but there is this question of whether Chris Waller is being taken more credibly and whether people are going to hear what he has to say more directly.
I think Dan handled that perfectly.
She was beautiful.
Absolutely perfectly. Neil Dutter's much more fiery. He writes this: using tariffs to absolve yourself of doing anything is downright pathetic. So Diane, naturally I've got to ask you whether you think it's downright pathetic and whether you do think they're using tariffs to absolve themselves from doing nothing.
I think tariffs are an unknown. The rollout has been uneven. There's more of them coming on Friday. We know the effective tariff rate is lower than it actually should be right now, and that's because firms are using bonded warehouses and free trade zones to not have to pay the upfront costs of tariffs. But over time, we're starting to hit a tipping point, and that's what you're seeing in the Fed's Beige Book. That's what you're seeing in their surveys. They're seeing that the effects are starting to come in and coming off the heels of the pandemic-induced inflation, which frankly we have yet to fully bring down. That is important as well, because that proximity, as Jim pointed out earlier in the show, this is a different environment than it was in 2019, and that proximity to that inflation that is still with us from the pandemic, that's important.
Diane, give us the dynamic of our nominal GDP, our animal spirit. You mentioned stagflation, but if I got real GDP coming down, I don't know what inflation's going to do. Do you just assume a more dampened nominal GDP? Is that the heart of the matter, like the crater in fixed investment that Mike McKee talked about this morning?
So yeah, what we have is the overall economy basically moving sideways in the second half of the year, not much more than that. That's slower than the first half, but not a lot slower than the first half. This is a major slowdown in the overall economy as it deals with the disruptions due to tariffs, among other things. It's been destabilizing. There's an uncertainty factor. If we get more certainty, we should get more investment as interest rates finally do come down in 2026, and you do get some of the stimulus from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act coming into the economy. Those things we know are out there, but it really is the second half of this year has a lot more headwinds than the first half did, and the first half was not insignificant given all of the hot air we've seen on tariffs.
Diane, appreciate your time. As always, Dan Swonk there, KPMG, on a breakdown of the U.S. economy and what to look for from the Federal Reserve Chair, who speaks in about 10 minutes' time. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. So 20 minutes ago, the Federal Reserve and Chairman Powell leaving interest rates unchanged.
Baby.
2 votes to cut interest rates came from 2 Fed governors. As we've said repeatedly, the first time going all the way back to the early 1990s. Some acceptance in the statement that growth has moderated, though they still believe the labour market remains solid.
Tell them about the GDP, Bloomberg. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that is, though. That statement, I want more color on it. That is what's going to be very interesting. But, yeah, we'll see, man. We will see. So, get ready for it. It's 10 minutes now. We barely moved, and then this is unique because you also have policy from the president out within minutes after it, man. So, yeah, welcome. Welcome. You got the wire up. Anything else will come up there, but you should be good to go. Oh, my YouTube is going crazy. All right, man. I have a bunch of feeds up. Got a couple of other videos. I think the Fed video might be the fastest. Again, that's a little different today, too. Like I'm saying, I usually have the desk up by now. This is going to be fun. People are watching old Powell. Oh, there you go. I found myself now. Yeah, dude. I just have to fucking complain? Come on. I don't like complaining, YouTube. I love you, YouTube. Why are you doing me like this, YouTube? Look, I find my desk now, too. Like, look at this is bullshit. Why y'all playing me like this? I tweet them, now I find. Go search it again. Do you guys find me? Did you find me on the first one now? But yeah, I got a live feed. So this is going to be my good reference point. I was down 160. Wow. So that's good. I know it's like a club. It's like a cult. You got to just know about it. And then that's why, because you see that like call out right before, and then the accurate preview, it trips. So that's why. It's a word of mouth thing. But come on, YouTube. Do better. I still love you, YouTube. I love you, Neil. Neil's a good guy. You know? They already hooked me up. Oh, Joanne, you saw the truck in Little Italy? You're here right now? Let's go. Oh, yeah, well, you came here for the right time then. See, someone just commented on the video. They found it through the Cybertruck. Isn't that crazy? You saw a Cybertruck in San Diego? And if you're in Little Italy, if you need any food recommendations, let me know. I might even buy you a dinner. You deserve a free dinner because you're in San Diego. But at the end of the day, that'd be crazy if I just stumbled across Powell from a Cybertruck. I would love it. I would love it. All right, though. We got to feed, like I'm saying. Give it a couple minutes, and then we are going to, we'll be able to compare them. And then we will see. Jerome, Escondido. Oh, I got 2 of these. Okay, different songs. Yeah, the Fed one was quick. In National City, I mean, LT has a couple of flips there. We'll be around, usually all around San Diego. Every city has a major little, yeah, right? A little Italy. What else is there? Little Tokyo. What do you recommend in Little Italy? What do you like? She says she was at the farmer's market. That was already a great choice. That's where it's at, low key. But just depends. You know, Sam the cooking guy's there. Oh, that he has like 3 shops in the food hall. There's like the Little Italy food hall or food court. That place is fire. And I like all the Sam the cooking guy ones. Those ones go hard. Then you got Born and Raised if you need to take someone out. Nice steak. There's an Italian place. What is it? It's like oregano or something. Started with the A. Oh, it's on the fucking strip of Little Italy. Oh, I forgot. Oregano? Something like that, but it's decent. They just got a good cheese wheel, if you like that. I'm telling you. No, not Barbusa. Barbusa got a good, Yo, okay, here, can I tell you? Because since Powell has 5 minutes, and since YouTube is hiding my video today, even though there's like 11,000 of you, I sound like a little bitch. I still love you. God bless you all, man. Thank you. But I'm going to tell you a funny story. There's a place in San Diego on Little Italy, and shout out to San Diego viewers, baby, and the one who even just commented. I love it. You started this. Bro, there's a place in Little Italy called Barbusa, and then they have this thing called a bone marrow shot, right? It's a bone marrow shot. And I'm like, all right, I love bone marrow. That's one of my favorite foods. I'm like excited about this thing, right? And I'm like, okay, it's a bone. I thought like it was expensive. It was fancy. I thought it was going to be something I've never tried, right? And thank God, thank the Lord that I asked this server what the F it was. You know, because I said, can you explain it to me first before I order it? It sounds fire, right? It sounds fire. Yeah, long story short, homeboy explained to me that all he does is take the bone marrow and pours it in your mouth. I said, oh, hell nah, fuck that. I said, what? I said, no, bro, I said, what? You want me to pay, you gonna feed me bone marrow, and you gonna call it a bone marrow, so you just gonna pour it in a shot and then fancily feed it to me? You want me to tilt my head back, open my mouth, and you going, oh, hell nah. I said, nah, you got it twisted. You want me to pay extra for that? I've done a caviar bump, but that's not that extra, dog. What do you mean? Like, put the caviar on your hand, eat it, okay, cool. That's normal-ish. Like, fine, okay, but it's just rich people trying to feel important. I get it. But not the damn fucking pour bone marrow in my mouth. It pay you double? You're like, yo, dude, that's a wild food service feature. So yeah, we rejected that. I got a pizza to go. I said I'm out. Oh, dude, bro, it was wild. And I looked at my girl. I was waiting. She ordered it. I was gonna break up with her. I was just waiting. I said, do you want it? I said, don't worry. You want it? I was looking at it. I said, no. I said, you say yes. That's it. She don't know. In my mind, I said, man, if she say yes to this, I'm like, why don't you pay me and I'll pour it? I'll do it for you. What the fuck? Shit, bullshit. So yeah, just consumer note if you're ever going to go there. It's not what you think it is, dog. No, bro, I came in there hella excited. I thought I was going to try some new culinary dish. Oh, dude, that was crazy. All right, bro. Fed's not up yet. I'm hunting, bro. I know I'm telling you a story, but I'm watching, baby. Ain't got nothing yet. Great to be here, baby. God is good. So get ready. This is an interesting Powell. So nothing happened. You had Donald Trump trying to steal the show as well. We had a nice little prediction on that, but you got to juggle two moving pieces at the same time. Powell and Fed have done nothing. The fact you have had a first double descent in 30 years is there is some pressure somewhere, but how it gets communicated is what we're truly going to be listening for. So get ready for it, because that is going to be a very, very big part of it. Watch dollar and watch gold, and then again, like I'm saying, I have China names. We have MP. You saw FCX, but like there's two moving pieces. A quarter of the market is going to move on policy, and then everyone else is going to do their Powell's thing. Allegro, that's the Italian place, not oregano. Allegro, that just came to me. There you go. Nah, Jerome, I don't know. I think Jerome, we're just gonna, attitude is part of it. But again, there's real pressure. The dissent thing, as much as I don't want to take it seriously, the reality is that hasn't happened in 30 years. So there's some lingering pressure. We just need to know how he's gonna communicate it. And then, like we talked about, he's going to watch. Someone's going to bring it up or he's going to say it. 2 data sets until the next Fed meeting. And that is very, very pivotal. If he signals or not, yes. Or how much. He's going to say something, but how much are we going to move the needle towards hawkish or bullish? And the literal needle is literally Fed rate cut futures. Not on Robinhood. The ones on the futures. Not the fucking directional bets. Okay? No. The fucking Zaza. The ZQ. Alright, I got another live feed up. Get ready. Powell is live. Oh, shit.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and goals of maximum
I got a faster one.
Stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position.
I'm going to turn the audio up.
The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market
Speak up, Powell.
Maximum employment. Inflation has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. We believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a 1.2% pace in the first half of this year, down from 2.5% last year. Although the increase in the second quarter was stronger at 3%, focusing on the first half of the year helps smooth through the volatility in the quarterly figures related to the unusual swings in
it's not bearish. That's a GDP thing.
The moderation
He literally just said the whole GDP thing I was telling you about.
Consumer
so that little change, we're good.
In contrast,
Green
business
light.
investment in equipment
Doesn't mean
and
you have to keep
intangibles
ripping and
picked up
watch
from
bonds
last
for that.
year's pace. Activity in
that
the housing sector
added that
remains
color
weak.
I was telling you I needed.
In the labor market, conditions have remained
He
solid.
added more than what was in the
Payroll
statement
job
there.
gains averaged 150,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.1% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range over the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in June, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories,
Hey,
core
watch
PCE
The Wire,
prices
too. You're
rose
going to get the
2.7%.
fucking trade
These readings
policy
are little
headlines,
changed
too.
from the
UNH
beginning of the year,
ripping.
although
They had
the
a credit
underlying
downgrade.
composition of price changes has shifted. Services inflation has continued to ease, while increased tariffs are pushing up prices in some categories of goods.
See if he says China.
Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up on
You
balance
might get
over
into
the
it
course
later.
of this year.
Remember, this
on
is
news
still
about
pre-written
tariffs,
to a certain
as
degree.
reflected in both market-based and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to show through more clearly to prices of some goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation could be short-lived.
Yeah, bro,
reflecting a
they like
one-time
that. He
shift
just
in the
said,
price
I don't know
level.
why he said the long-term
But it
inflation
is also possible that the
expectations
inflationary
remain in
effects
check.
could instead be
He
more
hasn't
persistent,
really been
and that
specific
is a
about
risk
that.
to be assessed.
That
and
might have
managed.
been your signal. That is a baby signal.
Our obligation is to keep longer-term
Think about it. Every other time he was saying,
inflation expectations
we don't know,
well
we don't
anchored
know.
and to prevent a
We know it's
one-time
going to have
increase
a
in the price
one-time
level
increase. You see
from
what I'm saying?
becoming an
He
ongoing
just
inflation
said
problem.
long-term inflation
For the time
expectations
being,
are in
we're
check.
well positioned to learn
That gives
more
a
about
little
the
bit
likely
more
course of the
confidence. Like I
economy
said,
and the
baby
evolving
signal.
balance of risks
This is
before
weird. This is
adjusting
the
our
pre-written
policy
part.
stance.
It has less weight.
We see our current policy stance as
So be
appropriate to
careful.
guard against inflation risks. We're also attentive to risks on the employment side of our mandate. In coming months, we will receive a good amount of data that will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the federal funds rate. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on potential revisions to our
I don't know,
statement
man.
on
See, I
longer
think
run
that was a
goals and
baby
monetary
signal.
policy strategy.
Like I said,
and
I
are on
wouldn't
track to
go
wrap
full.
up any
But look, bonds
modifications
are
by
reacting.
late
I wouldn't
summer.
full tilt yet. But that's a very
The Fed has been
good sign,
assigned
but
two
it could
goals
be
for
walked
monetary
back.
policy,
That's what I'm
maximum
saying. You know
employment and
Powell.
and
If
stable
someone heard
prices.
what I heard,
we remain committed
and they
to
ask
supporting
him, and then
maximum
he goes,
employment,
no.
bringing
You
inflation
see what I'm saying?
sustainably to our 2%
So just be
goal,
careful, but that
and
sounds like
keeping
a baby
longer-term
signal. We
inflation
need confirmation.
expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Okay, it's over now. So first signal on pre-written long-term inflation's in check.
There's a lot
weird.
of lean
He
in the
never said
markets,
that.
and not to mention out of the administration for a rate cut now in September. Is that expectation unrealistic at this point?
Unrealistic for cuts in September.
As you know, today we decided to leave our policy rate where it's been, where I would characterize as modestly restrictive. Inflation is running a bit above 2%, as I mentioned, even excluding tariff effects.
Delayed. They're already reacting.
The labor market's solid, historically low unemployment. Financial
No, this
conditions
could
are
be Trump.
accommodative, and the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy were holding it back
dude, this might be
inappropriately.
Trump. I can't tell.
So it seems
Because he hasn't answered the question
me
yet,
and
and too many other
almost the whole
sympathies are
committee
moving.
that the economy is not performing as though restrictive policy is
He
holding
said
it back
restrictive. Market always
inappropriately, and
tweaks on that,
modestly
but-
restrictive policy seems appropriate. All that said, there's also
You just said
downside
it's
risk
appropriate.
to the labor market.
But no, then
In
you had a
coming months,
couple of other
we'll
random moves.
receive
That was
a
weird.
good amount of
I don't
data
know.
That will help inform our assessment of the balance of risks and the appropriate setting of the
Trump,
federal
man.
funds
I don't know.
rate.
I don't know if it's Trump or not.
Just to follow up, by coming months, does that include the possibility you'll be getting essentially 2 rounds of
Data.
jobs and
There you go.
inflation
2
data
rounds of
between now and the
data.
September meeting?
First
Is that
question.
potentially adequate to make a decision
doing
to
everything
lower rates
immediately.
at that point?
So you're right. We do have, this is
You're right.
an intermeeting
Yeah.
period when we'll get 2 full rounds of employment and inflation data
Oh, 2
before
full
the time of the
rounds of
September
employment
meeting.
and inflation
We have made
data.
no decisions about September.
Only someone
We
told
don't
you.
do that in advance. We'll be taking that information into consideration and all the other information we get as we make our decision at the September meeting.
Okay, that wasn't bad, but that was just a shitty answer. After getting the little
Thank you, Mr.
inflation, he
Chairman.
just said everything he's ever
Did you
said
take out
about
the word-
cutting next month.
Or the notion that
no
uncertainty has diminished from this statement.
I'll just simplify. I'll say
Does
signal
that
or
mean
no
uncertainty
signal.
has increased? And I'm just wondering, the administration has struck several deals with large trading partners where it seems like we now know what the rate is going to be. Does knowing
the
that
China
rate
question.
add to your certainty to change policy, or do you need to wait to see the economic effects?
So essentially, the statement in our statement about uncertainty reflects what's gone on since the last meeting. So at the time of the last meeting, uncertainty had moved down a little bit, but it was more or less even this time. So we took out, had diminished because it didn't diminish further. So there's not really much in that. And then your second question is again,
ERJ still ripping. That's why I
There
put
have been
bowling up.
several
Watch,
deals
that's
that have been
part of the
struck, and now
politics
we
shit.
seem to
That's
have
running
an
too
idea
much.
of what the tariff rates are
ERJ.
going to be with some of our large
Separate from
trading
everything
partners.
going
Does
on
that
right
not
now.
add to
That's
the kind of
7%.
certainty you might need, or is it you're waiting for the economic effects to show themselves?
No, I think we're still, you're right, it's been a very dynamic time for these trade negotiations and lots and lots of events in the intermeeting period, but we're still, a ways away from seeing where things settle down. We are clearly getting more and more information, and I think at this point, people's estimates, our estimates, outside estimates of the likely effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point. But at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve.
That's
so
a subtle
yes, we are
China
learning more and
answer
more.
without saying
it. Doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that
50-50.
process, and that's not for us to judge. But it feels like there's much more to come, as well, looking ahead.
Yeah, and that's where, not this one, but this headline and then the other one, that's where you're dropping off of.
Neil Irwin with Axios. This morning we got a GDP report in which final domestic private purchases decelerated, slowest pace since 22. There was a weakness in the interest-sensitive sectors and residential investment, commercial structures. Are those not signs that monetary policy is a little too restrictive right now, given current economic conditions?
So the GDP and PDFP numbers came in pretty much right where we expected them to come in. You got to look at the whole picture. So certainly, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, economic activity data, GDP, private domestic final purchases, which we think is a narrower but better signal for future, for where the economy is going, has come down to a little better than 1%, 1.2%, I think, in the case of GDP for the first half, whereas it was 2.5% last year. So that has certainly come down. But if you look at the labor market, what you see is, by many statistics, the labor market is kind of still in balance. It's things like quits, job openings, and let alone the unemployment rate. They're all by many measures, very similar to where they were a year ago. So you do not see weakening in the labor market. You do see a slowing in job creation, but also a slowing in the supply of workers. So you've got a labor market that's in balance, albeit partially because both demand and supply for workers is coming down at the same pace, and that's why the unemployment rate has remained roughly stable, which is why I said we do see downside risk in the labor market. I mean, our two mandate variables, right, are inflation and maximum employment, stable prices and maximum employment, not so much growth. So the labor market looks solid. Inflation is above target, and even if you look through the tariff effects, we think it's still a bit above target, and that's why our stance is where it is. But as I mentioned, downside risks to the labor market are certainly apparent.
So on labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number, kind of in tandem. So, as long as that puts the labor market in balance, the fact that it's getting into balance due to declines in both supply and demand, though, I think it is suggestive of downside risk. So we of course will be watching that carefully.
You have baby signal met by
Thank you.
uncertainty answer and
New York
restrictive,
Times.
and then that's it.
Two of your colleagues called for a quarter-point cut today, and I'm wondering what aspects of their argument were most compelling to you, and how you're weighing their views against those on the committee who, as of the June forecast, were in the camp of the Fed holding interest rates steady for the remainder of the year. And just in terms of the June SEP in particular, is that still the best representation of where the core of the committee is?
So on the dissents, what you want from everybody, and also from a dissenter, is a clear explanation of what your thinking is and what are the arguments you're making, and we had that today. So I think basically this was quite a good meeting all around the table, where people were thought carefully about this and put their positions out there. As I mentioned, the majority of the committee was of the view that inflation's a bit above target, maximum employment is at target. That calls for modestly restrictive, in my way of thinking, modestly restrictive stance of policy for now. But we had two dissenters who, I think, you want that clear thinking and expression of your thinking, and we certainly had that today, I think, all around the table. In terms of, you asked about the June SEP, I wouldn't, that you're right, that's what it says, and that may well, I wouldn't point to it 6 weeks later as expressing people saying we really can't do that. We don't want an SEP, and I don't
Brazil's
want
now, EWZ on the high.
In my own
They're reacting to
estimate of what
Trump
the
and the
SEP might be. We don't
exemptions.
have one. So I'll just say that,
So like I say, you got like a quarter of the market moving on
we'll
Trump,
be monitoring
and then the rest
incoming
doing the
data
little
and asking
signal
ourselves
game.
whether the federal funds rate is in the right place.
And just on the point about policy being only modestly restrictive, does that mean that there's actually not much scope to reduce rates once the conditions for a cut are met, barring a significant weakening of the labor market?
So let me say, my own estimate is modestly restrictive, and there are a range of views of what the neutral rate is at this moment for our economy, and so others may say it's more restrictive or less restrictive even. We're going to be at some point when we return to moving toward a more neutral stance, we'll be making that judgment as we go. I don't think we have a preset course. It's not so mechanical as saying, we've derived with great confidence the neutral rate and that is our destination, because really we understand that no one actually knows what the neutral rate is. We know it by its works, and that will be how the way the economy reacts over time to slightly looser policy.
Nick Timmeros, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, my question is about what have you learned over the last few months about the inflation generating and price pass-through process? And just to drill down, the June CPI report showed evidence of tariff-induced goods inflation. Now, the tariff landscape is only starting to be settled with some of these more recent deals. Given the lags between when tariffs are announced and when they show up in goods prices, is 2 months a long enough horizon to evaluate the impact and be confident that tariffs aren't impacting the broader inflation process?
I think you have to think of this as still quite early days. And so I think what we're seeing now is substantial amounts of tariff revenue being collected on the order of $30 billion a month.
Don't forget,
which is,
you have Meta after the bell.
Higher than before.
And we haven't even got the Treasury refunding.
The evidence seems to be mostly not paid only to a small extent through exporters lowering their price, and companies or retailers, sort of people who are upstream, institutions that are upstream from the consumer, are paying most of this for now. It's starting to show up in consumer prices, as you know, in the June report. We expect to see more of that. And we know from surveys that companies feel that they have every intention of putting this through to the consumer, but the truth is they may not be able to in many cases. So I think we're just going to have to watch and learn empirically how much of this and over what period of time. I think we've learned that the process will probably be slower than expected at the beginning, but we never expected it to be fast. We think we have a long way to go to really understand exactly how it will be. So that's how we're thinking of it right now.
So if I could follow up, is the reticence to look through core goods inflation being driven by the judgment that during the pandemic expectations proved more adaptive than anyone at the Fed expected? Is it being driven by uncertainty over how restrictive policy is?
You could argue we are a bit looking through goods inflation by not raising rates. We haven't reacted to new inflation, but I mean I wouldn't insist upon that. But I think the base case, as I said, a reasonable base case is that these are one-time price effects. Of course, in the end, there will not be. This will not turn out to be inflation, because we'll make sure that it's not. We will, through our tools, make sure that this does not move from being a one-time price increase to serious inflation. We want to do that efficiently.
Kind of hawkish.
Efficiently, and that means
you will not get inflation. That means he will raise rates and keep them high.
If you move too soon, you wind up maybe not getting inflation all the way fixed.
That's
and you have
everything
to come back.
again.
That's
You're just
inefficient.
what he's saying, you're not
late,
saying, but
you might do too unnecessary damage to the
really
labor market.
Signals.
So,
if anything, you're getting let down that he's not
and a big inflationary
as bullish
problem.
as
What we're
the
trying to
first
do
comment.
is accomplish that in a way that is efficient. But in the end, there should be no doubt that we will do what we need to do to keep inflation under control. Ideally, we do it efficiently.
Yeah, we'll make sure.
Michael
that
McKee
just has a
from
hawkish
Bloomberg
implication.
Television and Radio.
He said we'll use our
The one big bill.
market always moves on machines.
Do you expect it to add stimulus to the economy in 2026, and would that be an argument for remaining on hold or cutting back on the number of rate cuts you would expect for next year?
So, of course, let me just ritual disclaimer that we don't express any judgments or anything like that on fiscal legislation or other legislation for that matter. But
FCX
I would say
down
when
again.
you think that, the biggest part of the bill was making permanent existing law on taxes, I don't think we see it as particularly stimulative. There should be some stimulative effect, but it shouldn't be significant over the next couple of years.
And to follow up, I don't want to put this in terms of you and the president, so let me ask it this way. Do you have concerns about the cost to the government of keeping rates elevated for
White House,
longer
Trump, Brazil,
terms of
no.
interest rate
See an old headline.
charges?
Yeah, no, that's, we
you're going
have
down. It's not on what he's
mandate,
saying.
and that's maximum employment and price stability. And it is, it's not something we do to consider the cost to the government of our rate changes. We have to be able to look at the goal variables Congress has given us, use the tools they've given us to achieve those goals, and that's what we do. We don't consider the fiscal needs of the federal government. No advanced economy central bank does that, and it wouldn't be good if we did do that, it would be good neither for our credibility nor for the credibility of U.S. fiscal policy. So it's just not something we take into consideration.
Like I'm saying, I mean, you're letting down from not supporting that first little bullish comment.
Hi,
but
Victoria Guido with Politico.
Like I'm saying, part of the market's moving on other shit.
When it comes to the renovations of the Federal Reserve's headquarters that the administration has been looking into, do you see their interest in that issue as being directly tied to the president's push to get you to lower interest rates?
Not for me to say. I will say we had a nice visit with the president. It was an honor to host him. It's not something that happens very often at the Federal Reserve to have the president come over, let alone to visit a building. But it was a good visit.
Are there any aspects of the project that they've raised that you see as making you reconsider any aspects of the project?
So, this project was hatched and conceived almost a decade ago now, and we went through the very long process of clearing it through historic preservation at the National Capital Planning Commission, and a lot of back and forth there. It was very constructive. We started out to do the work, and we're very well along on that work, and I was quite pleased to have the president say multiple times that what he really wanted to see was us getting this construction completed as soon as possible. That is our focus, and that's what we're going to do.
That's a good way to look at it.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. What message do you take from the fact that inflation hit 2.1% last September and has bounced higher since?
Just on the high.
Why do you think financial conditions are restrictive and a neutral rate's below 4% when inflation has stopped falling for almost a year?
So inflation, when you talk about these 12-month inflation measures, you're always battling residual seasonality. So we'll have, for example, 2 months of high inflation sometime early in the year, and then inflation turns lower, and a lot of that may just be an artifact. So that's why we look at the 12-month numbers. I think inflation is most of the way back to 2%. There are things like the catch-up inflation. So, for example, all the insurance costs that are now, they're only now going through inflation, but they actually reflect inflationary pressures from 2-3 years ago. So that's got to go through. In addition, now we have 3 or 4 tenths of inflation in core inflation from tariffs. So, and we can't really separate that out. We're not going to have a separate kind of inflation that isn't the tariffs. We're always going to be dealing with all of inflation. But the composition, as I mentioned, has really changed. And if you go back to the last couple of years, it was all about services inflation, which was being very sticky. Now services inflation is coming down nicely. Goods inflation was well behaved before, and now goods inflation is going up. So the story has really changed. That's partially because of tariffs. It's also partially because we had restrictive policy in place, and we've seen that the result of that gradually work its way through the services economy.
See if oil goes up.
Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask is, are you comfortable that BLS can continue performing their mission effectively if they take an 8% reduction in headcount and authorized spending as the administration has proposed?
Asking about the data, BLS.
I'm not going to comment on the administration's proposal. I do think, as I've said, I think
that's the gateway drug to doubting the data.
That we need to do our jobs, and
do you think
I
they'll
think
be
it's
able
really
to perform
important
their job effectively?
good data helps not just the Fed, it helps the government, but also helps the private sector.
Preview,
people in the economy, they use this data a lot too. So it's quite important for our economy, and certainly for the Fed's work and other government agencies' work, that we continue to get better at data. That's what we've been doing for 100 years. We've been getting better and better and better. It's very hard to accurately capture in real time the output of a 20+ trillion
wasn't that thing
economy.
at $6?
And the United States has been a leader in that for 100 years, and we really need to continue that, in my view.
Still crazy. Edward. Okay, coming back down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. How concerned are you with the data that we're showing coming in, showing no significant upward trend in inflation over the past 6 months, that the wait-and-see approach for inflation is actually giving companies cover to raise prices?
Good question.
How concerned am I that say that again?
The wait-and-see approach is giving...
The wait-and-see approach, what do you mean by that?
For cutting rates.
What do you mean by that?
You're waiting to see if the tariffs will affect inflation. So it's a wait-and-see approach.
Well, so that's where policy's restrictive. When we start cutting, it'll go toward neutral.
Okay. This delay, though, where you're saying it's a one-time price increase for tariffs, which possibly could lead into bigger inflation or more inflation. Is that giving companies cover, though, to raise prices?
Well, what may be giving, it's not our policy stance, what may be giving some companies will certainly be taking advantage of the fact of the tariffs and all of the discussion of how they're going to, if the companies will raise prices when and as they can. And you saw it famously in the first
White House, Brazil tariffs would exclude select wood, pulp, oil, fertilizer, energy.
Washing machines were tariffed.
It keeps getting reiterated.
But dryers weren't. But what do you know? The price of dryers went up too, just like washing machines. So companies will often just they'll cross the street in a group, if you know what I mean. That'll happen. We don't see a lot of that. I mean, what we see now is basically the very beginness of whatever the effects turn out to be on
everything's
inflation.
dumping.
And
that's it, unless it's related to the Brazil exceptions.
They may be less than people estimate, or more than people estimate. They're not going to be zero. Consumers will pay some of this. Businesses will pay some of this. Retailers will pay some of this. But we're just going to have to see it through.
President Lula calls ministers for emergency meetings.
Since February.
So I'm saying, bro, half of this isn't Powell. He hasn't said much.
So how do you justify to somebody who's looking for a house?
That's what I'm saying. Once the trade shit is over and all that, there's room to bounce, and then we end up nowhere.
How do you justify that?
So see.
Well, so the housing is a special case, right? We don't set mortgage rates at the Fed, right? We set an overnight rate, and the rates that go into mortgages are longer term rates, like Treasury rates. It might be 30-year rates, it might be shorter than that, but it's not the overnight Fed's rate. It's not that we don't have any effect. We do have an effect, but we're not the main effect. There are other things going on in the housing sector, and one of those is just there's a kind of a long-term housing shortage that we have. We haven't built enough housing. This is not something the Fed can help with, and that'll be the case even after things normalize. So I think the best thing that we can do for housing is to have 2% inflation and maximum employment, and that's what we can contribute to housing. There are lots of other jobs to do for the private sector and Congress, but that's what we're trying to get to. I mean, we've made a lot of progress toward that. We have a very good labor market right now. Inflation, we were very close to 2%. We're seeing some goods inflation move us away, but so far not very far away.
Again, I think half of it is Brazil shit now.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you. Well, can you give us a little more about what kind of economic data does the Fed need to see before you'll be ready to cut? I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
I mean, ultimately, it could be any of those things, right? But if you saw that the risks to the two goals were moving into balance, if they were fully in balance, that would imply that you should move toward a more neutral stance of policy. This is the special situation we're in, which is we have two-sided risk to both of our goals. When we paused, inflation was above target and the labor market was pretty good. So
I don't think the effects late. It just
that was a time
a lot of
when
it keeps getting reiterated.
Policy was restrictive.
And this
when
extra
we
dumb.
Powell
didn't say much. I mean, he is
to be
not
supporting
giving
a return to our
confirmation,
inflation
but then now we're
target,
hearing
right?
Lula
So as
and
the two targets
emergency
get back into
meetings and all that
balance,
shit.
you would think you'd move in a way closer to neutral, and that the next steps that we take are likely to be in that direction.
just don't overestimate Powell's impact on this, but I'm
it'll be
listening. Keep
the
listening.
totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data
Then
coming
you will
in
watch other stuff
before the
move
next
unrelated.
meeting. Will it be dispositive of that? It's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Well, I guess just in terms of inflation, though, for example, like some people would point to if it remains only in goods and it doesn't bleed over to services, then maybe that's evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a temporary one-time thing. Is that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you just need to see the number come down
I think
closer to 2?
We'll look at everything. It's, as I mentioned, a pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase. And in the end, we'll make sure that that's the case.
Bro, it's
we're
getting
just
cooked
trying
now.
to do that efficiently.
Again, he's not saying
efficiently means
anything.
getting the timing right, so we don't. Again, if we cut rates too soon, maybe we didn't finish the job with inflation. History is dotted with examples of that.
Yeah,
if you cut too late, then maybe
skyrocketing.
you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So
Like
we're
I'm
trying
saying, you're getting
we're trying to get
some
that timing
reaction,
right, and that's effectively
Now
what
you
we're
got
doing.
NVIDIA giving up. See, the first half, NVIDIA was going up. Now you got NVIDIA
Claire
going
Jones,
down.
Financial Times.
So this could be Mag 7 and
Just
a
a
little bit of
question on the dollar. We've seen it decline quite heavily this year. I was wondering if there's been any discussion about that at the meetings and to what degree that may be complicating your attempts to get inflation back to target. Thank
So
you.
this goes back to the division of labor between the Fed and the Treasury, as you I'm sure know, and the Treasury only speaks to the dollar. It's not something that's been a topic of major discussion at all at the Fed. I won't say it doesn't come up. If the transcripts when they come out in a few years, they'll probably reflect some
If
mentions
you
of
had
the
a
dollar,
little
but
bit
it
of
would
run in
never
the
be
morning, like
a
him,
major
that
focus.
one's still holding.
And just to follow on, if I may, to Andrew's question, I think the amount of imputed data in CPI now is up to 35%. I mean, is there any discussion of that as well? Is there any consideration of looking at alternative measures, data scraping and so on, in order to just ensure you've got a good read on what's happening to prices in the US economy? Thank you.
We're monitoring the situation. We do, of course, as you know, during the pandemic, we looked at a whole lot of new kinds of data. People are looking at big data sets that you can get from all sorts of places, and we do all of that. But we really need the government data. Really is the gold standard
power hour now
in data, and we need it to be, to be good and be able to rely on it. And we're not going to be able to substitute for that. But
Good data, bro.
we'll have
They're
to make
asking
do with
about the
what we
data
have, but I
being
certainly
accurate.
hope that we get what we need.
Oh man.
Jay O'Brien.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Jay O'Brien, ABC News. President Trump has obviously invoked your name a lot. He has personally pressured you. Are you concerned the way that conduct might impact the Fed's independence going forward?
I'll just say that
Great question. Highly original.
I think that having an independent
Market
central
movie.
bank has been an institutional arrangement that has served the public well. And as long as it serves the public well, it should continue and be respected. If it didn't serve the public well, then it wouldn't be something that we should just automatically defend. But what it gives us and other central banks, what it gives you is the ability to make these very challenging decisions that in ways that are focused on the data and the evolving outlook, the balance of risks and all the things we talk about, and not political factors. And so governments all over the advanced economy world have chosen to put a little bit of distance between direct political control of those decisions and the decision makers. So if you were not to have that, there would be a great temptation, of course, to use interest rates to affect elections, for example.
Oh,
and
that's
something
rich.
that we don't want to do. So I think that's pretty widely understood.
Yeah, bro.
Certainly
That's
it
why.
is in Congress.
I rest my case.
And
the fact he just said that he's
I
trying
think
to
it's very important. I'll just say that.
obfuscate from the fact he did that. No, bro. Powell, shut up. Like I said,
afternoon, Chair Powell. Maria Elisa Capurro from Bloomberg News.
That's crazy.
You mentioned a slowdown in consumer spending, and I wanted to see if you could walk us through what was the discussion with the committee around that. We've seen delinquency rates rising for upper income households. How do you see that evolving in the next few months, and how much of a vulnerability that is for Geopolitical going forward?
Consumer spending had been very, very strong for the last couple of years.
Now it's getting broader. Mag 7 and then more Brazil-related names just give it up. This is everybody.
It would slow down, and now maybe it finally has.
Yeah, but here's this shit, dude.
I would say, if you talk to credit card companies, for example, they will tell you that the consumer's in solid shape and that spending is at a healthy level. It's not growing rapidly, but it's at a healthy level, and delinquencies are not a problem. You mentioned high-end delinquencies. I don't know what to make of that. I read the same thing, but so generally, if you look at the banks, and when the banks talk about in their earnings calls, the performance of credit has been good. So essentially, you have a consumer that's in good shape and is spending, not at a rapid rate, but it's true, and it was again right in line with what we expected. The GDP data that we got this week. And I think it's still a little bit difficult to interpret because you have these massive swings in net exports, which may also be affecting. Some of that can affect consumer spending as well. Look, it's one of the data points that we pay most careful attention to, and there's no question that it's slowed. And we're watching it closely, but we also watch the labor market and the performance of inflation. Those are our two variables that we're assigned to maximize.
And just to follow up on what my colleagues were asking about this dissent, Governor Waller said that the labor market is on edge, and he was pointing to weaknesses on the private sector. I was wondering, you've said that the main number to look at is the unemployment number overall, but what was the discussion about the state of the private jobs market?
So I'm not going to talk about any individual's comments. I wouldn't do that. But I think what we know is that private sector job creation, certainly in the last report we'll see on Friday, but had come down a bit. And if you take the QCEW adjustment seriously, it may be even lower, maybe close to zero. But the unemployment rate was still low. So what that's telling you is that demand for workers is slowing, but so is the supply. So it's in balance. Oddly enough, you've got a very low unemployment rate, and it's kind of been there for a year as job creation has moved down. But also we know that because of immigration policy, the flow into our labor force is just a great deal slower, and those two things have slowed more or less in tandem. If you look at things like I mentioned, quits, look at wages are gradually cooling.
I think they do Alzheimer's. Check ALKS.
To unemployment. Those things have been pretty stable they haven't really moved a lot in a full year. So broad, you take the totality of the labor market data, you've got a solid labor market.
They had earnings.
But I think you have to see that there are downside risks. You don't see weakening in the labor market, but I think you've got downside risks in a world where unemployment's being held down because both demand and supply are declining. I think it's worth paying close attention to it, and we are.
Nancy.
All right, bro, this is kind of turning.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. One more question on the lack of unanimity in today's decision, the two dissents. Was there talk during the meeting? I know you're not going to talk about what individuals said, but in general, was there talk during the meeting of cutting rates, and what was the case against that at the meeting?
Sure. So we have an economic go around where people talk about the economy, and then that's yesterday, and then today we have a monetary policy go around all the way around the table. Everyone gives their views. So the discussion around policy was. The majority view was still what it has been, which is that inflation's running above target, maximum employment is right at target. That means policy should be a little bit restrictive, somewhat restrictive, because we want inflation to move all the way back to its target. So that's where people have been and still are. Two of our members felt that the time had come to cut, and that they, for the reasons that they're going to express. I won't tell you the reasons they'll issue some kind of a thing in the next day or so. So, but that's the story, and I would say, well argued, very thoughtfully argued all around the table. Good arguments.
So he's going to just let Waller
it's
wait
a
for
situation
Waller and
where,
Bowman's comments.
Unusual situation.
When you hear them in the follow-ups,
good shape, but it's an unusual situation where you have risks to both your employment mandate and your inflation mandate. That's the nature of a supply shock, and it's probably not surprising that there would be differences and different perspectives on that, as well as different views of where the neutral rate is, so that different views of how tight policy is. So we have those. I will say what you hope is that people, explain their positions very thoughtfully and clearly, and we absolutely had that today, all the way around the table. I would call it one of the better meetings I can recall.
Turn on the bell, bro. Turn on the bell so you don't miss it.
You're waiting to be confident inflation is heading toward your 2% target before you start cutting rates. When you do get that confidence, would you be in favor of lowering rates right away?
It's not quite the way I would put it. I said that's why we think policy should be restrictive, is because inflation is above target. When we have risks to both goals, one of them is farther away from goal than the other, and that's inflation. Maximum employment's at goal, so that means policy should be tight, because tight policy is what brings inflation down. If you came to the view that the risks to the two were more in balance, that would imply that policy shouldn't be restrictive. It should be more neutral, a neutral stance, and that would be somewhat lower than where we are now. No one knows exactly where that is. So that's the framework I think I'd be taking, and we'll just have to see. We're going to be obviously looking at a lot of data in the next cycle. It is one of the cycles where we have 2 employment and 2 inflation reports, and we'll see where that takes us.
Jeff Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales to private domestic purchasers. That was down to a 1.2% gain in second quarter from 1.9% in Q1, suggesting that there's some softening in underlying demand. I just wondering if you look at that, you combine that with some of the housing numbers, the weakness that you acknowledged at the top of your remarks, that the housing market is in fact weak, and the inflation numbers from GDP today came down to 2.1% for headline, 2.5% for core. I'm wondering how much more movement you would need to see from these data points before you would be comfortable with cutting in, say, September.
It's going to be the total. Hard to answer that specifically. PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases, or final sales, as people call it, was 1.6 on the first half. GDP, I believe, was 1.2%. That's the whole half. You mentioned the quarters. So those are slower, but GDP is bumpy quarter to quarter, half to half, and often gets revised, after the fact. The labor market data, we still think is
whatever you're like I'm saying, bro.
Is the
that's
best data we have on the economy, and that shows
you have room to end up to go nowhere
unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with longer-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs. It's a little bit above target, and tariffs. So we're watching all of that, and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation, because you're being pulled in 2 directions, and you have to decide which of those to go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of equally at risk, then you really want to be at a neutral policy stance, which we're not right now.
So it'd be safe to say that if the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you wouldn't be comfortable with cutting in September?
I'm not gonna say that. No. I just think we're going to need to see the data, and it can go in many different directions. The inflation data and the
that sounds like your boy.
Employment data, and we're going to make a judgment based on all of the data and based on that balance of risks analysis that I mentioned.
Thank you.
All right. So that little where NVIDIA started dumping, you're just coming right back. Now you got Netflix. Remember, you have earnings
Thanks, Chair
still.
Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. The Treasury Secretary has said recently that it would be confusing for the markets if you stayed on as a governor after your term as chair ends. And I was wondering if you had any update for us on a decision on that front.
Sorry, I do not have any update for you. Thanks very much, everyone.
Wait, what? Dude, that wasn't supposed to end. Wait, what?
We'll just have to see. We're going to be.
Yo, they didn't say last. He just ended it after
in the
that.
next cycle, it is one of the cycles where we have
Hold
2
on.
employment and 2 inflation reports, and we'll see where that takes us.
Jeff, Cox.
Yeah, they usually say for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the question. Jeff Cox from
Oh,
CNBC.com.
fuck.
A metric that you like to cite a lot is the final sales to private domestic
Fucking
purchasers.
CNBC.
That was down to a 1.2% gain in.
Was that the same guy?
PDFP, I think, for the first half, private domestic final purchases.
No fucking way.
Final sales, as people call it, was 1.6.
Powell declines to comment on plans to stay on board.
GDP, I believe, was 1.2%.
Somebody has to
That's
say
the whole
something
half.
on that,
You
bro.
mentioned the quarters. So those are slower, but GDP is bumpy quarter
Dude,
to
you
quarter.
just rage quit.
Half to half, and often gets
Bro, it's
revised,
12,
after the fact. The labor market data, we
Hold
still
on, I'm
think
rewatching
is,
this again. This is
continue
still
to
the
think
replay now.
is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable consumer productivity. Inflation, so the labor is actually still quite solid. Inflation is above target, even ignoring tariffs. It's a little bit above target tariffs. So we're watching all of that, and again, trying to do the right thing in what is a challenging situation because you're being pulled in 2 directions, and you have to decide which of those you go in. And actually, at some point, if they're sort of equally risky, you really want to be a neutral policy stance, which we're not right now.
So we say that the data kind of stays in line with where it is right now, that you would be comfortable with cutting in September?
I'm not gonna say that.
Hold on, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. That was crazy.
I just think we're going to need to see the data, and it can go in many different directions. The inflation data and the
See if anybody else is talking about this, because that's wild.
Employment data, and we're going to make a judgment based on all
After
of the data
ranting
and,
about
and
all
based
of
on
that.
the balance of risks analysis that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Okay, wait, no. No, she said the last question. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, no, I'm tripping. No, you're good. Okay, no, she heard it very subtle. I was like, no fucking way, bro. That is unreal. So, Chatadonia, God bless you all. I hope you had a wonderful time there, but you got nothing. I think you're actually a little bit higher. There was that change, but everything we talked about in advance, you guys, I think you had a very, very good preview. So literally the GDP, that was the first signal. He answered the GDP thing. He said long-term inflation expectations are chill. And that was the first good thing. And then every single follow-up question, every single breakdown, anything you could have done, he pretty much went back by the end question. He was pretty much in his final form. You know what I'm saying? He went back, well, data dependent. We're going to watch the data. We're going to see what happens, all of that stuff. So when it's all said and done, that's it. Now we're back to earnings, but it was just that. Everything was very, very disappointing in that sense. But I don't think you got what you were like really looking for there, if that makes sense. And that's what we expected. And I really, bro, did you guys see the Trump thing? We called it out in advance, bro, because we noticed it last time, but Trump tried to steal the show. But I need to highlight that. You know why? Because I want you guys to understand that when I'm going over this Powell stuff, the thing that is really important is that if we can, it's not, this is the problem, because everyone's like, yeah, you're right, you're wrong, you're right, you're wrong, you're right, you're wrong, you're right, you're wrong, you're right, right? It's like, no, bro. I want you guys to understand that if we have a plan ahead of the event and everything goes according to plan, there you go. We know what to expect. But that's what I'm saying. If it doesn't go according to plan, then you start to pick up on like what is actually happening. So I hope you guys get that. Yeah, Fed holds as expected, softened language, still with June court, high, hot and strong jobs data. Yeah, no big event, bro. No big event at all. So other than that, Chad, I'm glad you're here. We still got the earnings after the bell. that's what I think kind of confused it. And then, like I was saying, the part that was weird with all of this that you have to really realize is that you were getting Brazil and Trump at the same time. That's why I think the reaction when he wasn't saying anything, it was a way bigger reaction. But then you had the Brazil, White House, all these other developments all at the same time. And then now you're going to get earnings. So you still had Mag 7 and all of these other things. So, yeah. But that was wild. But I do hope you guys see, like, we talked a lot. That's why I shut down all the, oh, what's going to happen? This is going to happen. I'm like, no, man, you don't need to, you know, get caught up in all of that. But when it's all said and done, bro, I think our work was very, very cut out for us. And it played out how we expected. And that was it. That was way weirder than any Fed meeting, because you usually don't have that much. You don't have a policy update. You don't have Powell in this weird state during summer. Then you had the big earnings after the bell. That was just, yeah, man, that was a lot to take in. So not too bad, but I'm glad you guys are here, and I hope you're feeling good. But now we get ready for earnings, and I think that's it. If you have any questions, well, I think I'm gonna go get me a water. Take me a break now, and then yeah, we'll get ready. 40 minutes.
The labor market. So I think they should, but I don't think they will in September now, not after this meeting. But again, we don't need it because we have 3% GDP growth. As mentioned, inflation is coming down. Even personal consumption today at 1.4. I know it's not that 2 to 3, 4% numbers that we had been seeing, but we had seen a lot of pull through on tariffs spend. So I think 1.4 on the consumer is good. I think the labor market's fine. Initial claims are okay. They are rising, but they're not at that 260, 270 level. I think they're still contained. So, you know, if we don't get a cut in September, I don't think it's the end of the world, but I think they should.
Kevin, Powell also kind of characterized the two dissents from two Fed governors who were voting for a quarter-point rate cut today in pretty conciliatory terms, right? He didn't try to make much of a conflict about it. It was a good discussion. It was in their right. They had a good basis for what they were doing. But they do seem to give voice to a camp out there that's wanting to point to, look, if we're going to look ahead to this decelerating labor market, he acknowledged that the labor market has shown some downside risk. Do you think that story's going to snowball, or are we okay where we are?
Well, yeah, I think he played it well and appropriately, where he mentioned and put a lot of emphasis on how the labor market is, in his eyes and in most of the committee's eyes right now, relatively resilient, but also emphasizing with almost an equal amount of emphasis the downside risks that do remain. So I think that even though he didn't push back directly on who dissented or who was dissenting or the reason for it, he did sort of lay the groundwork as to, you know, why they've kept policy on hold and why he thinks they could. And I actually view, you know, most of the language, whether it was in the statement or whether it was in his responses in the presser, as actually moderately hawkish if the labor market holds in there. I mean, if you get firm payrolls and if you get a low unemployment rate for the next couple of months, to me that takes the September cut off the table, really reinforces to most of the committee, at least at this phase, reinforces that they don't need to ease policy. And in terms of how the market, you know, digests it and responds to it, to me, and I look at it's not a market that's telling me that it's screaming for a Fed cut. I mean, multiples are back to where they were in 2021 when rates were zero. So this is not an interest rate problem for the stock market, or at least the S&P 500. If anything, this is more of a policy issue coming from the White House, which the market has been working through for the past few months.
Sure. And Professor Mishkin, I mean, he was a little bit more specific than we might have expected, I think, in terms of, you know, throwing out some numbers in the context.
Yo, where the fuck did it go? All right, well, I did get a protein.
The proper 2021 and 2022, or is it leaving them vulnerable to failing to look past to the next risk, which might be, let's say, to the labor market?
You know, I think what happened in 2022 is part of the story here, because the Fed basically blew it. They had a sort of a new framework put into place that actually had some really problematic aspects, in my view. Actually was inconsistent with a lot of things that we had learned in the past. They were too focused on the fact that inflation had been low for a period of time, and actually did not deal with a lot of the literature and also discussion of how inflation targeting should work. And that's affecting them now, because when you make a mistake where you basically were too easy, you don't want to make the same mistake again. And so I think that in this case, it's part of the framework here where there's a little bit of a higher bar in lowering rates for reasons that I've discussed, which is one is this issue that they made a mistake in the past. And inflation was too high, and they got a lot of criticism for that. And the political environment doesn't encourage it. The long-term bond market, treasury market is indicating that the exorbitant privileges may be going away a little bit because of concerns about future inflation when Trump appoints a new Fed chair. So all of these things, I think, are biasing them slightly towards not easing as much as they might otherwise do. But I think that this is a reasonable stance. It's not, no matter what the biases are, they're not terribly in the wrong place. And there's some views that could be different. And I think the fact that there's been some dissents is an indication that it is a complicated environment right now. And that's not something that the Jay is unhappy that people understand, that right now it's a little bit tough to decide exactly what the right thing to do is. But the Fed is not going to make the mistakes that it made in the past.
Stay with me, everyone. Steve Leisman just stepped out of Chair Powell's news conference. He joins us now. Steve, so just weigh in here in terms of what really jumped out at you. I'll just mention Chair Powell did say the economy's not acting as if policy is really holding it back right now. That seemed part of the premise of what he had to say.
Mike, that's an important point because this act is a bit like the market had a glass of cold water thrown in its face. This was a market that was kind of sleepwalking towards an automatic September rate cut. And Fed Chair Powell said, maybe not, maybe not. And it was not certainly automatic. And I'll show you the odds in a second, the probabilities in a second. But I think the key here is I said to him, hey, you have more information about what the tariff rates are going to be. Is that enough for you to cut? And here's what he said.
The likely effective level of tariffs is not moving around that much at this point, but at the same time, there are many uncertainties left to resolve. So yes, we are learning more and more. It doesn't feel like we're very close to the end of that process, and that's not for us to judge, but it feels like there's much more to come.
And there were other questions that that sort of suggested that it take the Fed a bit of time to figure out whether or not the economy is in a place where they want to cut interest rates. And you take a look at what happened, you can see the 10-year yield rising, you can see the 2-year yield rising as well. But most important is these probabilities here. You can see we were at 65, 66% for September. That's gone away. Now it's below 50%. And then October, that's when you have more confidence of a first cut. And then take a look at December, which was the second cut what was put in there, and now that's maybe more confidence in terms of January. We don't have that particular probability chart right now, but that number is, I can tell you in a second, Mike, it's 67% for 77% for January right now. That's really where we're at in terms of the second cut being built in. And really it was, he said we're not automatically marching toward a September rate cut. It may happen. He said the direction is down. But basically he said, look, inflation is above
Bro, this is all
target.
Weird.
Employment is at
the
or even below target.
All of it is just late. I don't know. I can't believe she whispered the quiet. That thing tripped me out. But yeah, man, it was a dud. So like I said in the beginning, we knew. And yo, fucking TG, what up, baby? God bless you, man. And everybody in here, just get a long term and save 10%. And yeah, you got to turn on the bell. That's the thing. And get ready tomorrow, I am going to change the rules. So from now on, if you do not watch the watch list and ask me something that is in there, you are getting banned. Okay, I'm giving you all homework every day. That was hawkish AF. We may have watched a different one, but I just think it's all the same. Again, the long-term inflation thing sounded good. Everything matched with the GDP. It's just the reality, like I was explaining, and they said it right away. Everything I brought up, even down to the Trump, bro, our practice was very, very good because we were ready to go on that one. Because again, the two data sets, everything, it was all answered. The fake, everything I brought up, it was answered almost immediately. That's why I'm like, nah, then if that was able to be predicted, that just means nothing happened. And it means that we are on there. Am I gonna make it non-members? Because non-members might get clapped? No, because the irony is that if you could even chat and ask me the question, you have access to the watch list. So yeah, actually, watch list is on this channel. So if you could even comment to me now, you have the ability to watch the watch list. So then that just means you have it and you're not using it. So maybe, and then again, imagine the people who would want it, but now, so wow, it's amazing. Don't drop the ball. Short-lived. You don't want short-lived effects. Why not, brother? But yeah, we still got earnings after the bell. Again, I'll get you guys the chart here. But remember, this has been the slowest earnings in 20 years. So even then, you had like 86% do it beat, but the reactions have still been a little bit lower. You're not banned. No, you've been working a lot of hours. So have I. So if we're gonna use that excuse, then let's just cancel the watch list and call it a day. And then that way you guys can just ask me live, and I'll answer it live then if that's what you want to do. Because I have a lot of projects too. I got a new compound. I got a farm. I have all my other real estate. I got a girlfriend. She wants to get married. You know, I have to do a lot of stuff. So, or just 20 minutes. So, while you're driving, while you're doing anything. So, but yeah, we didn't accept that excuse today because I did it on the go yesterday. 4 paper towels. Yeah, tell him, bro. Tell him. So yeah, that's why I'm saying the new rule will be just don't ask. If it's covered on the watch list and you ask it and can't put in that 20 minutes, then yeah, it's not. Like I said, listening will help. Rate cut odds fall to 45%? No way. So that's the dud in all of this. How does he have a job? I don't know. He did good. I don't think he's... The only thing... I can't believe he said, oh, like, cutting rates before and... I was like, bro, what did you just say? So it was kind of crazy. Surge? No, wasn't Figma supposed to come out? Dude, he did snitch, but wait, wasn't it supposed to be today? Is it tomorrow? Okay, then I'm tripping. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. You're getting... I was like, who's phenomenal? I'm like, dude, it's the fucking names, bro. I was like, who the fuck is phenomenal? Phenomenon. I know, dude, no way. Well, my brother, the YouTube tripped me out for a little bit. I didn't know. Bro, congratulations. I mean, have you guys picked out a spot, I'm assuming? So if you already have, I can't off. Yeah, bro, that's why I was like, what? Is that, I know Phenom 1. I read it as Phenomenal 1. I don't know how you change it, bro. They did that today. That tripped me out. I was like, what do you mean 5 years? You get married? I'm like, who is this? I'm like, what? That tripped me out. Yo, congrats, bro. No way. Wow, man. A lot of y'all getting married. That's it. When you have kids, Habibi. When you come on, have a kid, Habibi. Yalla. Yalla. I know, bro. They got everybody. they changed everybody's to the hats. It was very weird. That's why, like, some of you, I know you, but then, and I know it, but then some, it totally, I'm like, who the fuck is that? So, yeah. You gotta watch out on that. Yeah, come on, and then Neil. Get us out. Get us out. Isn't Figma out already? Yeah. No, it's not. Figs. Figs is the nursing one, but Fig, yeah, it's supposed to IPO. And then DraftKings running. I just saw a couple candles. Humana was the only healthcare company that guided up, which again, you've seen everybody get clapped, so that's, I mean, that says a lot. I don't know what's going on with DraftKings. Check, what's it called? Flutter as well. But I don't know if there's anything with policy. That was so funny today with Trump. I can't believe it. That's why I'm saying half of this, bro, is just even way too much. Just, you had the Brazil stuff. You have these earnings after. I think even the earnings after the bell is making this weird. So get ready for that, because we are getting ready for Meta earnings. But I think Powell, like, usually we would be like way more into it, and there would be way less. New name fixed. Yeah, you just could change it. Player number 401 I think you are. Player 402, 425. SGD. There you go. You chose to take out a loan rather than skim off the long term for the wedding. I don't know how I feel about that. Interest rates are high, and I guess why not use the long term? Because like I was trying to show the other day, bro, long term is growing a lot. So if you could find the right thing to put it towards, I would do that. Especially if you're really into it. Because the margin right now is good. And then that way, if you have gains, it's either sell for gains and have more taxes, or it goes down and then you can write off more losses. But then it's like, look, UNH or NVO, Whirlpool goes down. It's like we put it to the house. So I know the long term is good and you want to watch it grow, but certain things I don't like the loan. I can't get behind. But I'm still proud of you and I'm excited, but you got to be careful. If there's a way to, don't let the loan. I don't know if you've been here lately, but I've had a lot of Chads, bro. Their issue wasn't anything but debt, and it got out of hand, and people have let it, kind of go a little crazy. So be careful. That's, at bare minimum, be careful for sure. Thoughts on margin loan? I think that's, I don't want to ban you, but what are you saying? All of you. It's time to grow up. Stop listening to these YouTube people, even though I'm one of them. But at the end of the day, like, why are you guys trying to borrow money to owe people? You understand? So you're going to take what you own and borrow against it so that you can maybe not own it in the future? And then pay someone interest. I'm not talking about like for what you're doing, Phenom, but if you are talking margin loans and portfolio loans, again, when we go back to low interest, maybe, but with high interest and everything else going on, it just, you need to secure your arc. Look around, you guys, and look, even in the last 5 years, you drop the ball, you could fall behind, even prior to 2020. It's like there's a good opportunity to secure and get good things. And if you're already doing good, don't let your greed get the best of you. You know what I'm saying? So just watch out. And that's where like a lot of the leverage and stuff like that. So I say watch out. Yeah, Sats is going crazy. It's up 13. It just ripped. And then what? We got 20 minutes remaining. So yeah, man. Rapparoony chatted Dooney. Just watch though. This conversation, the more bullish and euphoric it gets, the stupider this conversation gets. Not that what I'm saying is dumb, but you're not going to take it seriously. Because that's what happened in 2022. Remember? You don't remember last time? 2022, right before Meta and then right after Meta. You don't remember me telling you about this concept of owning more than you have? And I was telling you about bonds and Bill, and we were talking about deleverage. You don't remember that? I do. But remember, don't own more than you have. That's the only way you guys will go. That's how you have a fake illusion. That's how you get clapped. Don't own more than you have. That you could do. Welcome to fucking modern finance. You could own way more than you have. But that's where if something goes wrong, you don't plan effectively, any of the million possibilities occur, you will give up what you own to pay for the things you didn't have. Right? Or that you had, whatever, mix it around. But it's just like, you got to be careful. So right now, you own your long-term flat out. You don't owe shit. You don't owe anybody. You get that? That's why it's nuts. If you were really working at McDonald's and found this channel and then fucking $200 a month, bro, you own it. It's all yours. That is your, nothing, not attached to any life. That's pure assets that you own. So don't try to get triple that, risk what you own for what you don't have, and then again you can't hold it as long, different maintenance, different again it starts to get complex, and then before you know it, you own way more than you could actually hold and have for 10 years minimum, no matter what, and then you'll run into an issue, and then you may be required to give up what you own to pay for it. And that's the illusion. That's how you could go from being good and having success, and it gets the best of you. So be careful. Especially, like I'm saying, bro, right now interest rates are insane. So any loan to get another loan, the fucking break even on that is so high. Any of you saying you want to work on Wall Street and can't recognize that, come on, dude. That's fucked. That means your minimum investment, you have to make 15, 20% on anything. Where are you doing that right now without taking massive risk? So you got to be careful. No, we don't know what happened on Sats. We just got the Paparoony. And then we only got 18 minutes remaining. Exactly. The loan starts, even if you got 12%, then what? You don't think I know what the mother effer gonna do? What are you gonna do next? You ain't going to take the money that you already had, because what is a loan? They're going to give you money on what you have. So what are you going to do with that money that you're paying 15% on? I guarantee you're going to use that as a down payment for another loan. It's actually humorous, bro, but it's scary because then people will do this and fuck up their life, bro. Don't do it, please. Don't do it. It's okay, because you're gonna use that money and get another loan at a minimum 10%, probably. So that's what I'm saying. You're at 20-25% on all of the total amounts I do. That's a lot. To do what? What is your master plan here? That's what I'm saying. If you find a diamond, do it. You see what I'm saying? If you found a diamond and you're like, I'm going to triple up my money, I don't care, then do it. Do you see what I'm saying? But even then, if you found the diamond, I would secure it with what I own so I never had to owe a motherfucker. So, but there you go. But if you found a real good diamond, you're going to triple your money, then yeah, there you go. But it's most cases, that's not going to happen. Loan for loan is the Grant Cardone stuff. Everybody, bro. Not just him. I could at least respect Grant that he fucking He was saying that when interest rates were low. You know, interest rates were at 0. He was offering 4. You know what I'm saying? At least he got millions while real estate was cheap. You know, so, but then it just, the propaganda. And again, the rise of financial influencers who find their calling after 1 month, but haven't had a real history in it. They start fucking regurgitating this. And again, it works in certain times, and there's ways and a lot of tools, and I hope you are curious, but, you know, we do got to be careful of telling people to take out bad loans and, you know, risk what they really own. You know, I'm not about greed. I'm not about I want to make a lot of money, and you all should, but it's safety, protection, time frame. Like, these are wisdom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Not get rich quick, borrow money. I want owners. That's everything you see here. Ownership. That's how you got to do it. But unfortunately, like, you know, there's a lot of tempting things that it will slowly pry you away from ownership. You guys don't see it? I'm explaining it. The Robinhood, the crypto, everything's trying to pull you away subtly from being an owner. Even the idea of growing your money, being an investor, you do it in a way that involves leverage and shit you don't have. It's pulling you away from being an owner. It's turning you into a customer. You get what I'm saying? You could go from, I have a long-term paid off, I am an owner, to now I'm borrowing against it to get another. Bro, you're a customer. You don't see it? Now you're paying interest. You're the fucking product. You are the loan. You are the spread. You are the commission. You don't get it? What are you doing? Why would you switch? Why would you go from son to slave? Wow, I love the Bible. Don't you? It's like someone told us years in advance. But do you see what I'm saying? You don't do that. You don't, that's what I'm saying. I want you to be wise, make good investments, have a little bit of greed to get you where you need to go. You know what I'm saying? To aim high, believe in yourself, but don't ever do that. Don't become a customer. If you are becoming an owner and you already own, that's what I'm saying. Some of you will fight me to become a customer, or you'll fight to go ahead. But at the end of the day, if you truly hear and you see the plan and what you are starting to do, you need to be an owner. I would rather own than the shot at making a lot of money quick if it would rip me from my ownership and turn me into a customer. I'll keep getting my 5% and beat everybody. And what do you guys not understand? You got to be careful. That's what I'm saying. Be an owner, stay an owner. That is the mentality. That is where, again, this year and all the shit I'm hammering home, this is it. You have to. I will not accept anything less. Neither should you. And that's a good, virtuous thing for all of your futures. I want more owners, less customers. You see what I'm saying? You pay interest, you're a customer. You collect interest, you own the capital. See what I'm saying? You own the house. I want you to get the rent, not pay it. I want you to get the dividend, not pay the interest. Oh, I hope y'all feel me, dog. I'm gonna clap for my damn self. Amen. I already seen it in my life. That's why I don't listen to anybody. I'm an owner. I listen ownership, and y'all should recognize it. And that's what I'm saying. I think some of you got a taste of it, and you know exactly what I'm talking about, and you see it already. So keep going. But that's why the trick, the illusion, having more than you own. Don't fall for it. So I'm saying, bro, I'd rather whip the Camry. I'd rather a little with contentment is better than oh, come on, bro. I'll start ripping out the Bible verses, and I could prove this thousands of years ago. All a great deception. Become an owner. That's what you're called to be. That's it. I don't think God didn't say you are the customer. He said you will possess the land. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, it's crazy, bro. But it's for all of you. Any race, rich, color, creed, religion, anything. Owner, not customer. Owner. prayer. I like it, but I said it yesterday. I read the Bible when I was doing my thing because I wanted y'all to see it. But I don't know. I just ended it because I'm like, bro, I feel like it's too performative. And maybe that's a lie, and maybe that's stopping me from spreading the word. But at the end of the day, I do think you guys got to pray on your own. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to be it's truly sacred, bro. And like we talked about, that little quietness and the language and communication. So whether we do it as a group or not, I hope you do it and you're called to it on your own, and you tap into that, because like even someone said, my parents, they look, it's like, dude, don't even ask to know. That's what I'm saying, between you and your creator. That's how a relationship is formed. And you know what I'm saying? So I don't want your relationship to be formed off of mine. Or I don't want you to think that just because you watching me take my girl out don't mean you dating her. Just because you watch my vlog don't mean you were with, you know what I'm saying? So just because we pray together and God wants us to, that's a good thing. Like I'm saying, maybe I'm limiting it, but at the end of the day, until we grow and mature, I don't want it to ever, don't let it be performative, okay? And make sure on your own, you are always praying, bro. Because I'm saying it's very, very, very important. Bro, them 2025 Camrys, dog, they slap. You know that? Bro, these 2025 Camrys look so beautiful. I saw one the other day and I snapped my neck, bro. You know what I'm saying? No, bro, the 2025 Camry, it looked like a little Ferrari. You know that? And this is not a sponsored post, bro. I love the Camry. I've been a Camry propagandist for a long time, but they just keep impressing me. Yeah, bro, it really do. It look good, bro. The XSE, oh yeah, you got the big boy, dog. You got the Lexus pretty much. No, they're real clean, bro. I saw one finally. I thought it was the Prius, but then it has like a sharper look than the Prius, and then even the taillights are different. I was like, ooh, it hit, bro. Honda, all this SMP on the high. Corolla's just the baby, bro. It's the same. I love the Corolla. I don't know though. Like, would you rather get like a base model Camry or a fully loaded Corolla? That's the question. I think I would take the fully loaded Corolla, but then the base model Camry's got a lot. So it's the same thing. I need to turn this down. Turn down for what? All right, boys. Earnings after the bell. I'll be meeting with South Korean delegation this afternoon, says Trump. Remember the Brazil stuff, and they had an emergency meeting, and then even the India stuff was tied into China today. So keep that in mind. Very busy today. A lot to do. Howard! Oh, yeah, there's a Make Health Technology Great Again. car. Nah, bro. Drive the car till it breaks. Get a house if you can. That's your Camry money. Yeah, they got this. And that's what I'm saying. If the car breaks, if you're already content with it, bro, listen. If you got no insecurity, you got nothing to prove, and you ain't need to whip a nice car, bro, then run it to the ground and buy a house first, and then fuck around 5 years from now, buy whatever the fuck you want. Very simple. But then again, if you want a nice car, if it's gonna motivate you, I might be behind it. But at the end of the day, it's always a bad decision. I've learned it the hard way. But yeah, and then listen, it's only cool for a little. That's it. Your first nice car is really dope for a couple months, and then sadly you just get used to it no matter what. And then only guys are gonna comment on it. Couple girls here and there, to be honest, but they're not the ones you want. Okay? And then if you barely could afford that car, if they find out you barely could afford it, bro, they gonna clean you out anyways. It's not even going, like, you both lose. So it's just either way. Yeah. But no, I didn't tell you the story. I did, bro. I had a girl yesterday. I told my girlfriend. I told her. I was all excited. I told my girl, bro. Dog, I had a girl hit on me in traffic. Bro, at the stoplight. Like, windows down, like, waving at me, smiling. And she was trying to talk to me because my windows were down. And I got nervous. I was like, oh, no. I said, haram. I got nervous, bro. I was like, what the fuck is happening? I, like, looked and I smiled. Then I fucking floored it right when it turned green, bro. I was scared. I got scared. I panicked. I haven't had that happen since college. And in college, that's because we would, like, talk to people while we were on the side of the road. So it's different. I was driving a nice car. I was in a nice whip. That's why. So I was like, wow. Why'd I get nervous? Because, like, I was in my zone. I was, like, dancing around, and shit. Like, I didn't you never had that where you think you're just, no one's looking at you, but they're looking at you? So I freaked out. I'm like, are you talking to me? And then she kept smiling and, like, she said, hey, you. Then she said my car, and I said, what? And then I was like, oh, this is weird. And then I could have been killed. So I ran away, and my girl was already beautiful. She wasn't bad, but I was like, no, man, haram. I dipped. Yeah, it was crazy. Literally yesterday, I was shocked, and then my whole day went downhill from there. Dude, you have no idea. Then I was in the car for another 4 hours. What do I mean? She wasn't bad. You know exactly what I mean. Okay? Why are you acting dumb? Man, my girl. Don't let my girl be asking better questions than you, because even my girl know what that mean. What the fuck you not? What's wrong with you? What do you mean she wasn't? I mean, it was an attractive female, dog. That's what I mean. As respectful as possible. Is that good enough for you? Yeah. It is a nice little ego, but I only get hit on like once every 4 years, bro. But it sucks. I either have to wear like a very elaborate diamond chain or be in a really nice car. Otherwise, that's it. I don't went at the gym one time. So I could count them on my 3 fingers, how many times it's happened to me. Yesterday was the 3rd. My girlfriend's super. Oh yeah, you met my girlfriend, huh? I know, bro. Your wife is lovely as well, bro. Are you kidding me? I'm so happy for you, Michael. I think you picked a very good one. How is it so far? It's almost been a year. How you liking the new marriage since we got a bunch of Chads getting married? Oh shit. 30 seconds! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Meta. All that matters. And Microsoft. But like I said, Hood, Qualcomm, Ford, or ARM. I told it to you yesterday on the watch list. So Yeah, if you're wondering why we didn't talk about it, that's why. Because you already knew which ones I liked if you watched the watch list. So wrap it up. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Oh, Chadadonia. Are you kidding me? Chad, are you serious, bro? We did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books, Chad. Before all the earnings come out, just let me get the G. I'm not gonna type my GG. I gotta get my wires all ready to go. But all I care about is Meta. Microsoft, because they are big, but I don't know. They had the big move last time. We did it, we made it, and deep bitches hating. The haters complain by creators. But I love you, baby. And God bless you all. My real ones, I love you. The graciousness, you have no idea. May the Lord, you know that? I pray for you. I pray for all of you. It's different. Some of you, I say, pray for wisdom. Show them the path. Others, I say, bless them. Look how gracious they are, Lord. Look at the brothers you have given me, Lord. Bless them. May they all. Good game and GG. Thank you for not getting banned, for real. You know that? You don't have to listen on the internet, but y'all who really read the rules and followed and were, thank you. That's what I mean, man. Thank you, for real. You make me want to work harder. You know that? For you. And everybody else just make me want to clap them even more. Amen. I need me to rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Qualcomm. All right, Qualcomm's out.
Amen.
So, I don't think we need to rush it. If it's easy, I'll get you an easy number, but I'm going to do something a little different today. We're going to wait a little bit on the earnings, you guys. Trust me. You'll see. But yeah, because there's been a couple of interesting reactions. And a lot, I don't think you could hit it how we were like a year or two ago. You know how you would just hit the easy ones after hours? Just be careful. That's all. Because I think the first ones, I'll check Robinhood, but I want easy ones. Because if it hasn't been 2 standard deviations, by the end of today or beginning of tomorrow, it's going to end up in the same box. That's every single one of them. So let's see. I am curious about Carvana too. I wanted to put that on the list, but too much drama. Too much drama fucks up pricing. That's why I don't like ARM, but ARM is just new. I think ARM is out. Or no, who was it you said? Robinhood. Tired of pop. Okay, stop. Yeah, Qualcomm was a slight beat, but wait till margin and the call. They're a guide-centric company. But that one might not do it. Nvidia is running that way. No, yeah, it's either Microsoft or Meta. There it is. Qualcomm adjusted EPS 275 to 295. I think that, like I said, they're very guidance-oriented. And margin. That's a raise. They lowered the low end and raised the top end. I think you're getting Microsoft too now. Oh, yeah. 5%. Oh, I had the wrong one. Yeah, Microsoft is out. So, 76.4 versus 73.8. Oh, dude, that one might go. So that one's a fucking massive one. Holy, they beat by 3 billion. You got to check Azure or Azure, depending on how you pronounce words. But Azure I think 19 is the rate. Oh, no, 34.4. Yeah, 34.4 and then CapEx at 11.1. Just as long, that can't be higher, but so far, my first look at that, dude, they blew that out of the water. That's why Nvidia is going up. I haven't checked the CapEx, but a $3 billion beat is not light, ladies and gentlemen. Operating income, 34.3. Yeah, operating income was 32. They netted $2 billion extra. That's crazy. So yeah, they had like a 7% extra net. And we're talking net. So again, people are gonna trip on Azure and all that other shit. So let's get the cloud services with 16%. Constant 18 driven by cloud. That's very, and then Meta now. So Meta is out. I like Microsoft. Cloud services of 39. No, dude, they hit it. I like it. It's good. I don't now. They were pricing in 4 on Microsoft, so they're already they're at 1.5 standard deviations now. Meta. There's Ford too. $2 billion tariff impact. All right, Meta is out. 47.5. Dude, they did it too. They beat by $3 billion again. Dog, where did they all get $3 billion? Meta beat by $3 billion as well. Income from operations 20.04. We were expecting, they netted $3 billion more. What the fuck, dude? Operating margin 43. Expectation was 38. Dog, they shit on it. EPS 714. I don't know the diluted one. Expectation was 588. If that's not the diluted one, they fucking smashed that one too. Yeah, dude, they killed it. Cost and expenses was 2707. Let me see. I'm gonna go deeper on that one. 20, because then again, that's the Meta cat. That was a beat though. They fucking killed it, dude. Microsoft and Meta, that's a phenomenal. I think you could get 1.5 standard deviations. So if it doesn't, I don't know if we're 2 standard deviations worthy till the call. Both of these are very guidance centric. Microsoft doesn't give the guide till the conference call, and then Meta, it's similar, but their Meta looks really good as well. But yeah, these are good. I think they're 1.5 standard deviations. Yeah, SPY should be back up. No, dude, I'm shocked. That's like really good. We're talking net 3 billion, bro. I've seen people go crazy over like top end shit. We're talking top end bottom line beats, and then operating incomes going up 5 to 10% on 20 to 30 billion dollars with fucking 500 basis points of margin increase on both of them. That's insane. ARM is out. Yes. Yeah, let me see the estimates on cost. Let's see if your boy... No, that's really good, even while he's poaching, too. This gives him more ammo. You see what I'm saying? So, because last time he was poaching, spending money, he was on his back foot. So now he's spending money, being aggressive, and they're back to growth to a certain degree. Yeah, bro, Meta's growing. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's fucking wild. But yeah, that was a good beat. Both of them. Just both in tandem. Like I'm saying, I don't think 2 standard deviations good, but 1.5 good. And that's why I'm just like sentiment-wise. So far, challenge number 1. I mean, those 2 are very big, man. And they were good. So that's going to keep the vibe up until Apple and Amazon tomorrow. But yeah, that's solid as fuck. It's just different, too. And then he's buying everybody, but like I'm saying, he's not off his back foot, man. It's not aggressive growth. It's not growth you're going to pay high, but it's back to growth. Again, when we bought Meta at $90, it was because people are like, they're never going to grow again. Well, well, that's not what we saw today. Again, I think all around. I'll get you some more numbers, but remember, conference calls, we are getting a little too excited. Like I'm saying, 1.5 standard deviations. But for the most part, those are, yeah, look, Microsoft will provide guidance on the call. So you don't have guidance on Microsoft and Meta. Let me double check. I'm going to CapEx right now, but how are they going? I would argue LLM and AI. Unbelievable. You got your play to break even. Nice. I have to ban you, though. You know what you're doing. Stop it, bro. You know, what's truly unbelievable is that me and thousands of other people got Meta at $90 in the last 28 months, give or take. That's unbelievable. But other than that, please don't flex. I have the monopoly on plays. Thank you for shopping at the stock market live. You know, imagine thousands of people were able to do it with me live in the worst time. Isn't that great? That is unbelievable. Largest single driver of growth will be infrastructure costs driven by acceleration and depreciation expense and higher operating costs. So look, he's talking it again, but yeah, we'll see. What's even more unbelievable is we did the same thing with Netflix a couple months prior. And then shortly thereafter, we decided to stack up at 10% dividend yield MO. But hey, you know what I'm saying? That's what I think is more unbelievable than, you know, an excuse to flex the place. CapEx. Okay. Yeah, no, he spent more, dude. Okay. I don't know if I could be wrong on this, but I think I'm right. I'm pretty sure he spent 10 billion more than expected. So CapEx was 27 on the quarter. My number says 16.4 billion on average. So I think he spent 10 billion more this quarter. So I don't know. They made an extra 3 billion, but he spent 10. So it led to a net profit, that operating income, but yeah, just remember, we're always going to be, you know, paranoid of his, you know, his thing. Meta sees reduction in U.S. federal cash tax remainder current year. Scare money don't make money. Yeah, that's nuts. So it's fire. Market's gonna love it up until Apple, Amazon tomorrow. Sentiment's good, man. That's, again, this whole seasonality. I'm telling you, bro, these two, bro, Microsoft and fucking Meta, bro, is solid. I'm a little surprised. These are your best ones so far, the whole season. So we'll see, but the conference call. So Microsoft could still fuck it up. Half of this could be given up if they, and we've seen that before. In the last 12 months, you have watched Microsoft be up 7%, and by the end of that call, Azure and guidance, you're down 5 or down 3. So be careful on that. And then Meta, I think we have some set of guidance, but you're going to get a little bit more on the call too. But yeah, it's amazing. Bro, yeah, they beat by 50% on EPS. Full year guide, they guided up, so he's going to spend more. And then we could, he gave a growth rate. So the guide they gave, Meta's going to elaborate on it more. It's too broad and related to spending. So yeah, this could all change still. No, Apple will still be important, and Amazon, but for now, these guys have their own pocket, and this just solidifies the idea of, again, America exceptionalism, or at the very least, this is not a slowing down economy, brethren, which was propagated to us over the last few months. Meanwhile, these guys, whether you think they're Republican or Democrat, they're making more money than ever. It's actually a little mind-blowing. So Robinhood, they did 42 cents versus 31 cent estimate. That was higher than the highest estimate on EPS. Revenue 989 versus 914. They even beat the top end too. So Robinhood EPS and revenue was higher than the highest analyst estimate on both of them. So very, very good. Outlook, new products, features. Our product outlook combined operating expenses was 2.0 to 2.1. Did not include acquisition. So yeah, they raised their CapEx. So they're saying they're going to spend more. And that does not include provision for credit loss. And that may rise. So yeah, Robinhood's doing the spending game. Their reports were good though. Those are good numbers, but That CapEx comment might be the sticking point. And they're raising it, and there's stuff not accounted for. But not bad. They did good. All right, is there any more? Did Carvana? Yeah, Qualcomm was a beat, but they flushed. They lowered the bottom end and raised the top end. I'll get you a full report on that. Amazon, dude, I'm telling you, Amazon has a cloud just like Azure. It's really, dude, and remember, they all spend with each other. So if two of them are making $3 billion, there's like $3 extra billion floating around somehow. That's what I've came to the conclusion of. Yeah, revenue was 899 versus 9. Oh, that's for QCT. That's for Qualcomm. Qualcomm did good. And they repurchased $2.8 billion of stock. But yeah, the guide was a little lower, and then they on track to meet accelerated buyback. Yeah, I don't know why Qualcomm moved like that. It wasn't that bad. It was a slight beat, and then they just ran up a lot. That's it. That was just victim of the front run. Yeah. No, guidance wasn't even that bad. 10.3 to 11.1. Estimate was anywhere from 9.9 to 11. Average was 10.6. So slightly lower, but then a lot higher. I just think front run. I think they were just doing their thing, already up. Even on the year, it's down, but from the low. But yeah, that was it wasn't that bad. But it's down 7. Didn't T-Mobile already report? Carvana. So I'm building one on the compound. You know that? I'm gonna build a vending machine for cars and cows. That's why, since I want to get into farming, would you guys be interested? You come to the farm, and then you select your cow from the vending machine, and then they go, and then it comes, and then boom, and then it drops the cow, and then boom. It's called Calvana. Are you interested? Azure surpassed up 34. Crazy, dude. All the metrics even hit. That is crazy. I don't know the after hours volume. Albemarle. Alright. It sucks. You gotta wait for the conference call. I think that's it, man. Carvana beat. There's a lot going on, but I wasn't expecting much. But, dude, Meta and Microsoft are the first ones this whole season that got me any reaction. I'm telling you, that I'm actually shocked. But those are good. I hope they stay up or the call doesn't like change it, but those are very powerful. That was like, you don't really see that even seasonally. So it's a good, very good report on both of them. And that's what I'm saying, sentiment. But other than that, everything else has been a fucking dud. Usually the Mag 7 ones aren't even that exciting after, you know, everybody front runs everything. So crazy. Goats? No, I hate goats. Yeah, no goats. Yeah, I like sheep. I just want cows and sheep. I still want the pig, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm really getting into this idea of a cow, like growing cows just for food. I don't know. I have the plan for who's gonna manage it. I'm gonna give you guys an update, but I don't know. We might do cow pre-orders. If you want, if you have the money for it, you buy the cow, and then we'll just raise it there, and when it's done, you'll have your own food, and that's it. That's what I'm saying, because I have a couple of my boys who want to do it. I want one cow or 2 cows for me. I think we could do like 10 to 15, and then yeah, call it a day, And then you buy your cow, I'll give you a free place to put it, essentially. And then we'll have somebody to feed it, and then that's it. We'll charge you the extra premium up front, but then that way you could grow your own food without doing it. I want the mini Highland. I want one mini Highland as a pet. Someone has to pay for the feed. Yeah, that's what we'll cover. That's what I'm saying, like the pre-order. You're gonna pay it up front, do your thing. It takes a year, and then we're gonna feed it the Josh Answers diet for cows. We'll fucking put saffron in it. Y'all have no idea, bro. I'm gonna give him alkaline water. Microsoft, what is this? Yeah, okay. I think it's just the wire reproducing it. Because like I'm saying, the guidance comes out. What about hoof care? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping we could get somebody experienced. But we have access to it all. Like I said, we're in a neighborhood of like farms. There's other people around there. So everything's there. There's tractor supplies. There's vets. There's, like big animal vets. So, yeah, but we just need someone who's experienced in it. I have a call today. I'm going to call a friend of mine. I was supposed to call him yesterday, but I know they're going to get a cow. That's what I'm saying. It's just funny, bro. Like, I really want to do it. So I'm saying, worst case, I've never done it. So worst case, we try a couple of cows. And then, yeah, if it doesn't taste any better, then I won't continue it. But if it's noticeable and it's like a really good, oh man, I'm going to go down the whole grow my own food rabbit hole. Yeah, I'll stay. Cows cost anywhere from like $2,000 to $8,000, maybe even a little more, depending on the type of cow quality. Yeah, if you're getting it custom or not. Are you getting base model beef, or are you getting the AMG? There's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference. Bison, not opposed to it, but I think cows to start. That's where I'm really narrowing in on that one. Getting your cow lifted. Yeah, bro, Amazon is loving this, and Meta's going up more, bro. Even spending more, all of it, bro. It's a done deal. Wow. All right. So wait for the conference calls, but I think you're gonna get good sentiment now. So, like I said, man, if the seasonality shit, have a preparation if we go to full melt-up mode until the rates, because that's good from both of these guys. And now the sympathies, unless Amazon and Apple want to do bad, then yeah. But that's money, bro. I can't believe it. And that's your first, like, big earnings. Arriving today. Wow. Fuck. I might go back. Damn it. Yeah, the beds arrived today. You know that? There's no beds there. I slept on the little mat that one night, and I got sick of it. I said, I'm not doing that shit. But yeah, that's why I didn't sleep there last night. I had to drive. The bull, yeah. It's funny, though. LT got mad because when we first were there, he was like, oh, you could put he was talking about a statue. He was like, oh, you could put a bull there. And I was like, hell yeah. But he was talking about a statue. I was talking about a real bull. So we ran into some issues on that. So yeah, we might have to start differentiating. All right, boys. Reddit is a sympathy, yeah. Ad revenue is killer. Schofield. What up, baby? All right. Well, Chad, I might see you on the watch list, but I don't know. The Wednesdays get weird. So follow my Twitter. Otherwise, you have time to catch up on the watch list, but the rules are changing tomorrow. And I hope today was a good example. You know, for real, man. This morning, I said it, man. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm not trying to be a dick. Sometimes I will, and I'll tell you if I am. But I just want preparation. You know, truly, if you hear me, man, we've done amazing things already this year. I just feel like a lot of people are underprepared. Okay? For real, on every level, at the highest levels to the lowest level, there's a lot of lack of preparation. So all of this, man, I'm just trying to push you towards it. So I hope you hear. If you have the ears, man, listen. Because, I'm going to change them today, but pretty much if you ask me a question or something that's clearly covered on the watch list, I'm going to ban you. Because at the end of the day, and like I said, bro, you saw the Powell thing. You guys just watched me predict things as they, like, again, things that never happened before. Like the Powell president thing, that's never happened before. How do we know? Again, certain expectations, but it's preparation. You know, I'm not even, and God is good, bro, but it's preparation. That's what I'm saying. The preview we had on the Fed today was immaculate. So, and you guys got to see it. That's why I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I'm not trying to even flex it. But I do want you to notice the preparation so that you start to do it yourself. And the more prepared you are, the easier this game is going to be. But at the same time, it's very easy to drift. You know what I'm saying? Very, very easy to drift and lack on that preparation. So don't. So that's why you could ask if you're going to come live, we could talk, and I would love to talk. But if you're not prepared, that's a weird conversation. So if you do ask me stuff that you had preparation materials for, and I see you're not prepared, I'm not taking it seriously. My Twitter, I don't message people at all. I usually only use my email. That's how we done it. So most people offering you a group or a thing on Twitter, it's probably an impersonator. I'm only live here. So, ta-da. Oh, Matthew, welcome, baby. But on that note, Chad, God bless you all. Have a wonderful day. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why there's many ways to communicate. Not always words. And why curiosity multiplies faster than fear, man. Truly, I hope you get curious. And I hope you stay curious. And I hope your curiosity leads you to wisdom. But above all else, man, stay curious. When there's because my curiosity, the wonder, I wonder, and I'm like, he's so great. That's why it's finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, but for every day, bro, that's a curious thing to be curious about. The way he moves, the way it happens, the way he promises. So, bro, to God be the glory, baby. And if you see anything in me, if you see any gift I have, you see any talent, bro, if I have it, you can have it. You know that, right? That's it. And it's not ever based on a man. You don't need a human. You and your creator, brother. Amen. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone, baby. Have a wonderful day. And peace. Hey. You're in right here. What? All right. What are you saying, Joe? I can't believe Josh predicted that. He knew. It's like he prepared. Watch the watch list. Bye.